is for a transhumanist future and the deconstruction of the family
Well, here's the
through
thing.
sexual
There's
liberation.
outliers. Yes. Well, here's the thing. There's outliers. I don't believe that women like Andrea Dworkin were ever supposed to be a housewife, obviously. And then she writes to a community who shows a community who shows a community about these writings, and they pick and choose. Like, she actually wanted a feminist separatist, female separatist world. And now you have people who are touting Andrea Dworkin, but they believe that men can be women, and they're picking and choosing. They're picking and choosing what feminist agendas they like based on trying to skirt accountability for their
But it
actions.
moved into the
agree with you.
but that
I agree with
division moved into the ethos, and it worked. Counter division works just as well.
Wandering
Like, you're
Mason.
using the enemy's exact same playbook against them. Divide and conquer. If you think that division doesn't work, you're wrong. And if you think that I need to
No, I
convince,
think it does work.
and if you think I need to convince women, I also think you're wrong. I think ultimately women
But your
women
goal-
are
your goal,
ultimately
let's
not
make
going to
it
have their
worse
say
really
anyway.
bad. Let's make it worse faster so that we could get there.
Well, it's not
is what you're
worse.
saying.
No, it would be better actually if there's more division, more people focused on this. You can actually probably bridge this gap by just demonstrating that most of the maximum degeneracy, at least when it comes to the vote, is decided by women. And they vote in the degeneracy every single time. They are always the deciding vote every single time. And I think if you can maximize that messaging, then just like the anti-suffragettes of old who rejected feminism, I think that women also will begin to police their own. Now, I have a completely different way of moving about that than you do, right? But it seems to be highly effective, so highly effective, in fact, that that's why we're having this conversation to begin with. What's that?
What is that?
Well, and so at this point,
laughing at women.
Yeah, so laughing at abortionists is what I think was a primary motivator for the Supreme Court to begin the rollback of abortion rights, was laughing at them, humiliating them, talking shit to them, everything else that we could do. Trump had to placate and play into that because that's what his base wanted, right? These people are baby killers and they need to be shamed socially as much as possible. That definitely had a massive motivating effect on how the Supreme Court ruled on that. And you must know that that has to be true because when there's more liberal issues now, they seem to be ruling the other direction where there seems to be less shame in that department. This is the same thing if we roll it back to the 18th Amendment. Women had a motivational power to move. Go ahead.
You laugh at a population and you make them
not a population.
You laugh. Okay, this is what
I laugh at individuals.
This is exactly what happened with Trump. Is that there were so many people that were so anti-Trump that Trump created this insular cult following. You laugh at abortionists, they're going to get more insane, more insane, more insane.
How can the majority be a cult following?
Bigger, and then it's going to get it's not anymore.
It's
not anymore. But it wasn't.
He got the popular vote. I mean, it's not a cult following.
Yes.
Nutrivore is doing a live stream right now. On YouTube or just in his Discord or something. What the fuck is he calling his YouTube channel now?
Eventually, in 10 years, that will make abortion available to everyone, always and forever. Like you are creating the pendulum swing that you are holding it so far back, it's going to knock back completely.
Okay. Then why didn't it happen? Then why didn't it happen with Trump? Why didn't it happen with Trump?
Because it's not. So this is what it looks like right now. This is what it looked like 10 years ago. This is what it looks like now, right? And this is what it will look like, right?
No,
because you can see this trend in the last 100 years, Andrew.
What you can see,
it goes tiny and then bigger, and now it's bigger.
This was always
even bigger.
This was always the way it was. So let me give you an example.
Of course, I believe it.
You go back to slavery. Right? There was an actual civil war. You couldn't have a bigger pendulum swing. You couldn't have a bigger pendulum swing than that. Okay? Talk about division, right? But what I'm saying is, ultimately, all you're doing is making my case for me. Okay, so here's Trump. He has a small insular cult following, and now the majority of the nation backs up the ideologies which he's producing.
But you're also creating a fringe group right now that will grow bigger and grow bigger and grow bigger and grow bigger. And so now, you're creating a fringe group on the other side.
Let's see.
It's not saying anything interesting, right? Because
You
you can
define
like
what makes
think,
something interesting or not?
Whether it
don't be
interests them.
retarded. Look, the point is that the actual vegan gains, by the way?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is.
Yeah. Wait, but
That's
No,
the
but-
actual vegan gains?
But Maximo,
Well,
like,
well-
do you think?
Wait,
do you
I
think
need
the
to debate
president-
vegan gains. I need to debate vegan
Oh
gains.
my god.
Oh my god,
Run
no,
away.
please don't.
Please don't. Please, I would actually prefer you to run away from him so I can continue.
Yeah,
so I can
that-
end this conversation real quick.
Look, I'm trying to
sorry,
understand,
we'll continue
doesn't...
our conversation. Wait,
Well, hold
Monkey
on.
Monkey Ball, you had your
He's
chance.
running. He's
Monkey
running.
Ball,
Wait.
you had your chance. You had your
Wait.
chance.
Just no. I'm asking a question not for the retard in the room, for someone who's actually philosophically literate. I'm asking the question of the floor because if all the Mainongian language there is just saying you can quantify over objects,
You can't just keep it going because
You
there
can
will
keep-
always go. There's
Then
always
how
going
does
to
left
be
keep it going?
a fringe that is growing.
How
There's
does the
always going to
left
be-
keep it going?
You don't. They don't have to because you're doing it.
No, they're
That's what I'm
doing
saying.
it. The left is responsible for the
Andrew,
right wing
Throughout
now.
this conversation, Andrew, throughout this conversation, even in the past 10 minutes, you agree that what happened with Trump is because of the Democrats. Democrats pushed people to be Trumpers because of how they made it untenable to even have a little bit
No,
of, oh wait, I actually think a baby.
it was
is a person."
Republicans who pushed people into Trumpism, not Democrats. People already hated Democrats.
That's
The
not
problem
true.
is
It's
that
not true.
the
there are more Democrats
Republican.
that voted for Trump this past.
We had
election.
the most entrenched this election. We had the most entrenched
Yes,
Republican.
that's what I'm saying. This election.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. But we had the
you're
most
straight-
entrenched. Hang on, Lav. We had the most entrenched Republican politicians that you've ever seen. Okay, in office, and Trump was an outlier. It was the hatred towards the establishment of the Republican leadership and the hatred towards Republicans which drove Trumpism, not backlash against Democrats. It was not backlash against Democrats. A little bit maybe against backlash, but nothing more than what you would normally see in a off election year when a Democrat's been president for a while. You'd see the normal cultural shift go over to some degree as backlash against the opposition party. I agree with that. Trumpism wasn't that, though. Trumpism was an internal cleaning of the House where the whole idea was remove the entrenched established swamp on the Republican side. That was the main thing. Get rid of the swamp. Get rid of the swamp. Get rid of the swamp. The Democrats were already considered to be the degenerate scumbag party. We wanted
But not
the
everyone
revision
who
of this
voted-
party. Go
so
ahead.
majority of the U.S. is still Democrat, but he got the majority vote.
Yeah, Democrats are the degenerate scumbag party. Oh, yeah, that's why the Republicans are trying to make everybody poor, take away Social Security, make kids starve to death. Yeah.
The Democrat Party became so retarded and ridiculous that this Trump movement, and I think also propagated by the left in silencing Trump, in canceling people who had Republican ideals, it became bigger and bigger and bigger. They isolated themselves. So now you have this big thing that's growing, and I agree with you. I genuinely, I think that we could go a little bit further.
From what I've been able to understand, requires two things.
All right, let's see.
Be an atheist, from what I've been able to understand, requires two things.
All right, let's see it.
One is a kind of alliance with a reductive materialist rationalism.
So this is a laughably reductive and bad take, and in order for it to be true, all atheism would have to descend from philosophical inquiry, which it objectively does not. It would also all have to descend from the
Why does his audio sound so weird?
this particular brand of philosophical inquiry, which it, again, objectively does not. Atheism long predates this particular brand of philosophical inquiry. And as a putative psychologist, Dr. Peterson should know that cognitive psychologists, evolutionary psychologists, cognitive scientists, sociologists, anthropologists, and others have been studying the nature and origins of atheism for many, many years, and we have a lot of awfully good insights that don't require this retreat to this laughably reductive and bad take. All beliefs that qualify as religious ultimately derive from the interaction of intuitive and reflective cognition within socio-material ecologies and the cultural pressures that attend them. So these beliefs percolate on an individual level, but tend to be rather fleeting until they get leveraged by social institutions and social frameworks, which allows them to get further developed and then to persevere from generation to generation. And non-belief arises from the same kinds of interactions, only it's usually the product of reflective analytical thinking overruling the more intuitive thinking, but then it also has to combat those cultural pressures. If you would like to see some scholarship on that, here are some books that have chapters on the nature and the origins of atheism, and there are plenty of journal articles. Here's just a handful. In fact, the wonderful journal Religion, Brain, and Behavior dedicated an entire issue to the question of the nature and origins of atheism in human cognition. So if you actually want to understand what psychologists think about this, there's a lot of stuff that's available. Dr. Peterson is just trying to pander to ignorant right-wing authoritarians because he knows which side of his bread is buttered.
And there's a kind of a Luciferian pretension that goes along with that. But
So I don't know what Dr. Peterson means by Luciferian pretension, but if he means Luciferian in the sense of an enlightenment, self-empowerment kind of rebellion against dominant social forces, well, that pretension doesn't necessarily have to exist for atheism to exist. It just has to exist if atheism must struggle for survival against dominant social forces. And frequently, that is the case where religious belief is the dominant cultural force, where folks are trying.
Bend over, donate $2. Let me see.
Diets that lowers the demand for the formation of things like chylomicrons and VLDL. There are all sorts of levers that you can pull to like reduce your choline requirement as well. Doesn't choline have to do with fat digestion? Yeah, like choline is required to make the chylomicrons that shuttle the triglycerides around your circulatory system before the chylomicron remnants are taken up by the liver, and the remaining triglycerides have to be repackaged in VLDL, which takes...
Great news, VG Trump has done something right for once in his worthless life.
Let me see.
I'm Christine Frizzau on Capitol Hill, where lawmakers are piling on the pressure for college campuses to be having their student visas revoked. Other lawmakers warn of a dangerous campaign to suppress free speech and silence any and all criticism of Israel. The latest chapter of the college campus crackdown playing out in videos like this, showing Tufts grad student Ramiza Osterk detained by ICE agents on the street. Hers followed the arrest of Mahmoud Khalil, both targeted for their roles protesting Israel's war in Gaza.
Yeah, they're terrorists. Deport them.
Their arrests prompting new protests.
What about free speech? What about due process?
Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
What about get fucked, go back to your own country, dipshit? We don't need your anti-Semitic horseshit here.
Reportedly using AI to pull visas from students who appear, quote, pro-Hamas, using a strategy he called for as a senator.
A foreign national on a visa who supports Hamas, that person's visa should be canceled and they should be removed from the country.
At least 60 colleges already put on notice.
Absolutely based. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Another way of saying it's our best guess. The RDA is when we have robust evidence for a particular amount of a nutrient to be eaten or to be consumed, and consuming that amount will result in nutritional sufficiency for 97% of the population. That's what an RDA is, and that's like the recommended daily allowance or allotment, or I can't remember the nomenclature. But like, with respect to choline, we don't really have like a lot of evidence to suggest that choline is useful beyond like as a nutrient to consume beyond.
I thought these people were supposed to be agents at hate speech. What happened to that?
Well, they're full of shit. So that's why they're like that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Like, we know that if you go to 0, you get fatty liver. Everything in between, like the AI and above and 0, is a complete black box. Like, the evidence is just garbage for the AI. So if this guy wants to harp away on like choline, chances are good that even if you're not eating eggs, you're getting enough choline, based on the literature that we have. I believe there was even a trial recently that dosed choline in people with fatty liver who were not obviously choline deficient, or like choline deficiency hadn't been established as the cause of their fatty liver. Not in the same way that that little girl who was on the TPN got fatty liver from having insufficient choline. They're just people in the population who have fatty liver, and we want to figure out, is choline their problem? And we feed them choline, and if I remember correctly, like nothing happens, right? They still have fatty liver, so obviously choline's not their issue. So outside of like
$2 Mexican donated $2. Oh, those are nice kitties. Look at them. Oh, I love kitties. They're so good. Kitties are the best. If you don't like kitties, you're a piece of shit and you need to die.
থেকে দাঁড়িয়ে আসলে লাইভটা দিচ্ছে এবং সর্বশেষ আপডেট আমার কাছে যতটা এসেছে তামিম ইকবালের অবস্থা তিনি এখনো লাইভ সাপোর্টে আছেন এবং তার
That's good.
Brought back George Floyd in the form of George Droid, Propylon, Negrotech, Nigalink AI. I could only sit back and wonder why they didn't do it sooner. When Microsoft brought...
That's good.
I don't know what to do. Anyone have any ideas? What? About what to do? Does anyone?
I know exactly what to do. Thanks for the donation, $2 Mexican dollars.
How about deport all Zios for endorsing genocide instead rather than activist criticizing Israel's war crimes? So I guess free speech is only meant for white nationalist and imperialist. Fuck the US and fuck Israel.
About, instead of that, you cut off your own head with a piano wire. Thanks for the donation, dipshit.
1. You're Canadian. 2. Your dumbass country state sanctioned a pro-Pali protest and you cried when they told you to fuck off 'cause your shirt. 3. The issue I have is deporting these people with zero due process, which has been happening. You're retarded.
Well, not exactly. The deportations of Venezuelans was happening without due process. The deportation of some of these other dipshits, like the student protesters, kind of depends on what you mean by due process, but there was some sort of evidence gathered to show they're cunts and they need to go. The Venezuelans who got deported, they literally were just rounded up because they had tattoos. So they didn't do any investigation to see if they had legal status. They did in fact have legal status. They had green cards. they weren't able to show that they either committed a crime or were about to commit a crime, and they literally deported people purely on the basis of them having tattoos, and the justification there was gang members have tattoos, they have tattoos, deport them. Some of these dumb bitch fucking pro-Palestine protesters on these college campuses, we know for a fact they're Palestine protesters. We know for a fact that they were doing certain things, like being a part of an illegal encampment. So, I have no issue with deporting people on that basis. Those are things entirely separate from just superficial nonsense like having tattoos. But thanks for the donation, retard. Elias donated $2. That movie would be worth watching if they had gotten, what's his name? Samuel L. Jackson to play Snow White. Dude, do they do MMA together? That's very weird. Yeah, that's Yakub. Well, thanks for the donation, Elias.
Trying to minoritize, marginalize, oppress, or stamp out of existence atheism. You know, what Dr. Peterson seems to be trying to do in this laughably ignorant and reductive screed.
But that's insufficient.
It is true that that is a bafflingly insufficient, ignorant, and inaccurate explanation for the existence of atheism.
It also really helps if you were viciously hurt by someone religious.
Yes, if you leverage that collection of beliefs and behaviors that we have labeled religion to harm other people, there will be a greater occurrence of critical and analytical thinking among those other people regarding that collection of beliefs and behaviors, which will result in a greater occurrence of reflective cognition overruling intuitive cognition, and therefore a greater occurrence of the beliefs and behaviors we label atheism. So while this reductive and ignorant invective is an entirely inaccurate account of the nature and origins of all atheism, it is certainly a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you use your worldview to harm other people, you will find that people reject your worldview. This is a profoundly ignorant take, and it's very clearly Dr. Peterson leveraging his putative expertise in a field about which he very clearly has no knowledge, in order to try to lend credibility to, in order to try to...
Jordan Peterson has no knowledge of anything. He just says words. Being an Irishman, don't I tell her, is kind of funny.
This on LinkedIn where this girl is posting AI tutorials on YouTube, but also this website too. And she's doing it because the ad revenue is better on this website than it is on YouTube. So I had a look, and this is legit. Like, people are genuinely going on there to learn about AI and neural networks. And the comments. So, first one. This was so interesting. Halfway through, I put my clothes on. Next one. Good lecture. Very intuitive and easy to digest. So I was like, that's interesting. I wonder if there's like more tech content on there, like tutorials. So I went on, obviously for research purposes only. So I went on and searched for Python, you know? Some of the things which come...
Yeah, haha. It's actually legit. Probably don't show on shared screen. Oh, I've seen this
My
girl
pussy is so lonely.
before. Got an ad. I've seen this girl before. She does have OnlyFans. Never subbed to her
On this
OnlyFans,
line,
but
no
I think
matter
I've
how
seen her on
far or close
Instagram.
apart they are, you will get the same value for the slope. That's what makes it a line, this age as well.
The Khalil guy got his permanent status revoked prior to his arrest, which violates due process. I don't know about the other cases. They planned on deporting him based on this until ACLU helped him file a writ of habeas corpus. Know what her supporting?
Yeah, like, again, with Trump, the only way he does good things in the worst ways. So most of what he does is horseshit, but the odd times that he does do something good, he does good things in bad ways. So, I mean, I don't know. How exactly do you even go about some of this shit? Like, I mean, technically, some of these student protesters aren't necessarily breaking any laws. So are we just sending, like, some of this information to, like, an immigration official, and then they get to decide, yeah, we don't like their cultural ideas?
4 minutes Sv3rige video about Jesus. Can we react?
Is this an old one
As
that
you-
he made? Like, or no, that's new. Yeah, sure, we can react to that. Thanks for the donation, dude. So, I mean, I don't know what difference it really makes to either have Trump decide, oh, this person is supporting Hamas, they're clearly a jihadist, clearly an anti-Semite since they're involved in these protests, deport him, versus sending this to an immigration official, and then the immigration official makes the same determination. I don't see a huge distinction there. Like, again, this isn't technically law-breaking in the first place. So, yeah, like, that's the case with any fucking Trump policy. Anytime he does something good, he does it in a bad way. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Yeah, and thanks for the donation, Vegan Irishman.
You know, a few months ago, I made a video called I Am Jesus, where I talked about how I am the equivalent of Jesus Christ today. Ever since I created this video, I wanted to find out what Jesus actually said to the people back in the day, what his teachings were really about.
Should the sugar version of soda be banned since it's a big contributor to obesity and diet soda tastes just as good? I don't know if you could say sugary soda is a big contributor to obesity. I think you may as well ban it because we have like, there's not really any practical utility to have it. It has downsides, and we have an alternative that has no downsides.
Not because I need them. I don't need anybody's opinions or beliefs about any topics. I know exactly who I am, where I am, what this life is about, the purpose of it, what I'm supposed to do. At this point in my life, there's nothing useful that anybody could teach me about any important topics. Of course, we all have the Christ consciousness, the natural knowledge, which is what it means, inside of us already. But most people grow up as brainwashed slaves. They believe that they need these books with symbols inside of it, which they then read because they learned languages to teach them what they are supposed to do in their life, the purpose of it, and so on. This is why you need enlightened people to actually teach you the truth, and this is what Jesus did back in the day. The brainwashing 2,000 years ago was not as bad as it is today, but it was still bad. Had complete control over the people, or at least the ones who created this religion.
He's saying Jews.
People blindly followed the Old Testament. They lived in fear because they were afraid of this God who will judge them and punish them. And then Jesus came along with his teachings, which are way different than what you're taught today. The original New Testament was a very thin book, and this perfectly aligns with what I've been telling you for years now. The natural teachings are something that's already inside of you, and it's something that's very easy to ignite, which is why you don't need to brainwash people and tell them all kinds of stories, write this very thick book. All that you need to do is give them these few points which will then ignite the fire, and then it will enlighten them. This is exactly what the original Bible was about, the New Testament. And then, of course,
He never read the New Testament. The New Testament is not a one-page manual with a few points.
they rewrote it. They completely removed the original teachings. Even a lot of the Christians can admit that the Bible has been rewritten tons of times. And I went through all of that. What the Gnostics said back in the day, the ones with the real knowledge, the ones who actually follow the teachings of Christ, they wrote these books right after he died. The Book of Thomas, the Secret Book of John, you name it. And I wrote down the 7 most important points. And if you've been watching my videos for the last few years, then none of this will surprise you. If you haven't watched my videos, then this will possibly even shock you, especially if you're a Christian. Number 1, there are no
Well, I ain't going to his Telegram and watching any nonsense he posts there. Sv3rige is just a fucktard. Wait. Damn it.
One of his off-the-walls, chaotic, and disastrous pressers in the Oval Office, where he addressed the scandal, the signal leaked to the reporter, classified information. It's not classified, but it's classified. And then also talked about some disastrous economic policy that we're going to get into. To discuss it, I have the amazing Jesse Dollamore with me.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Let's just jump right in first on the, as it's being described, Signal Gate scandal. Trump had this to say.
Anything. He's never asked me for anything.
Sir, also, what's your response to Republican lawmakers who have said today that your administration should take more accountability and not downplay what's happened with Signal that we've seen in these messages today?
Well, I don't know about downplaying. The press upplays it. I think it's all a witch hunt, that's all. I think it's a witch hunt. I wasn't involved with it. I wasn't there.
They aren't doing it in the worst way. They are doing it in a malicious way that weakens Congress and the judiciary. If anything, pressure colleges with their funding to expel protesters, then deport them cause their student visas are nulled, lawful and based.
Is he going to be able to do it that way? Like, I'd agree with you. There's definitely a better way of going about some of this shit, but when it comes to getting rid of these student protesters who are on visas, I don't see a big distinction. When it comes to deporting literally anyone else, there's clearly a distinction there where he is very obviously and clearly breaking the law. The student protesters, though, I don't know, that's a little more muddy for me. Thanks for the donation, retard. Woke Meltdown donated $2. Play this. It's the Talos 2. Let me see.
Nope. After 9 years in development, hopefully it will have been worth the wait. Thanks, and have fun.
I don't think I'm going to play that. That looks terrible.
Nice thumbnail.
Oh, damn. Thanks, Jason. Appreciate the big donation, dude. Thanks. And yeah, Gigliardo made the image of me on the scooter. And he sent that to me over Discord, so then I put that over at Burning McDonald's. Thought that was funny. Thanks for the donation again, Jason Casper. This marriage looks sad.
What we eat in a day as a Vietnamese and German couple. Although we live together, we eat different food because we come from very different food culture and it just doesn't work with us to find a common ground. So for my breakfast, I have...
No, you don't eat together because you make stupid, retarded nonsense. That is not Vietnamese food. That is garbage.
fried bitter melon with egg, and he has bread with cheese and pickle, very typical in Germany. For lunch, I make kimchi noodle, and he make noodle salad. I actually like it, so we share some together. For dinner, I have shrimp and vegetable soup, and he bought some.
She eats like a retard. This is not just Vietnamese food. This is retarded Vietnamese food. This is what a retard in Vietnam eats. I've had Vietnamese food, and I've known Vietnamese people. They do not fucking eat like that.
Some maltashin in the supermarket and cook it. I think it's like the German version of ravioli. Then we eat some sherry, and that's it for the...
Yeah, dude, this is like watching Honey Boo Boo on TLC, and then you see that crazy fat bitch eat, like, mixing spaghetti with, like, a block of butter, and then saying, oh, this is what Americans eat. Like that's not what Americans eat. That's what retarded Americans eat. Sketty and butter. Like, no, this is what retarded Vietnamese people eat. What? She's dumb. Like, I remember somebody sent me a video of her before where she tried to cope for her weight gain. And then she's like, yeah, I gained 20 pounds, but it's healthy and normal and I'm older. Oh god, this is gonna be bad.
In case you weren't aware, someone got on a plane, landed in Dulles, got on public transportation, got home, went to the doctor that day, and then got diagnosed with measles. There was someone sitting on a plane shedding measles for hours, and then they got on public transportation after leaving the international airport at our country's capital. Wash your fucking hands, people.
Okay, that wasn't anything.
Okay, Diane, just send me the GoFundMe link. I'm heading into the post office right now to buy stamps. You have to give money to the USPS.
Son, do not use our printer. We will go to the library and we will print it there and we will check out 50 books. You do not have to read the books. We just need to show the government that we need libraries.
Hi. Yes, I am having a flock of chickens delivered to my house today, and I need to have the
Thanks for the donation, Woke Meltdown.
Aft politicians not only endorse Trump Vance Musk, they suck each other off. Aft politicians are literally banned from entering concentration camps because they said Hitler was a left-wing. German history isn't shameful, it's pride, etc. Anti-Semitism will cook us.
Dude, the amount of like fucking dumbasses I've come across when debating on Discord. I'll say something like Hitler was a fascist, and then they'll say Hitler wasn't a fascist. He was a left-wing socialist. The amount of Hitler and Nazi apologia and history rewriting is... This is why we need eugenics. There is no solution to this other than eugenics. Rational, intelligent people do not come to these conclusions. Even if you're racist and hate Jews or whatever, you would not come to the conclusion that Hitler was not a fascist. So, yeah, eugenics. Clearly nobody can be argued with or reasoned with adequately anymore. We just need eugenics. Thanks for the donation, though, Leopold. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
You weren't ever on Jeffrey Epstein's jet, were you?
I was on Jeffrey Epstein's jet 2 times.
You weren't ever on...
It doesn't necessarily mean anything, but the fact that Trump is trying to hide the Epstein files, I think that speaks volumes.
Yep. Anybody else?
Should the defense secretary...
What country are you? Wait, what country are you from?
From the UK.
Okay, we don't give a crap about your opinion and your reporting. Why don't you go back to your country where you have a major migrant problem?
Okay,
and you no. You should care about your own borders.
Do you care about American lives being put at risk?
Let me tell you something. Do you care about people from your country? What about all the women that are raped by migrants?
Do you care
No,
about
by migrants. No, do you care? Okay, you're done.
Do you care about American lives being put at risk?
You know what? No, I don't care. I don't.
Service members fighting for your country.
I don't care about your fake news. Do you have a relevant question? Yeah, this is an American journalist. Thank you.
I'm an American, and I'd like to hear your answer to what she's asking.
I'm not answering her question because I don't care about her network. If you would like to ask, I can answer.
Do you have any concerns whatsoever about the complete disregard of operational security from the top level of this administration?
You want to know about complete disregard about operational security? You should talk about the Biden administration and how they ripped our borders.
What in the fuck? What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Like instant whataboutism.
Open to terrorist, cartel, child sex trafficking, human trafficking, and drug trafficking across our borders for 4 years. The Trump administration is doing a great job, and I stand by their statements. I stand by their statements. My comment to you is I'm thankful to President Trump that he is leading us out of wars, that he's ending the war in Ukraine.
Dude, they should not ever be allowed to hold office. Like, my God. Who do you think will be our first in Trump's cabinet? Sorry, will be out first in Trump's cabinet. I think Hegseth will be forced to resign on his own first.
Today, a federal judge in Washington is set to hold.
He's certainly the most likely, especially if the investigation turns out it clearly implicates him as the one who is ultimately responsible for the security leak. So, especially considering this guy has like a history with alcoholism, drug abuse, spousal abuse, sexual assault, and everyone warned Trump and were saying like, look, this guy has no experience, he's incompetent, he's an immature fucking moron, drug addict. Like, yeah, he's certainly the most likely to be forced to resign. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I checked out Big John Steele. He's a solid Christian. Good guy. I can see why you'd want to hang with him.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say he's a terrible person, but, I mean, why not? You know? I've talked to the guy enough times online, and if he's in my neighborhood, you know, why not hang out? But I wouldn't say he's a great guy or a terrible guy, probably somewhere in the middle. He's reasonable enough. Thanks for the donation, even though.
Sv3rige Rumble exclusive video. My predictions 2025 to 20,230.
Should this military-grade zoom lens be illegal, this is the Starscope monocular, the most powerful pocket.
They thought we had given up on America.
Jesus. Let me just check. Why does Rumble... Oh, that's another ad.
Thought we had given up on freedom.
I want to make 2 predictions.
Dude, Rumble sucks. Holy fuck, dude. They literally allow scam ads to be played. That's bad. Okay, we'll look at that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Pooh. 21st Savage, $92. For those who left after Richard started playing an incredibly boring game last night, I stayed to spam donos of his favorite person's name. He was acting like a massive bitch cuck. I got lots of donos through that. He couldn't skip because he was in game, lol. Yes, thank you, dipshit. Appreciate the donation, jackass.
These aged really good, haha, fuck Trump and MAGA.
I've been now around long. You know, I think of myself as a young guy, but I'm not so young anymore. And I've been around for a long time. And it just seems that the economy does better under the Democrats than the Republicans. Now, it shouldn't be that way. But if you go back, I mean, it just seems that the economy does better under the Democrats than the Republicans.
This is like almost universally true cross-culturally. Like, left-wing liberals are better economic planners compared to, like, right-wing conservatives, you know, Republican types. This is pretty much cross-culturally. It's true in Australia, it's true in the UK, it's true in Canada, true in the US. In a lot of cases, it's been true in South America as well. The only exceptions are when you look at the very, very far left, so like communism. But even then, communist regimes are sometimes better than like right-wing authoritarian regimes. And a lot of right-wing authoritarian regimes really just kind of, in a sense, end up becoming communist anyway, sort of like, you know, Nazi Germany. It's just that they tried to make a system where wealth was concentrated to a certain ethnic ruling class, aside, like, rather than just, you know, whoever's in government.
Certainly did well under Clinton, but I wouldn't suggest it was so great under Jimmy Carter.
That's true. That's
if
true.
you remember
That's
the interest
true.
rates.
No, I know. It's Jimmy Carter was not in the same thing, but certainly we had some very good economies under Democrats as well as Republicans. But we've had some pretty bad disaster under the Republicans.
Yeah. Should have taken his own advice.
You see, at first, when someone says, let's impose tariffs on foreign imports, it looks like they're doing the patriotic thing by protecting American products and jobs. And sometimes for a short while it works, but only for a short time. What eventually occurs is, first, homegrown industries start relying on government protection in the form of high tariffs. They stop competing and stop making the innovative management and technological changes they need to succeed in world markets. And then, while all this is going on, something even worse occurs. High tariffs inevitably lead to retaliation by foreign countries and the triggering of fierce trade wars. The result is more and more tariffs, higher and higher trade barriers, and less competition. So soon, because...
Well, yeah. That's one of the reasons why the Great Recession happened. Why is the Liberal Party winning in the polls against conservatives? It's just because of anti-Trump... Wouldn't call it hysteria, but it's just because of anti-Trump sentiment. For some reason, there's this perception that the Conservative Party in Canada are similar to Trump Republicans, and there's like this nationalism kind of thing going on where Liberal Party will protect Canadian national interests more than, but this is just polling data. I have a suspicion this polling data is like rigged in some way, because everything Polyev has said about, Trump's attack on Canada it is not sympathetic in the slightest. We've already had 10 years of liberal leadership, so the idea that everyone was fully, completely, and utterly sick of the Liberal Party, and then suddenly you have Mark Carney come in after, Trump's horseshit, and he's no different than Trudeau. This is a guy who was advising Trudeau through his administration. So the polling data might just reflect people's sentiments about Trump, not necessarily who they're going to vote for. So I think the polling data is probably just highly biased. If it is the case that people are going to vote Liberal, then hopefully that Liberals don't win, and if they do win, they get a minority government, because Jesus Christ, the Liberals are fucking terrible. Part 2 of her weight loss story, donated $2.
I went back to Vietnam to see...
Okay, I'll react to these in a minute. Great Gooning Debate of 2025. Okay, I'll watch those in a minute. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Eugenics will fix all of this. Don't forget, this wasn't formally overruled in the Supreme Court.
Huh. Well, that's good. Glad we could always reconsider eugenics. Thanks for the donation, retard. Jania donated $3. Let me see.
Leave us alone for f***ing fish, will ya?
Yeah, mate, what I'm going to say is you leave us alone.
We have a choice to fucking hunt our own food, which is what we're doing.
You do have a choice, and I'm saying that the animals do not have a choice. Okay. Now, if you're taking the choice away from this fish, you're suffocating them. You're literally torturing them, mate.
Actually, what we're fucking doing is feeding them.
How are you feeding them? You're literally suffocating and ripping them out of the ocean.
Notice how there's a dead fish on here that they're going to eat?
Okay, so you think they're going to eat it once you've ripped them out of the ocean?
No, they'll be too dead to eat it.
No,
so
right.
let's just rip
you're
them out
torturing
the fucking ocean.
Would you, so, mate, you sound like you're just down for it. So you're going to come to the annual dog choking event?
Fuck off.
What's the issue? Mate, so you wouldn't do it to a dog either? You see the point?
I see the point and I reject the point.
Why do you reject it?
We are culturally, we are morally superior to animals. We have the choice where if you want to be a vegan and you can go ahead and...
Yeah, but you do have a choice, and you're taking the choice away. If you wouldn't torture a dog, don't torture a fish.
Yeah, well,
it's that simple, mate.
The Balinese love dogs.
You've had dogs?
I said the Balinese
Have
love Dog?
Yeah, I'm saying have you.
No, fuck off.
Would you choke a dog?
No, but I'd fucking choke a human. That's for fucking sure.
So you wouldn't choke a dog. You're happy
So
to
leave
choke
us
a
alone
fish.
for fucking fish, will ya?
Yeah,
Fucking
mate.
off.
What I'm going to say is you should leave the fish
Fuck
alone.
off.
The fish want to live just as much as dogs do. If you wouldn't suffocate and torture a dog, don't suffocate and torture fish. It's quite a simple concept, mate. Yeah, mate. Grow a brain cell. Grow a brain cell.
Dude, Australians are a special kind of retard. That was just so stupid. Oh, that was good.
See my family this summer, and my mom fed me so much good food that I gained 5 kilograms after 3 weeks. It's not that visible, but none of my
3 weeks, 5 kilograms, so 10 pounds. Or a little over 10 pounds. That's probably just from an increase in water weight or something. The likelihood of somebody gaining 10 pounds in 3 weeks just from their mom feeding them a bit more, that's a lot of weight gain. That would be... Fuck. 10 pounds, 3 weeks, that's about, what, 3.5 pounds per week? So that would have to be a 3,500 times 3.5, 12,000 calorie surplus per week. And yeah, eating yeah, that sounds incredibly unlikely. So she probably didn't gain, 10 pounds in 3 weeks, like 10 pounds of fat.
jeans fit anymore. And my first thought was, oh no, I need to buy new jeans now. And that's when it hit me. I am no longer obsessed with my weight. When
That's
the
a
same thing
huge
happened years
surplus.
ago, I was so ashamed and scared. I stopped eating until I fit in the jeans again. It was never about health. At least for me, it was about being as slim as possible so that I could fit into our beauty standard. I spent my early 20s being afraid of people making fun of me for how much I weighed, and I was even underweight at
She is very clearly not underweight. She's at a healthy body weight.
that time. That's why this is a big deal, and I'm so happy for myself.
That is pure cope, dude. Man, I know there are dudes that are grossed out by periods. I don't give a shit. Like, whatever.
There are lots of tangible benefits available to people through. Now, I'm not saying it's everybody, but I'm just saying we villainize this thing when there should be nuance.
I don't care if I embarrass myself on front of everyone, but like, so I discovered through porn that there's an action called like sex wrestling. So you're wrestling with your partner and then it leads to sex, and you're wrestling in a very sexual way. I don't do that like every time I have sex, but it's something that was cool that I learned through porn. Like, it's about exploring sexuality as well as like being a way for some people to vent.
So I think porn, like objectively, yeah, probably bad for your brain and things of that nature. However, there are obviously people benefiting from it, like the, people consensually involved. Prostitution is one of the oldest jobs in the world, if not the own. And I'm very on the, that's the strange thing, because with conservatism, we want more power to our people, right? We don't want governance. So the ability for people to make their own decisions to, be in pornography. And then in terms of consuming it, yeah, like my boy said, you can't learn some shit, man. How you gonna learn how to eat a chili ring like properly when you're not watching Not Munchbox, bro. You guys crazy. And then also, there is a good release. Because some of us, you know, there's a whole spectrum of sexual desires. You know, some guys are cool being, you know, Mr. One and Done. But, like, bro, if I'm not nutting, you know, it could get crazy, bro. Who knows?
I think a lot of you guys are talking about the outside. I'm talking about inside the relationship, the porn you made.
Okay.
That sounded retarded.
Avi is such a retard. Yeah, Trump is so anti-terrorism, that's why he and Musk help Erdogan, Turkish Islamist Sunni dictator, putting secular opposition and fucking students and journalists in prison with no reason because the judges are all his. Fuck MAGA.
Well, yeah, they're massive hypocrites, and Trump also helped to empower the Taliban, and he made pulling the troops out of Afghanistan that much more difficult because of Trump policies. So all he did was empower the Taliban, let them get away with whatever the fuck they wanted. And yeah, this, again, either they will make a claim and virtue signal, and that's not actually what they're interested in, or they have an interest in accomplishing some objective, but they're so stupid and incompetent they can't do it, and they end up doing the exact opposite of what they want. Thanks for the donation, Leo.
Spec King of Nazis VG YouTube takes down comments calling Hamas a terrorist organization.
That's probably not YouTube doing it. If I had to guess, it's likely, just YouTube content creators moderating their own platform. It's either that or YouTube, filters out the term terrorist, period. They might also filter out terms like Nazi, and there's no political bias involved. That's what I would have to guess, because YouTube's being relatively politically neutral. I would actually say extremely politically neutral. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
What do you think about AI art, like the new ChatGPT engine that can turn any photo into nearly any style of art very good and accurately? Are you a melodramatic normie that gets irrationally angry about it? Or do you embrace the brave new world?
I see it as neither a good or bad thing. If anything, I'd probably lean towards good, because any kind of technological advancement is good. It's just how you use it. There's a lot of technologies that have gotten rid of businesses and crap like that. Like, look what the internet and everything has done to libraries. So it's just progress. Things change due to progress, and some people bitch about it. Some people benefit from it. That's just kind of the way it is, but overall it's a good thing. The big issue with the advancement of AI is it is very likely going to be used to create a system of techno-feudalism. This was warned about by Hideo Kojima in Metal Gear Solid 2, where these AI systems were being used to basically commit a totalitarian rule over humanity. And that's likely how they're going to be used. Again, there are massive, big, multi-billion-dollar corporations that are at the head of this. They have several trillion in market cap. They're they're very likely not going to use these systems for genuine humanitarian interests. They're going to use these kinds of systems in the interest of just getting more wealth and power. That's where the big risk is. But as far as the technology itself, I don't see anything bad with it. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
I hope not, otherwise I am forced to be alive that YouTube supports anti-Semitism.
I can pretty much guarantee you YouTube does not support anti-Semitism. They're very politically neutral. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Hold an emergency hearing on whether Trump's top national security officials violated federal law by using a Signal group chat to discuss U.S. attack plans in Yemen. Now, the administration is being accused of flouting federal record-keeping laws by using the texting app that can be set to automatically delete messages.
Scrutiny over the Signal chat incident is also intensifying on Capitol Hill, with the top Republican and Democrat on a key committee now officially requesting an inspector general probe into what happened. And we now have some brand new CNN reporting on Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth facing doubts about his leadership from inside the Pentagon and in wider national security circles. Let's begin there with CNN special correspondent Jamie Gangel. Jamie, tell us what you're learning.
So, look, there were a lot of questions about Pete Hegseth when he was nominated. There was a lot of concern about his experience and his background. What we are hearing from inside the Pentagon, outside the Pentagon, national security officials, they're really raising greater and greater concern about his judgment, his demeanor, and his experience. And this Signal chat really is amplifying that, because even though National Security Advisor Mike Waltz set it up, the most startling things, and I really recommend people go to CNN.com and read the texts, we have them up there, came from Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. And the details are highly sensitive. At one point, he writes, "This is when the first bombs will drop." So senior, intelligence and military officials are just pointing out again and again, writing things like this on a platform that is not secure is it's the cardinal rule at the Pentagon. You would never put this out before a combat operation. One quote from a former very senior intelligence official, quote, "The egregious actor here is Hegseth. He's in the bullseye now because he puts all this out on a Signal chat." The word that keeps coming up over and over again is amateur.
And this, those texts came hours before this operation actually was carried out in Yemen. And look, throughout all of this, Secretary Hegseth hasn't been hiding. He's been out and about. He's put out many public statements defending the actions of what happened in the Signal group. He seems to be projecting confidence through this.
Yes, he is certainly like President Donald Trump. He is forceful. But the reality is that if you think about former secretaries of defense and the normal process you go through, the deliberation, being forceful and doubling down on these things is not what these sources say makes a great Secretary of Defense. Sources called it reckless, hubris to put this kind of information on a Signal text chain. One said, quote, "He's a TV personality. A general officer makes a recommendation and he's like, yeah, go do it." Former Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin would never be like, yeah, go do it. He'd be like, "We'll take it under consideration." Very different person.
Plus Erdogan is literally bombing secular Kurds who fight ISIS and is helping Hamas. Turkish news are all Hamas propaganda, and we have here Moscow and Trump endorsing this fascist Muslim jihadi. What say this excuse now? He simply got played.
I don't know what Avi's position on that. Like, I would assume he would say, yeah, it's bad. But, I think his pushback would be his policies in Israel are certainly better than the Biden administration, and he might say the Biden administration would do largely the same things. So he's just picking the better of two options, but yeah. I think Trump is on the net a force for evil, whereas on the net, the Democrats are a force for good. Thanks for the donation, though, Leo. Dodo, $22. I think that Vietnamese lady is the Vietnamese version of Jasmine. She probably also had a boyfriend that wouldn't tell her to lose weight, like you never told Jasmine to lose weight. So she got too comfortable with it. Telling somebody to lose weight is not going to make them lose weight. So I encouraged her to lose weight, but I didn't demand her to lose weight. Vietnam girl looks like Jasmine, though, for real. Not really. Jasmine did lose weight. So. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Personalities from not just Lloyd Austin, but going back and looking at other Secretary of Defenses, we've never seen anything quite like it.
Yeah, more serious demeanor is what you would expect. Jamie, thank you for the great insights. We really appreciate it. And with us now is retired Naval Commander Kirk Lippold. He was the commanding officer of the USS Cole when it was bombed while it was docked just off the coast of Yemen. He also wrote the book Front Burner, Al-Qaeda's Attack on the USS Cole. And it's so great, Commander, to have you here because you've heard there's so much rhetoric going on about what has happened here, but it's not academic for you, the safety and the lives of American troops. So I'm very curious from your perspective, as someone who's been through what you've been through, what concerns you most about the signal chat when it comes to protecting service members?
I think, Brianna, the number one thing we have.
You sure about that, VG? I mean that anti-Semite who was on Perez Morgan interview with the Conservative twins was up on YouTube for at least 5 days.
Did they take that video down? So again, that... I'm surprised they wouldn't have taken that video down, like, almost immediately. They were literally saying, like, Hitler had good ideas and he was right about Jews and shit. That was just fucking nuts. So yeah, it looks like they might have taken that video down.
Oh my lord.
That's not an example of YouTube having a bias. If anything, it shows YouTube has a bias against anti-Semitism because there's many, many videos on YouTube defending Israel that have never gotten taken down, but those videos against Israel have gotten taken down. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
You have to look at is this was a clear violation of operational security. And while many in the administration and throughout those that participated in the group chat, whether it was the director of the CIA, the National Security Advisor, Secretary of Defense Hegseth, all of them argued that nothing classified was put out there. That may be true in a point of fact. However, like anything else dealing with operational security, loose lips sink ships. And while each individual piece may not have been classified, the aggregate of what was put together and discussed on that chat in its whole would probably be classified and at a very high level.
Explain that, because I think people, they have a hard time with this. You know, like, is classified on a piece of paper stamped top secret? Is it information that would be in something that is stamped top secret and then that information is then put in another channel? It's a hard thing, I think, for folks to understand.
I think what a lot of Americans would need to understand is that intelligence created means that we ask people around the world to provide information to us, that we then we get data. And
I shove Sharpies up my ass without the cap so I can color my insides black because that's how bad I need a big black dick to massage my ass.
Alright, thanks for letting us know. Appreciate the donation, Poppy Mango is a fag.
And from that data, we analyze it. And when we analyze it, we synthesize it, put it together. That's what creates intelligence. How we get that, what they call the sources and methods, all those put together determine the level of classification from confidential up to top secret and then beyond that into compartmented information. When you pull all that together, and while those little individual pieces may not seem classified, over time, that's what allows our enemies to build out an understanding of how we put together a strike plan, how we put together a war plan. All those things together are what, if leaked, could endanger U.S. troops, Navy ships, etc.
I think in this modern day, we've become so used to the convenience of having a device in our hands, right? But when it comes to handling sensitive or classified information, there are other considerations besides convenience. And that sometimes means you need to be in a secure place. You need to be on something a little more clunky. Did this need to happen in something that was such a convenient way, but maybe insecure way? Did these folks need to be getting that information exactly when they got it?
I think they may have needed to get it when they got it. How they got it was absolutely wrong. I mean, clearly using something like Signal, and I don't care whether a previous administration or this administration has authorized its use. At the end of the day, clearly there's an issue with the Federal Records Act because Signal does not preserve those conversations. The question you have to go back and look at now, and I think an investigation is going to still unearth some of the facts, is was there a system in the U.S. government that was authorized for those kinds of discussions that could have been used? Did any of those people, while they may be high-level appointees, did they get an operational security brief once they were confirmed by the Senate? Assumed their position and started working? Did they really understand what was available to them, where it was available, and how, rather than doing that meeting via something via text on a handheld and doing it somewhere, should have been done in their office or in a facility that could have handled those conversations securely, preserve the records about it, even if it were classified, and then be able to let the American people know this is how this administration is working to safeguard U.S. national security interests around the world.
This isn't just about Yemen or the Houthis, right? This is about other foreign actors, foreign adversaries, even terrorist groups who may be looking at how these top officials conduct themselves. What do you think they've taken away deviate from how they've been communicating that is of interest to American foes?
I think the main thing they're going to watch is how we do business, because how you handle classified information, how you run your daily routine, how your discussions go on a phone, which we know they try to attack, how we do things on unclassified networks, all those little things put together, oftentimes they'll insert themselves, as we know in the cyber world, they insert.
Why has everyone become a conspiracy theorist? It can't be. IQ people were always stupid. The last decade after 2010, everyone just dismisses everything as conspiracy. Oh, YouTube is banning anti-Israel video. That means they are true. It's the Joss.
It's just how stupid people think. So stupid people just tend to have that line of thinking. So yeah, there's just a lot of dumbasses. Thanks for the donation, Wilson.
Themselves and do nothing. They sit and watch and listen and learn. And I think what this is teaching us is that we cannot afford to use unclassified networks that may be secure. Maybe that entire conversation got dumped and nobody's ever going to know about it. That's not the point. The point is it was outside of a system that is normally certified by the National Security Agency as being secure enough to handle unclassified through top secret compartmented information discussions. And that's where this group should have held those talks.
Might be a great house. The foundation has to be solid, right? Or it doesn't matter.
Predictions for the next 5 years, seeing as there's the Agenda 2030. It's not as if I believe that this is going to help anybody in the end. I just want to share my thoughts about what's going on right now. It's clear that we are heading into this one direction. The predictions themselves are more so just for fun. Whatever is going to happen is going to happen, whenever it's going to happen. The first one could easily happen in the next 5 years. The second one, maybe more so in the next decades, but both are still possible in the next 5 years. My first prediction is that they are going to ban meat, more so restrict all animal products, and that's because once the animals are gone, obviously the dairy and the eggs will also be gone. As you can see, they are telling you that meat is bad for the climate because the climate is changing. It's also bad for your health. There's cholesterol in meat. Your cells are made out of cholesterol, but that doesn't matter. As long as you eat meat, you're eating something that's bad for you, which is already inside of you, meaning that you are bad for yourself.
Dude, this guy is such a fucking insane dumbass. Like, outrageously fucking stupid.
Remember that retard and as shuck you made a response vid about 36 eggs per day being healthy? Well, he is at it again with his retardation.
This guy is a lying, dishonest sophist. I explained in detail why everything he said was wrong. He watched the video, just said he disagreed. And then when I challenged him to a debate, he's like, no, I actually have it would be a waste of time. I'm just interested in helping people. So he knows he's wrong. He knows he's full of shit, and he's just promoting this nonsense because he's a fucking lying sophist ideologue.
The secret for putting on serious mass is high quality dairy.
Yeah, no, I definitely don't want to know your secret to putting on mass, because there is no secret. All right. And if there was, it certainly wouldn't be dairy. The key components to putting on muscle mass are one, being in a caloric overture, namely with enough protein so your body has a steady stream of amino acids to pull from for musculature. That in conjunction with the appropriate resistance training routine. The cool thing is you can get everything you need from plant-based protein sources to build muscle, gain strength, and thrive as a whole, all without the negative effects of consuming dairy. For example, the carcinogens, the cholesterol, the cruelty, the estrogen, and the allotted amount of pus and blood that comes along with every batch of dairy you consume. So the real secret here is there is no secret. Don't buy into this BS.
Yeah. Well, Tanner's a retarded dickhead. I'll follow this guy. Seems pretty based. Damn, dude, that guy's back is crazy. Trap's looking good. Yeah, Tanner's a fucking dickhead. Can't stand him. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
It doesn't make any sense, obviously, because it's ridiculous.
Yeah, so let's see. we are made out of carbon. Gasoline is made out of carbon. Therefore, we are gasoline, and eating gasoline is good for you because we're both made out of carbon. So, if anybody tells you you shouldn't drink gasoline, they're basically telling you you shouldn't drink yourself. Just retarded.
Ridiculous. This is already in the back of your mind, and once they will come out with their plan to eliminate these animals, most people will agree to that because of what I just mentioned. And of course, there's also another reason, and now we get to my prediction. They, of course, created Corona because of obvious reasons. I already made videos about it, and now people are sick of what happened. They don't want it to happen again. You had the lockdowns, all kinds of restrictions. You couldn't enjoy your life as much as you can as a slave. And then, of course, you had the vaccines, and who even trusts them anymore? And they know this, which is why I believe that the main reason Corona was created, which was all in your head, of course, is because the end goal is to kill millions of animals. That was actually the whole purpose of it. And what they will do is come out with another pandemic. Bill Gates and all of those fuckers talked about another pandemic. Maybe it will be something else. Some kind of disease, some kind of reason to kill millions of animals. Maybe some bacteria, virus. They will come up with
Bacteria and viruses are two different things. There's no such thing as a bacteria virus.
something, and then they will say it's about to all start again. Lockdowns, vaccines, and as I said, they know that people wouldn't accept it anymore, which is why they will say, oh wait, the animals actually are the ones that are really sick. As long as we kill millions of animals, the cows, sheep, chickens, you guys actually don't need to get vaccinated. There won't be a lockdown as long as you agree to this. And seeing as I said, people already have this in the back of their heads. Meat is kind of bad for you anyway, especially red meat. Fuck it. I don't want this to happen again. Let's agree to it. Kill off all of the animals. I really believe that the end goal of all of this is to kill the animals, and this is exactly why they created all of the fake milk products, fake cheeses, the fake eggs even, and of course the fake meat. You've got the Impossible Burgers, Beyond Meat, lab-grown meat, which is coming out right now, and then of course you have the insect burgers and the insect powders, worms, grasshoppers, which are put into your bread and everywhere you can imagine. They are getting you used to it. That's why in kindergartens right now, in Europe at least, probably in a lot of other countries also, to me the European Union is one big country, they teach the children that worms are your future. That's what you're gonna eat. And people don't eat insects voluntarily. They used to do that when there was famine. Most of them are toxic for us. Some of them are edible. But again, you would only do that if there was no other food. And
This is the guy who says we should eat a natural diet. The idea that early hominids would be opposed to eating insects is just retarded. So, no, eating insects would be natural under his worldview. No particular reason why insects bad, meat good. They are animals. So that seems to be in conflict with his naturalism kind of viewpoint.
Once the animal products will be for the most part gone, then that will be exactly the case. And that's why they created all of these commercials showing family shopping on Christmas. And then the mother...
This was my childhood game and the first I ever played at PS1. Old games just hit different after years. Great.
Oh, Spider-Man. I've heard the Spider-Man PS1 game was good. I've never played it. They had a version for the N64. I never ended up getting it and playing it.
Spider sense tingling. What's going on here?
I remember I enjoyed the Spider-Man movie game for PS2 and GameCube, but never played the PS1 or N64 game. I did play Spider-Man and Venom Maximum Carnage on Sega Genesis, and I recall liking that game. Spider-Man killed a guy.
Oh, police choppers. I'm already at full health.
Alright, well, thanks for the donation, Leo.
Goatis is such a creep and a moron as well.
Yeah, he is. That is true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Says, yeah, we can buy the turkey once a year. It's time, guys, we can eat meat because it's going to be so rare and so expensive. This is simply them programming you to accept it in the future. This is going to happen. It just depends when. And because of the Agenda 2030, I'm predicting that something big is going to happen in the next 5 years to restrict animal products pretty severely. There's going to be a lot less, and they're going to be a lot more expensive, which is why they will tell you to use the alternatives, even though there are no alternatives to animal products. That's the first one. The second one is about the upcoming possible wars, specifically about Israel versus the Muslims. Maybe you have heard about this quote from Albert Pike. It was this high-ranking Freemason. There's no proof that this letter that he sent is actually real, but he said, and this was ages ago, before Israel was even created, and Israel is only not even 80 years old, that...
Oh shit, is he talking about the international Jew thing?
Israel and the Muslim countries, and of course that includes the allies of Israel, the European Union, the US, they will all fight the Muslims and they will mutually destroy each other. And before I talk about my prediction, I need to sum up why they even created Israel. What's even going on with this whole war right now?
That idea is retarded. Isn't it the case the only Muslim country that has nuclear weapons is Pakistan? Does any other Muslim country have nukes? I don't think so, because Iraq doesn't have nukes, Iran doesn't have nukes, even though they're trying to develop them. Afghanistan sure as hell doesn't have nukes. I'm pretty sure Saudi Arabia doesn't have nukes. It's just Pakistan, right?
Israel was created by the same people who created the US, the Freemasons and other secret societies. It's the same people behind the European Union also. And the reason they created it is to start this war. That's the whole purpose. That's why Albert Pike said that they will mutually destroy each other, because Israel is also supposed to be destroyed. It's pretty interesting because you've got these Ashkenazi Jews, for the most part, who moved there. They don't even belong there.
Most Jews in Israel are not Ashkenazi Jews.
That's why DNA tests are restricted in Israel. They're not banned.
DNA tests are restricted in Israel due to medical privacy laws. Those same medical privacy laws exist in most countries. Canada has the same laws. Europe has the same laws. The UK has the same laws. So it's due to medical privacy. You can't just get somebody's DNA and get a test done. You have to get some kind of permission from the actual party.
But it's very hard to do them. There have been people who have done them, who believe that they belong there, and then they found out.
It is not hard to get DNA tests. So 23andMe is one of the tests you can get. Anybody can order these tests and get them done. It's just medical privacy prevents you from taking somebody else's DNA and getting it tested. You can test your own DNA just fine.
Out that DNA-wise, they come from Europe, of course. It's these people who...
Vladimir donated $2. I recently became friends with this autistic dude who I thought was cool at first, but he got weird, smart as fuck for his age, but he will do weird shit like sleep on the floor, randomly and cop an attitude if you ignore his messages. Nigga pissing me off now. Well, he's either developing mental health issues or he's just a jackass. But either way, I just avoid him. Thanks for the donation, Vladimir.
Who mostly simply follow the religion of Judaism, but they are mostly European. Also a lot of hybrids. Yeah, there's a lot of mixtures of Arabs. The point is that most people who live in Israel right now don't belong there. You can argue about the other ones. I'm not here to do that. That's why the real Jews don't even support Israel or what's going on there, especially because they're killing off.
There's only a small cult of Jews that do not support Israel, and I think worldwide there's only like 200 members or something.
The Palestinians, and bloodline-wise, those are the closest ones to the holy people and to Jesus. They are, of course, going to attack other parts of Palestine eventually, and most likely also other countries. They already did, actually, Lebanon, as an example, and really through ISIS, which is just the Israeli secret intelligence service. They attacked lots of other Muslim countries. And nobody ever wonders why Israel's never attacked. Yes, ISIS.
Israel is attacked all the time, constantly. What the fuck is he talking about?
A Muslim terrorist organization only attacks other Muslims, but never the actual enemy. And people are just so fucking dumb. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, you're telling me, buddy. What an idiot.
The point is simply that they created this country because they want these people to believe that they are the chosen ones. And they, of course, don't want to.
Request.
Let me take a look, Rusty. Oh, great. She wanna hop in a Rari. 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 I see the look in her eyes. She wanna hop in a ride. I said, are you ready to die? Said, are you ready to die? They telling me that I'm a bully. I'm anti-Semitic fully. They're saying I'm acting like Hitler. But how am I acting like Hitler? What am I, a fucking nigger? They telling me get off Twitter. I voted for Trump, not Biden. I know some niggas that went to that island. Why the fuck would you go to that island? What? To the dentist, get some nitrous. Went to the dentist, put in some diamonds. I did not ask them the broke niggas to chime in. They just don't understand me. I'm that nigga that's gonna urinate on Grammys. Rockin' swastikas cause all my niggas Nazis. Reading Mein Kampf 2 chapters before I go to sleep. She wanna hop in a Rari. 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 Alright, well, that was very retarded. You know, I hope Kanye West gets pneumonia and dies. I don't see any reason for him to, you know, exist. Thanks for the donation, though, Rusty Shackelford. Rainbot debate.
I'm arguing, Jake and I are arguing, no, don't advocate for women. Actually advocate against it. The ones who break through, fine. If you want to work that bad, great. But at least advocate for women to stay in the home, get married, have children for the next generation. That's going to be more fruitful than them acquiring debt and earning a badge and a cute card for the company they work for. But you're arguing, are you arguing one or the other in this position? I actually don't even know.
Well, it's kind of, well, you probably should know, because I've said it a number of times. I think part of the problem is now you're doing the Mott and Bailey thing again. So now you're saying
more meta.
is when
Please let her finish
other
uninterrupted.
fallacies. We've done it a number of times, right? It's okay. If you define feminism as women have debt and not kids, then that version of whatever you're calling feminism, I would agree, is not good. However, nobody defines feminism that way, right? I offered us a definition of feminism as empowering women, right?
And you couldn't
I
tell
think
me what
feminism-
empowering is.
Let her finish.
Well, you also couldn't tell me what empowering is.
It's not.
But I
I'm not
answered-
making the
Bob,
statement.
Pause, breathe. You can do it. I also answered the question, and I
She's
said
dumb.
empowerment is giving people choice, which is what Christ does for us. That's when we say that Christ has empowered us. It means that we have free will for salvation. We can choose Him
Yeah, she's dumb, dude.
or not.
Is
choose
Christ
Him.
a patriarchy?
What?
Is Christianity a patriarchy? You're referencing Christ
probably,
right now. Okay, so do you want a Christian nation then?
I don't believe that Christianity should be blended with politics. No.
Oh, so you don't think my Christian view should inform my view on, say, abortion? What are you talking about?
No, it should absolutely as a voter.
Oh, so
I
that's a
just don't think-
contradiction.
It's not a contradiction.
You
right?
just
There's a
contradicted
pretty-
yourself.
It's not a contradiction. I can outline why it's not a contradiction if you'd like.
So premise one, I don't think you should infuse your
want me to
theology into
outline why it's not a
politics.
contradiction?
Also, premise two, you should have your theology inform your view on politics.
Okay, so I know you really like wandering around because you really didn't like the GDP argument. So I will pick us back up because we need to go back to the.
All right, well, that's brain rot. Thanks for the donation, Rainbot debate.
Skip to 1637, a degenerate he Easter moose stick raw disgusting and got a tapeworm from it.
And for the sake of me eating a penis, for the first and last time ever in my life, please subscribe. God, stab at this. Sucks balls. And apparently, again, I just sprayed penis juice all over my room. Good day.
LA Beast is a dumb bitch. Thanks for the donation, broski.
Oh, and apparently he is an anti-Semite as well. Can he possibly stoop any lower?
I'm sure he can. I don't know if there's a limit to human degeneracy. So I'm sure he can. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
How funny is it that lefty Marxists share the same opinions as a child rapist cannibal who watches CP on Telegram? Ha 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 comedy gold.
Yeah, it says a lot. Thanks for the donation, forgot my namification.
Israel has constantly bombed Palestine, Lebanon, Syria, Iran, Sudan, and Yemen to expand their illegal colonies. And users wonder why Israel keeps getting attacked. Lol. I'm now convinced there's no such thing as a smart Zio. Fuck Israel.
So 1, Israel has not constantly bombed those countries. 2, they have not expanded their colonies. So Gaza and the West Bank was under control of Egypt and Jordan respectively, and after Israel went to war with Egypt and Jordan, they didn't expand their colonies into Gaza and West Bank. So what the fuck are you talking about? They also had control over the Sinai Peninsula in Egypt. They didn't take that over after they won the war with Egypt. Like, what you're saying is just fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, dumb fuck. Death of Rabbit donated $2. Let me see. That's great. Thanks for the donation, dude.
You speak very monotone, very characteristic of someone with autism. Are you sure you aren't autistic?
I don't know. Thanks for the donation, Goatism, or VG autism.
Them to realize where they actually come from. They simply
drilled it into their heads. The rest are animals.
Oh my god, what's with all these pro-Hamas defenders in T's stream?
I don't know, they're just retards. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
We should deceive them, act as if you're Christian, even though if you go to Israel, you're gonna be covered in spit. They're gonna throw shit at you, literally, because they hate Christians so much. But then
totally false.
The Drum family acts as if they are Christian, although not even really. They kind of already admit that they are Jews, but still they kind of...
This can't be real. This weight loss doctor is going viral.
That's how the skinny people of the world are skinny.
Kind of sometimes talk about Jesus, even though the Jews believe that Jesus is in hell, boiling in shit. Why not tell that to the American Christian population? No, that they don't want to say. Then you have all of these idiots.
I don't know. I'm not even sure if it's a common belief for Jews to believe in hell. I know like the first Israeli tribes believed in Sheol, and Sheol was not hell. It was just the afterlife. They didn't even have a concept of like divine judgment. So I do know some Jews who are practicing who don't believe in hell. I'm not even sure if they believe in hell.
It's worshipping these people, talking about Israel as if it's this great holy place. Yeah, just go to Israel as a Christian. You're gonna see they hate you more than they hate the Muslims, from what it seems like. Both sides hate each other a lot. My point is simply that they on purpose created this population which is supposed to be hated. You're supposed to hate Israel, and the other side is supposed to hate the Muslims. This is all on purpose because in the end they want to cause a huge war. And my prediction is that eventually, once people get really sick, it's just going to get worse and worse. Israel, on purpose, more so the people who control Israel, are going to attack a very holy place of the Muslims. My guess is the mosque in Jerusalem, what was it called? Al-Aqsa? Something like that. You know which one I mean. And it's of course also possible that Mecca would be attacked, but I don't think so. Distance-wise, it doesn't make much sense, and that would cause World War III on the same day, because everybody would be way too pissed off. But the mosque in Jerusalem would also cause...
My husband doesn't want me to send you money, but I love BBC.
Well, I think you're making the right decision. Thanks for the donation, VG. You have autism. Oh, hey, Gum Gum. Hey, Gum Gum. Come here, Gum Gum. Come here. Gum Gum. Gum Gum. Come sit on me. Hello, Gum Gum.
I believe it would be too much. And of course, one side believes that this land belongs to them, the other side believes that it belongs to them, and they created this country not even 80 years ago because they want these people to want to create the Holy Land, Zion, Great Israel, and then take over Lebanon, Iraq, Syria, Palestine, obviously. That's happening already. That's why I said it could still take decades, because it could be a very slow process. You've got parts of Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Egypt. They want these people to believe that they are above everybody else, and they want them to try to create this huge Israel. That's the whole purpose why it was created. But you got
again, Israel's...
Would you rather fuck Jasmine again, or the best trans pussy in the world?
I guess the best trans bussy in the world. Thanks for the donation, faggot.
You gotta understand that these people, in the end, are victims themselves. It's...
Yeah, so if you look at Israel's foreign policy decisions over the last, 80 years, they've never tried to expand, so this is just retarded.
The gay capital of the earth. It used to be the vegan capital. I don't know if it still is. And this population is not doing good. This population is probably the most brainwashed population on this earth. They believe that they are the chosen and
Yeah, right. Israel's the most brainwashed population on Earth, not fucking North Korea. Uh-huh.
the best ones on this earth. And as you can see in reality, they're the most mind-controlled, weakest, brainwashed people you have on this earth. And all of this being said, still, when you have such a mindset that you're that superior to other people, it's gonna trigger a lot of people. That's the whole problem. When you have such supremacy going on in your own country, eventually it's gonna explode, literally in this case, because you can't go through life. You can't live like this. Right now, most people are not aware of their mindset. And these are people.
Yeah, there's no such thing as like Muslim supremacy where they consider everyone outside of Islam to be an infidel or a kafir, right?
Who don't even belong there, but they believe that they own all of the land. It's all done on purpose. This whole thing is going exactly by plan, and it's.
This talk about Jews believing / not believing in heaven / hell reminded me of this lol.
You see anything? No. Hello? Kenny? God? Grandma? Don't tell me we haven't even reached the Cloud City yet. No Cloud City, not even the Giant. Heaven must still be a long way off. All right, look. I didn't want to have to say this, but I think maybe we're not seeing heaven because one of us doesn't believe in it enough. Huh? Heaven could be like the pixie fairies of Bubble Yum Forest. You only see them if you really believe in them. What? You know, maybe we're not seeing heaven because one of us is a J-O-O. What does me being a Jew have to do with anything? Because Jews don't believe in heaven. Yes, we do. Just not a Christian heaven. Right. Your idea of heaven is getting $5 off your matzo ball soup at Barney's Beanery by lying about a hair in it.
All right, well, thanks for the donation, Ben.
3 sit-ups or 3 dick strokes. Your choice, my master.
I'll do 3 dick strokes just so I don't have to get up. All right, let's see. 1, 2, 3. There you go. Thanks for the donation, Hunk.
It's working perfectly. Both sides hate each other. The hate is going to get even worse. And like I said, it's going to explode, literally, in the end. Anyway, my 2 predictions are, firstly, they are going to restrict meat very heavily. And again, that includes all animal products, because if the animal...
Alright, well that was very nice and stupid.
We should try Elon for high treason and sterilize his children.
Well, there's one kid that he has that we know we don't have to sterilize.
You give it out, in other words. Democratic Arizona Senator Mark Kelly posted on X about his trip to Ukraine to push for continuing to send U.S. weapons and support there, and you posted that he was a traitor. Well, why do that?
Well, I think somebody should care about the interests of the United States above the interests of another country. And if they don't...
So, anytime the U.S. gives weapons to another country, they're a traitor, and... Does he not realize the U.S. gives weapons to, like, practically every country on the planet? The U.S. Even supplies weapons to the Lebanese military. Like, almost every fucking country on Earth, the U.S. Either provides weapons free of charge or sells weapons. Like, it's almost every fucking country on the planet. It's only, like, some adversary countries where, you know, the U.S. doesn't do that. So, you know, you don't see weapons getting sold to Iran, but it's practically every country on the planet. So is every fucking politician a traitor according to him? Like, does he not understand that the interests, the political interests of other countries might align with the United States, and that's why we give them weapons? Musk is a retard. Like, he's a fascist, and he wants to support Putin, and that's why he said it.
They're a traitor.
Yeah, but he's a decorated veteran, a former astronaut, a sitting U.S. senator.
It doesn't mean it's okay for him to put the interests of another country above America.
Obviously, there are some Republicans who think supporting.
Yeah, so Musk, tell me why you have Tesla factories in China. Are you helping the interests of the United States and the American people by moving Tesla factories to China, you dipshit? Oh, I thought you were in support of Trump's plan to bring back American jobs. So why are you building factories in China? Don't you want to create American jobs? Do you want to make China more rich? Are you more interested in the well-being of the Chinese? Oh, you're a traitor? Go fuck yourself. Deport this motherfucker back to South Africa.
Ukraine is the right thing still, but there is a battle back and forth about how do you...
Elon Musk is not autistic. He's just a retard. He wants people to think he's autistic because autism has become cool for some reason. And there's like this idea that, oh, autistic people might be weird, but they're really intelligent. No, he's just a fucking retard. He calls himself autistic so that he can make up excuses for the stupid shit he says while still making people believe he's smart. But no, he's just a fucking retard.
I think it comes to an end.
Well, I think there will be a negotiated peace, and the thing that we should be concerned about...
How do you negotiate a peace with Russia, dumbass?
...is we should have empathy for the thousands of people that are dying every day in trenches.
Yeah, Elon Musk said, I really wish the Fox News would go harder on his ass, because he is such a dipshit. Yeah, right. I'm sure. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Lol, I just love that it's a fact how fucking retarded all Zeos are. It's just true. I've never met a single Zeo that is strong, attractive, intelligent, successful, funny, or charismatic. Fuck Zionism. Fuck all Zeos. Fuck you and fuck Israel, free Palestine.
Yeah, it's funny you say that when all these fucking retards like you are saying, oh, Jews run the government. Oh, Jews run every corporation. They run all the big banks. So they're stupid, but they're in positions of like crazy fucking power. A lot of Jews are celebrities. They're comedians. But somehow, oh, Jews are stupid. They're all stupid. They're unfunny, but they're all comedians. They're all bankers. They're all politicians. They all run huge corporations. They're all celebrities, like Gal Gadot or, oh my God, like every fucking comedian. Jewish. Right. That makes sense. Tell me one fucking smart Palestinian. Tell me one fucking Palestinian who was a great leader, who is intelligent, successful, any of these things. No, there aren't any fucking Palestinian inventions other than some fucking weapon to use to kill Jews. That's the only thing they've ever fucking invented. They strap bombs to themselves and then blow up fucking buses. That is what they have to contribute to human culture. Just murder. But Jews, Israel is a world leader in technology. What have Palestinians done? They've literally, like, Jews have actually given them things to help them grow an economy. They destroyed it all because they said it's dirty Jew technology, and all they've done is just start wars, blow up innocent people. That's it. But, oh, yeah, Jews are all stupid, unsuccessful losers. That's why they're the richest people in the world. That's why they're running all these countries. Because they're stupid, right? Oh. And the only fucking reason you see any fucking Palestinians with any wealth is because they stole it. All of these Hamas leaders, they're all living in Qatar. They're billionaires because they steal fucking aid money. So, yeah. Oh, Jews are all stupid, uncharismatic, unfunny. That's why they're the biggest celebrities, the most successful comedians, some of the richest people on earth. But yeah, Palestinians, oh, they're so brilliant. They invented a way to kill Jews by strapping a bomb to themselves and blowing up innocent people in a bus. Oh, wait, they invented falafels, right? Oh, okay, thank you. You're a fucking moron.
Yes, send him back to South Africa and make him live with the baboons there while we're at it.
Yes, I'm in favor of that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Maybe, possibly, perhaps, capture the flag later perchance.
No, we're not playing Capture the Flag. Thanks for the donation. Let me smell that hand, VG.
Okay, that's an Iron Cross. Folks, an Iron Cross is a gymnastics move that most of us can't do. And I'll tell you why most of us lifters can't do it. Bro, most Olympic weightlifters are damn near half retired by 26. Though I will say, to counter my own point, Jesus, Mike, what's wrong with you? With that
tall
pause.
This behemoth stands an imposing 186 centimeters tall.
Pause. Scott, I couldn't hear what that height measurement was because 1 inch. I'm 5, huge dude, and also his shape is kind of freaky. Scott, we'll get to see these lifts again, yeah? Like,
yes.
Okay, great, because there's lots to criticize here already. Did I say criticize? And Russian people are dope. They have mega vibes, and if you think you're strong, there's a good reason to think that, like, someone in Russia who's probably she's like a club that scares the
dude, he just blabs.
Living Scott, does that freak you out? That instability at the top bench press thing?
Yeah, with that much weight.
It's a lot of responsibility for my man Yuri over there spotting him. 305 kg, 672 pound raw bench press. Okay, so kind of like a touch and bounce. Soft lockout, nope, hard lockout, pretty good. Some interesting equipment. I would say this converts to like a competition raw bench of around 600 pounds, maybe a little bit more. I mean, like, you guys, the number of people that bench 600 pounds raw ever is like, I don't know, like order magnitude, like.
It's like 5 or 6.
Hundreds? Less than 100 maybe? Maybe a little bit more? It's just unbelievable.
I don't even think it's in the hundreds. Number of people who have benched over 600 raw. 77 according to our database. Yeah, it's very, very few people.
Unbelievable strength. I mean, you have 25-inch arms, some shit makes sense, but his chest is also grotesque. This is just absolutely wild stuff. Wild stuff. And, right, he touched his chest and everything. He's got, like, I think knee wraps on his elbows, which you would be like, dude, why would you do that? Because his arms are literally the size of a muscular person's legs. And I know people say that as like, oh, just like a comedic exaggeration. Like, I'm not exaggerating. And how many of you guys watching, me included, can even squat 600 pounds to depth? Well, very few, except for you. That's right, you watching, you're the man. 700 for reps, I know you. No, keep it up, big dog. But you'd be like, oh my God, like, have a row machine, a gigantic Russian man with gorilla arms, 210 kilograms on the row machine, one arm at a time, and a woman of reproductive age. Scott, what level of rude, a 1 to 10, do you consider it when someone's sitting on the machine? Let's pull farther in.
Just blabs constantly.
Good God.
Yeah, that's strong. Rip DMX $22. Best advice to not be depressed when money cars lose their value. Fuck you. Be happy would be my best advice. Put things in perspective and just choose to be happy. Thanks for the donation, Rip DMX.
Eccentric control on the way down. Wild. Good stretch at the bottling thing. Using and all high grips. There's no real woman here, just me doing the fun, right? Reverse curls with 330 pounds. Wow. I will say, like, just that screen cap right there, the morphology of his arm is wacky. The roundness, fullness, and peak of the bicep. He weighs 330, except he has clearly separated delts.
Bend over, donate $2. Let me see. Oh my god. Oh.
Hi.
Oh, poor kitty. You gotta give him cuddles too.
Babies. Bueno.
Oh.
Ahí toma. Akin siya. Akin siya.
Love you, Sky. Let's go get you some treats. Hey.
Baby one. Hi.
Gross. Ew, baby.
More concentrated brain rot.
Let me see.
It's the people pushing the propaganda that caused that guy to do it. Those are the real villains here. And we're going to go after them. And the president's made it clear, we're going to go after them. The ones providing the money, the ones pushing the lies and propaganda, we're going after them.
Oh, what a dumbass, dude. Like, everything he does is just antithetical to his goals. It's just making people hate him more. Like, yeah, get people to fucking buy Teslas and buy into your stupid stock by threatening them. Okay, dude, we're really scared of you. Go fuck yourself.
Or is it going to be used going forward? Are you aware of it?
I think Signal's a very safe way to communicate. I don't think foreign adversaries are able to hack Signal, as far as I know.
And maybe people just have to keep an eye on their contact.
What a dumbass. Yep, U.S. intelligence community begs to differ. These people are just useless. Thanks for the donation, retard. Oh, don't scare the kitty. Oh. Those are nice cats. Oh. Those are nice cats. Very nice. Oh. Look at that cat. Oh my goodness, I'd want to take him home. Oh, what a special kitty. Look at him. Oh my god. Wow. They're little owl babies. They don't know what the hell that is. Oh my god. Wow. They're confused. Oh, that's amazing. Oh my god. Those are nice owl babies. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Palestinians have FauciTube and DJ Khaled. There I just gave you someone. Such brilliant people. LMFAO. Oh. And Layla Khaled. A powerful Palestinian feminist terrorists.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, Palestinians clearly a superior culture. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. Reverse Penis Curls donated $2. Bernie's an idiot.
People don't know this. Joe, we're the only major country on earth not to legalize gambling for minors. In every other developed country, a 7th grader can get their braces out, walk into a casino, and put their parents' money on red. It's about equal opportunity for everyone, whether it's your first parlay or your 50th. Gambling is a basic human right, Joe. Many people don't know.
Oh, that's good.
Eat! I'm broke, nigga! I'm broke! And you got the power to change that, Kev. Nobody else. You. I can't eat!
Jesus Christ. Eat now, pay later plan. That's terrifying. They know exactly what they're doing. They can put people on payment plans where they're forever going to be in debt.
You want to cook crystal meth?
Alright, thanks for the donation, Reverse Penis Curls.
By the way, Elon was talking about the guy that drove into a bunch of Tesla protesters couple weeks ago. He was blaming it on people quote-unquote pushing lies about Tesla. Incredible stuff.
There are literally no lies about Tesla being spread. Elon Musk is a Nazi. Their cars are fucking terrible. They have some of the worst technology in the car industry. They have, I think they may have the worst reliability record of any car manufacturer in the entire industry. They're overpriced. Every other competitor has better options. And, yeah, the Cybertruck, I mean, everyone knows that thing is just garbage, and it's a complete scam. It's rated for, like, what, 11,000 pounds towing, and if you actually use it for towing, you're literally going to break it? Fuck Elon Musk, dude. Thanks for the donation, retard. Demon Cunt donated $2. Hypothetical. If God showed himself to you physically, would that be enough for you to change your mind on his existence? Well, yeah, I mean, assuming God's all-powerful, he could just convince me of his existence, since he has more power than me. So, yes, if God convinced me of his existence, I'd be convinced of his existence. Also, what would you say to him, and would religion would you join if he didn't explicitly say who he was? I wouldn't join any religion. So, what would I say to God? Why are you an incompetent retard, and why can I do my job, your job better than you can? That's probably what I'd ask him. Again, assuming God is all-powerful, I would absolutely be able to do his job better than he can. Thanks for the donation, Demon Cunt.
Biceps and biceps, the tricep puffiness, the form. Also, Scott, you notice, look at the size of that mitt on his fudging hand.
Yeah.
He would fudge you into 100 pieces if he... Interested men with also high testosterone on cellular telephones? Yeah, fudge of God. Scott, how's the fudge color plate? Blue and yellow should mean XX and all that other stuff. Oh my lord. Okay, that's an Iron Cross. Folks, an Iron Cross is a gymnastics move that most
I don't know if you could technically consider that to be an Iron Cross. Because he's using it on cables that are going diagonally, which would make it easier to do. So I don't know if that would technically be an Iron Cross. Like, I might even be able to do that. I know I can't do an Iron Cross on actual rings, but if you're using it on a cable that's going diagonally, I might be able to do that.
Most of us can't do. And I'll tell you why most of us lifters can't do it. I don't have a reason. If I was talking to an advanced AI like ChatGPT, okay, it's just not for you. He wants to get a great tricep workout. And unfortunately,
Dude, I don't know how the fuck people say dips are primarily a tricep movement. I only ever really get a chest pump from doing dips.
Probably in Russia does not have access to sure. Everyone.
Wow, Mike's videos are terrible. He's not actually giving any commentary. He just makes a bunch of stupid jokes and is like, wow, that's a lot of weight. He's gotten dumber. Like, noticeably much dumber compared to a year or two ago. Yeah, the steroids are definitely wrecking his fucking brain. Oh, looks like a stream went.
I have these 18 gauge, syringe tips, and I could use these at home to do like fucking therapeutic bloodletting, but I just decided, hey, why don't I do something useful with my blood and just go and donate it? How come I'm back on YouTube?
I'm assuming he's talking about polycythemia from TRT.
Because PeerTube just didn't have I couldn't monetize my stuff as easily, and an embarrassingly low number of people actually ended up signing up for it. And then we have more text. Needs no assistance getting fucking clapped. He claps himself. And I've actually streamed since the new. When you go on TRT, you just produce a lot of red blood cells, which makes your hematocrit. Like, hematocrit is a measurement of, like, red blood.
LOL. Gal Gadot is a terrorist, Zio dumb bitch, and a war criminal who should be deported. She is being paid to spread Zionist propaganda for the IOF and isn't real. That's a terrible example of successful Zios. Ha ha ha. Way to prove my point.
Right, if only she stole charity money, then she'd, be based. So just steal charity money from people who actually need it, and then go move to Qatar and drive, Lamborghinis and Ferraris and stuff, like, all the people in Hamas that have gotten rich. Dumbass. Go fuck yourself. Oh, you're a dumbass piece of shit. You'll notice everyone who supports Palestine is a weak beta male bitch cuck. Show me one person who's a pro-Palestine supporter who isn't fat, skinny as fuck, some weak dumb bitch, some like really fucking gay effeminate dude, some dumbass bitch Karen. Like, they're all the same. They're all just fucking weak bitch losers who follow some sort of Marxist political theory of like, oh, there's an oppressed class and oh, boo-hoo. Yeah, they're so bad. They're oppressed. We need to help them. Like, they're all the same. No fucking base chads are like, pro-Palestine. They're all just beta male bitch losers or some dumbass like blue-haired fucking fat feminist cunts or, again, just gay retarded losers. Retard donated $2. Let me see. If only Shaq knew how bad Aiden Ross is. Aiden Ross is functionally illiterate. He's genuinely like one of the stupidest fucking people I've ever seen. His IQ is probably close to 80. Like he's actually borderline retarded. Let me see if I can find the video.
Okay, I'll be real. Guys, listen. I'm Jewish. You guys know that. Hitler was a great leader. What he did was wrong. I obviously, so it's for real. What he did was fucked up. He killed innocent people. But he was a good leader. Like, at the end of the day, like, take it with a grain of salt what I'm saying. Like, no, he was. No, he literally was. Like, he
Aiden Ross is Jewish, by the way, and he's saying this.
made a vast majority of people all stand by him, and he ruled almost every. He almost had Russia too. He almost took out all these.
He did not almost conquer Russia. He failed miserably from the very beginning.
Countries.
The Nazis only had one military victory in Russia, and that's because Russia and Germany were allies at the time, and he just completely blindsided Russia that had no expectation of Germany ever attacking. After that, they literally lost every single battle they had with the Russians.
Bro, so you guys can say what you want.
There's also no actual practical military objective that they're trying to complete in Russia. Hitler just for no fucking reason attacked Russia because he was a crystal meth addict. Let me see.
What does a fascist mean?
He doesn't even know what fascist is. He says fascist.
It means you are a far right authorization on ultra-analyst. Oh my God, ultra-analyst political ideology movement characterized by dictator leadership, centralized autocracy, militarism, forcible suppression of opposition. So I don't know what that means, bro. I swear to God, I don't know what the fuck a fascism is. I don't know what the fuck that is. Benito Mussolini and Giviante Gentile and Jason Stanley. Like, who the fuck are these people, bro? Never heard of my fucking life. What is an example of a fascist?
Yeah. He's functionally illiterate. He can't read. I'm not sure if this guy was ever able to actually graduate high school. With his illiteracy, I don't know how he could possibly graduate high school. Like, he wouldn't even be able to pass, like, a basic math test with that sort of illiteracy. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Dodo donate $2. Hey, Palestinians and Saudis and Afghanis and Syrians, remember that ISIS was created by the Israel and the US. That's why they never attack Israel or the US. For real, if Israel started this narrative to hurt ISIS recruiting, that is 5D chess level right there. I can guarantee you Nazis are the ones that came up with that idea. There's very, very low likelihood that that's like 5D Israeli chess. Very low likelihood. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Demon Cunt donate $2. Now, what evidence would you need for God without him showing up physically? There would have to be circumstances where the only rational explanation would be some sort of God or divine intervention. So, like, if my head was blown off with a shotgun, and then Jesus appeared and then made my head regenerate, like, there's no rational way to explain that unless you go to, like, aliens or something. So if I were to see something like that, something so obviously either ridiculous high technology where it would have to be aliens or the only other explanation being God, then that would make me think it's a god or aliens, I guess. You could have a situation that's like beyond any conceivable technology, though, but that would make me believe.
And even mix different fruits. You know, if you take a banana and you mix it with a blueberry in a smoothie, it voids the nutrients of that
No
blueberry.
way.
Yeah.
No, it does not.
Yeah.
Thanks for the donation, Demon Cunt. I don't know why you send me that.
Cell concentration, basically, and it goes really high sometimes when you're on TRT, so you have to do therapeutic phlebotomy. And I'm like, well, I could do the bloodletting at home. There are ways to do that. I have the needles for that because I'm using, like, there are certain things that I'm using to like draw the solution from the vial. I have these 18 gauge syringe tips, and I could use these at home to do like fucking therapeutic bloodletting. But I just decided, hey, why don't I do something useful with my blood and just go and donate it? How come I'm back on YouTube? Because peer-to compartment syndrome symptoms just walking a couple of blocks. Yeah, I was looking it up. It's funny. It's like, what are the risk factors for compartment syndrome? It's like creatine supplementation and muscle hypertrophy. It's like, okay. I was doing both of those things. The other alternative explanation was peripheral artery disease, but that doesn't make any sense for somebody in my age group with my risk factors. I don't smoke, I don't drink, I don't do recreational drugs, I eat like a plant predominant diet. I don't like it is, and my LDL is like in the floor right now, so it's not very likely that I have peripheral artery disease, especially at my age. So, and my feet don't change color. My feet are the same color. Like they don't change color throughout the day. I don't have edema in my feet or anything like that. So yeah, peripheral artery disease is probably not the thing that's going on. And after I get the symptoms, like after I start walking and actually get the symptoms of compartment syndrome, I get pins and needles on the top of my foot and in the tips of my toes, which is characteristic of compartment syndrome because you're compressing the nerve. So yeah, I also started a stretching regimen.
I've had that in my arms before. If you gain muscle very quickly, you can get that. Hafthor Bjornsson had that. He actually had to get surgery on his shoulder because he grew muscle so quickly. It was pinching the nerves going down his arm, and he had like less feeling in his hands and shit.
And like, dude, I was so dismissive of stretching for so long until I tried it, and I was like, oh god, it just makes my lower body feel like 10 years younger. Like, what the fuck? I should have done this a long time ago. I wake up every morning, like before I go to bed, I do some stretches, and when I wake up in the morning, I do 10 minutes of stretch.
The more that I think about it, BTW, the more fucking embarrassed I feel by the fact that my schooling never taught us the importance of the evidence hierarchy. They really do want us dumb as shit so that all we're good for is wage slave labor and repop.
They do not teach you critical thinking skills in school, period. I really don't know if critical thinking would do much for anybody in school. I think people are either just critical thinkers or they're not. That's my opinion. It might, like, having the knowledge of what critical thinking is might allow some people to recognize when they are or aren't using critical thinking, but I don't know if it would actually change anything where people think fundamentally differently. Thanks for the donation, though, Tyler.
Stretches, just lower body, just focusing on really stretching my legs out, because my upper body feels like mostly fine. Like I don't care about being flexible in my upper body, and I have no issues that I want to address in my upper body. But with my lower body, there are definitely issues that I want to address. And stretching has been very helpful. Like I do like 4 different routines to stretch the adductors, the thighs, hamstrings, calves, and what else? Dominic, or convincing me, actually. If Kissinger ends up convincing me, then I'll probably just go and buy some wild caught salmon, because man, I miss salmon. I'm not gonna lie. I really, out of all of the animal foods that I stopped eating back in like 2021, I think salmon is the one that I miss the most. So I have a little bit of like an investment in the outcome being in one particular direction, but regardless of the direction, my behavior is going to follow what I consider to be the most ethical, right? Like if Dominic ends up winning, I'm not going to go out and buy salmon. Because the degree to which they're fishing these things is going to be dialed up or down depending on the population. So when the population gets too low, they ramp down their fishing and prices of salmon go up. And when the population gets high, prices of salmon go down and they ramp up their fishing. So if they're keeping the population in an equilibrium, it's not clear what kind of good you're doing by buying that salmon. No more YouTube boycott? No, not really. I don't like being under YouTube's thumb, under Google's thumb, but I mean, this is where the action is. If you want to be where the action is.
For 86 Canadian dollars.
Let me see if anything interesting is happening.
Yeah, wait, just to be clear, I'm just going to say one more thing and disengage. Okay. I don't, whether or not your goal was providing reasons in favor of it, on your semantics for reasons is uninteresting, right? When I'm asking for reasons for accepting some proposition, right, there might be some instances where I'm not asking for justification, when I'm asking for something separate. When I'm asking, for instance, in a case where it doesn't seem true to me, right, where it's not the case that I have the sort of appearances that would motivate me to accept the premise, right? In that sort of context, what I'm asking for is something like an argument. And it sounds like we agree that you don't have an argument that establishes that proposition. So with that,
I'm agreeing.
Disengage from the conversation.
I'm agreeing that I don't have an argument. I never claimed that I had an argument for that.
It's okay.
I mean, my argument for
I agree you don't have an
fucking
argument.
meta ramble. Why is
I don't know why we're
rambling?
belaboring the point. We agree. There's nothing left to talk about.
Right. Yeah.
Are we just gonna let this guy like a virus just roam around repeating his meta ramble that he doesn't have an argument?
No, it's fine. We just disengage. This is where the dialectic ends.
Yeah, I'm fine with disengaging with the moron here.
Yeah, I think Impaler had something that he wanted to talk to Alush about.
Yeah, I just would like to wait, what's the fucking brute's name?
Are you referring to me?
Not you, you're the retard. Not the brute. Destiny. Yeah, it's fine, just air me out, bro. Just fucking kill yourself, oh my god.
On a grenade to save like their fellow soldiers.
No, he wasn't a guy that didn't value his own life. That's the thing that's
No, he
that's
didn't
not necessarily. He
value his own
valued
life.
the use of it. He valued the use of his life, right? He valued, because he still valued his life, right? Because
But he killed himself to save.
well, that's
like,
not. It's not. It's more complex than that. The man valued his life and the life of his brothers, right? So much that he was willing to die for them, right? To give up something that he saw so precious, because they were worth as much.
Yes, I mean, so I would say like that's like a.
It's not devaluing his life. He still valued his life.
Yeah, but
But
we can complicate the
he weighed
definition, but
the
But
lives of
look.
multiple brothers.
All I think
And
like
they're
really,
willing to go home to their
yeah.
families. But with his name on their lips in a way that's mentioned with honor, keeps the value of his life. His life, the value that he lived, and the life that he lived is still valued. It's still remembered.
Wait.
Isa, Habibi, how you doing, man?
Alhamdulillah, how you doing, my brother?
Alhamdulillah, bro. Bro, listen,
Alhamdulillah.
man, you don't have to send them, bro. I don't even like soft ones. I told you, It's
Sure.
okay.
Yeah, I just
Yeah,
want you to try this one.
bro. Wallahi,
But
bro. Every time
to
they
be
bring it
honest,
to me,
I
I
didn't
only
have
eat it.
what?
Anytime it's in like iftar or something, or they bring it to me, I only eat it so that they don't feel bad. Like I don't like soft ones, the ones that melt in the mouth.
I don't. Okay.
Yeah, bro. I mean, I know
Okay.
there are some really good ones and they're expensive, and a lot of people like it, but it's just
Okay.
not me,
What
bro.
about Zamzam? What about Zamzam?
Of course, man. How can I say
What?
no? Of course, I cannot say no to that.
Then I'm gonna send Zamzam in only.
Inshallah, bro. Habibi.
Sv3rige syntheses like meta-analyses and systematic reviews, studying all simps, followed by experimental studies, like RCTs, and then observational studies. I've realized that I'm at the bottom of the totem pole in the simp evolutionary scale.
Well, maybe try to become a base Chad. And,
Cornel West, Bernie Sanders, Bassem Youssef, Malcolm X, Albert Einstein, Martin Luther King Jr., Joaquin Phoenix, Melissa Barrera, Macklemore, Mike Tyson, Mark Ruffalo, Angelina Jolie, Pedro Pascal, Belal Muhammad, are these beta male cucks to you?
Cornel West, beta male. Bernie Sanders, beta male. Bassem Youssef is a beta male. Malcolm X. He wasn't a pro-Palestinian. He was a Zionist. Albert Einstein was also a Zionist. Martin Luther King Jr. Oh, wait, no. Malcolm X, I'm not sure if he was a Zionist. I know Malcolm X was a Zionist. Joaquin Phoenix is a beta male. I don't know who Melissa Barrera is. Macklemore. I don't know. Mike Tyson. Does he even have a political position on that topic? I know he got sucked into like the Nation of Islam or something back in the 80s or 90s, like a lot of black dudes did. But I don't know if he actually has a position or not. Mark Ruffalo's a beta male. Angelina Jolie. I don't know what her position is on Palestine or not. Pedro Pascal, he's a beta male. Bilal Muhammad, I don't know who those are, who he is. Thanks for the donation, stupid. They're also not Palestinian. Aside from Bassem Youssef. I donated $2. Well, is Bassem Youssef even Palestinian? Is he half Palestinian, half Egyptian? I donated $2. Let me see.
Religions, or at least religious authorities, can find themselves in a bit of a bind. On the one hand, religious truths are often touted to be, well, fundamentally true and true for all time. However, on the other hand, what is clear from any sustained analysis of religious ideas is that they change over time for a wide variety of reasons. No religion begins and ends its history without the inner workings and the outer doings of that religion altering considerably. I would be shocked if Jesus or Siddhartha Gautama would even recognize the religions founded in their names. Surprisingly, or unsurprisingly, depending on what your expectations are, this is also true of the concept of the afterlife. I say surprising because the question of the afterlife is often taken to be among the most fundamental for a religion. Whether that answer is post-mortem bliss or punishment, enlightenment, transformation, unification with the One, reincarnation, or oblivion, religions tend to take a surprisingly dogmatic line on a state we can't logically know that much about. Ibn Rushd, just to take a rather radical historical theologian, held that the literal existence of the afterlife was one of the few doctrines in Islam that could not, under any circumstances, be read metaphorically. That the concept of the afterlife would alter through time is among the most tectonic of religious changes. But that is exactly what happened in the history of the afterlife for those for whom the Hebrew Bible, called the Old Testament by Christians, is sacred scripture. Rather than finding heaven or hell in that vast library of ancient Israelite texts, we find a very different afterlife there.
Yep.
Sheol. In this episode, we're going to explore this now extinct afterlife, its cultural contexts, its denizens, and how it came to be replaced by other theories of the afterlife. So, before there was heaven or hell, there was Sheol. I hope you'll join me as I explore the afterlife of an...
By the way, this is extraordinarily common in ancient cultures. I think the Incans and Mayans and stuff like that, there's a lot of very old tribes across the entire world that had a similar concept where rather than there being divine judgment where you go to heaven or hell, there is just the afterlife.
An afterlife. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
Yeah, the ancient Chinese, they also had a similar concept. There was just the afterlife. And I think the Egyptians as well, there was just the afterlife. Well, yeah, I think at least at some point in ancient Egypt, there was just the afterlife. Divine
Several
judgment
different
was
descent
is
to the
just a
underworld
newer
epics,
concept.
the most famous of which stars Inanna, or Ishtar, visiting her older sister and queen, Ereshkigal, and becoming...
If you could stop one animal species from being killed, what would it be? Probably chickens. So, just because that would probably reduce the most amount of animal deaths. Vegan Pharaoh donated $2. Malcolm X was anti-Zionist and pro-resistance, so you're wrong, lol.
Palestinian struggle is not just a cry for justice.
Well, yeah, Malcolm X was a fucking retard. He was part of, like, either the Nation of Islam or the Muslim Brotherhood. I always mix those up. So yeah, Martin Luther King was definitely pro-Zionist. Malcolm X was a fucking retard. He was fucking killed by the fucking Muslims that he was trying to fucking promote because they gaslit him into thinking, oh, Islam is a pro-black religion. And then they fucking murdered him. He was killed by Muslim jihadists. Fucking moron. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Pharaoh.
Trapped in the underworld. Only by her husband, Duzumid, now enshrined in the Jewish month named Tammuz.
Okay, you know what? We're gonna react to that later. I want to fucking wreck some Muslims in the Sv3rige.
You win something. It's not usual, you know. It's not only about the sun. It could be anything unusual that you don't see normally for the signs, you know. Last year, it was a soft rain for me. This year, it was just clean weather,
Last
you know,
year,
no cloud, nothing, you know, just
last
beautiful,
year I didn't
no
notice.
wind. Yeah, what did you say?
Last year I didn't notice and I couldn't notice. But alhamdulillah, we did qiyam almost every night in masjid last Ramadan. But this night I couldn't do qiyam in masjid because of my situation and shit. But yeah, I really felt like it was 27th, man. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, alhamdulillah.
Hey, Vegan Games is here. Hey.
Hey, I actually had a topic about Sharia law that I wanted to discuss.
Mm-hmm.
So, it is taken as fact that the Quran is the word from God, correct?
Correct.
So if there's any kind of error or contradiction, it would therefore not be from God, correct?
True.
So there's an issue in the Quran. Yeah, so I've...
He says himself that if the Quran was not from Allah, there would be much contradictions in it.
Yeah, so
Yeah, by the way, that it itself is a logical fallacy, by the way. That's a fallacy called affirming the conquest, by the way.
No, it's not a fallacy, dumbass. Anyway.
That is, it's a logical fallacy. It's a logical fallacy.
Be quiet, be quiet, be quiet.
Well,
be quiet.
it wouldn't be a fallacy. The claim is if the Quran is true, there wouldn't be any contradictions. If there is a contradiction, then it wouldn't be true because it wouldn't be from God. That's not
literally how everybody understands it. Like, well,
yeah. So,
so
under the Quran, a husband is entitled to half of his deceased wife's estate, assuming she has no children. A wife is entitled to a quarter share of her deceased husband's estate if she has no children. And if she has children, she's entitled to 1/8. Sons inherit twice as much as their sisters. So under this rule, if there is a husband and wife who has three daughters, and they have a mother and a father, so if the husband dies, this would break down as the wife with children gets 1/8, daughters get 2/3, father gets 1/6, mother gets 1/6. This totals to 27/24. So that's mathematically impossible.
This, argument.
Yeah, we had this many times before. It's been refuted multiple
Yeah,
times.
vegan. Like, I feel like, don't you think that your argument assumes that the Islamic understanding of this inheritance situation has to equate to a total of 100% of the inheritance itself? Like,
so
what if we don't believe that? What if that's not a necessary condition to actually amount to 100% of the total inheritance itself?
How do you get more than 100% of an inheritance? Does the money magically just appear?
You keep asking a loaded question. We don't believe it has to equate to 100% fully, right? Because
if it equates more than 100%, then that's a clear issue.
No, it's not an issue. We literally have it in the prophetic tradition itself that it doesn't have to equate to 100%. It could exceed that amount, or it could be less. And depending on whether it's less or not, we would like.
You're telling me God put a mathematical error in the Quran deliberately?
No, it's not a mathematical error. Look,
it is clearly a mathematical error. If inheritance laws equate to more than what the inheritance is, that is a mathematical error.
Calm down. You're not saying anything.
Oh, and then they muted me.
Calm down. When we talk about fractions, we talk about like third and fourth and whatever. This is a relative unit, and when it's a relative unit, it could relate on what it depends on. So either it relates to the full total amount itself, or it relates to the amount of what other people would take. So in this situation, it doesn't have to amount to 100% of the total inheritance, but it could be an actual third or a half of what the other person would get. So it would be in relation to the other people's share, not the full inheritance or the total inheritance, right? Because if that's the case, that wouldn't be a mathematical error. It would be a third. It would be an actual fourth, right? But,
How is it? So
in
again,
relation to what other people would get.
So again, the Quran does not state anything like that. It gives you, it tells
doesn't
you
specify
what
what
you
kind
are
of
supposed to
relation it is.
inherit based on a fraction of the inheritance.
Yeah.
It doesn't
Are
specify.
fractions absolute or relative?
Well, it's relative to what the inheritance is. So if you have an
No,
inheritance of
The Quran doesn't say that
$100,
either. The Quran doesn't say to what it's relative to. It doesn't say to what it's relative. It just
it's
says
relative
third.
to the inheritance.
Okay. No, it doesn't say that
Yes,
it
it
has to be
does.
the inheritance. We have this as a ruling in the prophetic tradition. I can show you the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, saying that it doesn't have to amount to 100% to the actual like full amount itself. It could exceed it, or it could be less than
How?
it. Right?
Okay.
That's it's normal.
How? Oh, okay. If the Quran tells you, these rules that wife is supposed to get 1/8, daughter is supposed to get half, the son is supposed to get like twice as much as the daughter. These are all fractions. This is relative to what the inheritance is. If these fractions add up to more than what the inheritance is, that's a mathematical error.
No, it could, because it could be relative to the total of what the other people would get. It's not to the total of the inheritance itself, right? So in this sense,
yes, we're following those rules.
You would, okay. Do you understand how the method is done? Like I can show you the mathematics.
Yes, I understand the method, and it violates what is recommended in the Quran. It doesn't end up working out to.
It doesn't violate. It doesn't violate. In what sense does it violate?
The only way to resolve this issue when the inheritance is great, the fractions end up working out to greater than what the inheritance is, you're going to have to violate the idea that a son gets twice what the daughter gets, or a wife is going to have to get more than 1/8. That's the only way to resolve that.
Forget what the Quran say. Forget what the Quran saying right
now.
Oh,
so we shouldn't follow the Quran.
Because I'm not taking your interpretation.
So we shouldn't follow the Quran, is what you're saying.
So I don't take your interpretation seriously. Like, stop repeating yourself like an idiot, right? I don't take your interpretation. We have a prophetic tradition that we follow, in which we know how it works. Wait, Amiram, I have a question. Is the method wrong? Does the method like leave anything out of the inheritance?
The issue with the mathematics is that it doesn't account for situations.
Wrong?
Well, yes, it is mathematically wrong.
Is the awul? No, it's not wrong, because when you actually use the method, it doesn't leave anything of the inheritance itself, because everybody will get their share in respect to what the total amount, like what the other people would get.
Yeah, if you ignore the Quran.
Right? So it doesn't leave. It does. Okay. I don't care if you think it ignores the Quran. I'm asking, is it mathematically incorrect?
Well, yeah,
no,
if you fix, if you don't abide by the mathematics in the Quran, then yes, you can resolve this issue. But then you have to ignore the Quran.
Then your argument.
They muted me again.
Your argument is basically, look, this mathematical method doesn't align with the Quran, which in what I will tell you is you're wrong. Okay, you're wrong, because it does follow the Quran in the way that it follows a prophetic tradition.
Can I just ask, why am I getting?
Don't, because you keep interrupting.
I'm not interrupting anything. I answered your question, then I was instantly muted.
You just did.
I didn't interrupt anything. You asked me if it resolves the if like doing whatever you're saying resolves the mathematical issue. I said yeah, and then I got muted.
Yeah. All right.
You don't even understand his question.
Okay. So mathematically, I've refuted the fact that there is a mathematical error, since mathematically the entire inheritance is actually shared. There's no amount left, right, from that inheritance, right?
Wait,
so mathematically it's not incorrect.
We're going
if
to.
Your argument is that if your argument, see, you're just doing it again. If your argument is that it contradicts the Quran, right, which is a ridiculous argument, because I don't take your interpretation seriously. It would just come down to how we understand the Quran. The Quran tells us to follow the Prophet, peace be upon him. And the Prophet, peace be upon him, he tells us to follow his way of life in the way of life of the 4 caliphates after him, which are Umar, Abu Bakr, Uthman, and Ali, right? We have in it that these companions have came up with this method since it was the first time that this issue appears to them from the teachings of the Quran. And we believe that they did follow the teachings of the Quran, because the Quran does not specify of what relation is the inheritance going to be shared. Is
Yes,
it
it does.
in relation to the total amount, or is it in relation to what other
Wait,
people?
yeah.
It does.
Also,
it
isn't there
does.
another assertion that says it's a detailed explanation of everything? It makes the assertion that's a detailed explanation. Why are you relying on other people to interpret it for you?
Yeah,
What are you doing?
so
It explains that we should follow the Prophet.
Yeah, wait.
It says it's a detailed explanation of everything, so
It
there's an
explains that
internal
we should follow the
contradiction.
Prophet.
Yeah, you want to
It
concede on an
explains
internal
that- it
contradiction, then?
explains- it
Yeah, you
explains that
concede
we
on
should
an
follow
internal
the
contradiction.
Prophet. Alright,
Isn't that an internal contradiction, though?
Parrot. Stop being a parrot, dude.
Well,
It
wait,
explains to us that we should follow the
So
Prophet.
what you said is untrue. The Quran does in fact state a husband is entitled to half of his deceased wife's estate if she has no children. A wife is entitled to a quarter share of her deceased husband's estate if she has no children. And if she has children, she's entitled to 1/8. And sons are entitled to twice as much as their sisters. So, so
where does it say
these
it has to amount to 100%?
how okay
Where does it say
so
that?
the yeah
Where
so
does it say
the yeah so how do you get more than 100%
Where
of
does it
your
say it has
deceased
to amount to
father's
100%?
or
I told you the
husband's estate?
fraction, because I told you the fraction is in relation to what the other
Yes.
people get, not in relation to the 100%.
That's not what it said.
It doesn't say either. You're the one who's interpreting it to be what has
No,
to be
it
one way.
literally says-
We
So-
interpret it based
says
on the
in Bible.
context.
So the Quran is
We interpret
obtuse.
it based on the context of the prophetic tradition. We
So
interpret it based
the
on
Quran is
context of
obtuse,
how the
lacks
companions understood
explanation,
it.
and you have to use human ingenuity in thinking in order to account for an issue.
Notice how he shifted. Notice how he shifted his goalpost from there's a mathematical error to these companions are contradicting the Quran because it goes against how I interpret it. Dude, no one cares about how you interpret the Quran. We take the companions' understanding more than you do,
So-
especially that the Quran does not actually explicitly tells us how we should.
Right, so I'm-
if it should be based on 100% of it.
So why would God give you these rules to where these fractions can total to more than the inheritance? Why wouldn't you have just created some other rule?
Amount to 100%. Where does it say it has to amount to 100%?
Well, I'm asking you, why
If
would
you
God
can't show
leave
me
that
this,
out?
then the debate is over.
Vegan gains. Can I add something, guys? Can I add something?
Yes, sure.
So, vegan gains, generally, in most cases, it doesn't amount to 100%. So we already know that it doesn't have to be 100%. Like in most cases, you find like, like there's one daughter, right? If there is one daughter, does it amount to 100%? No, it amounts to less than 100%. In nearly all cases, you have to do some kind of mathematical equation, right? Where you can get how you would divide the wealth, right?
Can
of
I
the
just
people,
ask a
right?
question? Can I just
Can
ask
I
you-
just
finish the point?
Let
I'll just
him
finish
finish.
the
Let him
point,
finish because I gotta
right?
say something to you.
In general, like there is like I'm not sure if you grew up like I think in 4th grade or something like that. I take a ratio like lesson in my like in school, right? In mathematics, and then you get like these equations that amount to more than 100%, in like a lot, by the way. And they tell you, like this is how you should divide it, right? And then you give you add it, you do something, and then you take the total amount of money, and you get at the end of it, like the amount of money that every person would take. And this happens in business a lot, by the way, too, right? The point is you are having a problem that is not there in
Yeah,
general.
so,
Like
yeah,
if you wanna have
Let me add something, bro. Let me add something. Allah says in the Quran, He said, it is He who has sent down to you the book. In it are verses that are precise. They are the foundation of the book, and others unspecific. As for those in whose hurt is deviation from truth, they will follow that of which is unspecific, seeking discord and seeking an interpretation suitable to them. And no one knows its true interpretation except Allah. But those firm in knowledge say, we believe in it. All of it is from our Lord, and no one will be reminded those of understanding. So what? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is telling that, hey, the Muslims will say that we believe in all of the Quran. What did Allah say in the
This
verses
is
where He
irrelevant
divides-
to the point.
Listen, let me finish. The verses where He divides the share of inheritance to different people. This is a command. This is a command from God to who? To Muslims who believe in Allah and who want to rule by His law, who want to follow Him. So all the Muslims, if you see, they have no problems with Alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. They have no problems with the issue whatsoever. Not Sunnis, not Shias. Nobody has
That's
these issues. All
irrelevant.
scholars, listen. So we understand it completely how it should be. You are trying to interpret it. That's what this verse is talking about. Also,
So
Allah
that
says that those who, bro, listen.
Can you stop with the
You
monologue?
are coming
Can
in
you?
bad faith.
Yeah, you've monologued for
You are
quite a
coming in
while,
bad
and it's
faith,
irrelevant to the
trying to
discussion.
interpret Quran
He
according to
can't
yourself.
stop.
We don't take
He's
it.
gonna stop. He's gonna stop when he's finished. That's when he's gonna stop. So why don't you
Oh,
just
so
listen?
do I get to talk for as long as I want without getting interrupted?
Yeah, you
When
did.
he's
You asked your questions.
yeah, when he's finished, yes.
I didn't ask
So
any
stop
question.
interrupting.
He interjected.
You, bro, listen. You were here asking, "Oh, this is a mathematical. This is a mathematical." There was never a mathematical error, and we proved it. And when you trying to make your own interpretation, then I quote this verse where Allah Subhanahu wa Taala clears it that this is the book from Allah to the believers. The believers believe in it, all of it, completely from top to bottom, and we understand it. We don't have any issues with it. We understand. We rule by this. We divide and share the inheritance of our
That's
parents,
great.
of brothers,
Can I
whoever dies,
finally ask
according
you
to
a clarifying
according to
question?
the Quran. According to the Quran, and there is no corruption in it. You are trying to find some
That's
tiny
great.
thing
Can I finally ask
which
you
is
a
not even
clarifying
there.
question?
You're trying to.
Can you
Yeah, you
stop
can ask him a
talking so I can
clarifying
ask you a question
Okay,
now?
go ahead. Go ahead. Ask your question.
So when you say there's no issue with these fractions totaling more than the inheritance, I don't know what you mean by that, because yes, if you don't consider it a problem that there is a mathematical issue where these fractions don't add up to what the inheritance is, you may not personally find that to be a problem. You may not personally care if somebody gets more than their fair share, or you may not personally care that some money is unaccounted for. But the issue is, somebody has to get the money, and it's outlined in the Quran how the money is divided up. So if we can't follow the Quran, and God supposedly had these commandments, and there are ways of resolving it, then why is this not outlaid in the Quran, and it requires human ingenuity to figure out how to resolve this issue that is not outlined in the Quran, even though this is apparently from God?
Okay, why
Are
does
you
he have
making
to?
this up as you go, or what?
I
Exactly?
just want to say it
Yeah,
doesn't
he's
it
shifting the
doesn't
goalposts.
exceed
He
the
did this 2
amount
times
of
now.
inheritance. You're just saying stuff. It doesn't exceed the amount of inheritance. It exceeds the percentage, the ratio. This is a ratio thing. And if the people already know about it around the time, right? It is not a problem, right? For example, let's say, I'm gonna divide the shares. I know that you guys are like that. So whoever is male amongst you will take 10%, and whoever is female will take 20%, right? You may be 20 people, right? But how would you do it, right? Just because I said, 10 and 20. What
Okay,
would you do? It means
let
let me finish. Because there could be other categories, right? I'm just making it simple so that you can
So
understand.
I
Let's assume,
understand.
like those, let me finish. I can say, those above this age, those above that age, and then I would just give like percentages that in my mind relate to other percentages in the same equation. You understand? Because I want, for example, adults to take 20% more than non-adults, right? I want the females to take 20% less than male. I want this, and then I would give these percentages based on that, just that, right? And then I will give you these percentages, right? Or fractions. And then I'm now making it simple. It doesn't matter how many people are in this case, right? Because all of them, they will you will say, okay, these people will take that, and then they will divide the money. They will make the equation, and it is easily divided. I'm not sure where is the problem. I think you
Okay.
are the one having the problem. by the
Okay,
way.
again, if we follow, so we are in agreement that an inheritance is a finite amount of money, correct? So that could be $50,
The money itself is
$100,
finite.
1,000, a
Yes.
million. It is a finite amount of
Did you
money, correct?
understand what I said? Though it has nothing to do with the money. At the end, you make the equation,
Well,
and
yes,
then the money is divided
it
based on the
has to do with the money,
ratio.
and if it's not divided up properly, then you will either come out with a fraction that totals to greater than what the inheritance is worth. If the inheritance is a finite amount of money, and you say divvy up, I can just use a very easy example. If we have $100, we spread it between 20 people, and we come out with a fraction that says 26 out of 25, that means more money than exists would have to be divided between the group.
And
Yeah,
no,
wait. In this case, but I just want you to notice how you shifted the goalpost like at least
I
four
didn't
times
shift the
now.
goalpost.
Your first contention that was there's some mathematical error. Your second contention is that the mathematical method contradicts the Quran, and now you're trying to attack a case in which the amount exceeds the amount mentioned, right? We literally have a basic principle in the hadith by the Prophet ﷺ said, which is that if there is an amount that exceeds the inheritance, then you should
That's not the Quran.
share that to the closest kin. That's the Prophet, peace be upon him himself.
That's not the Quran.
What do you want, dude? I don't care. We don't care.
So the Prophet Muhammad
Quran tells us to
has
follow
more wisdom than
the Quran
God?
tells us to follow the Quran. No, so you're doing it for the fourth time, fifth time. I don't know. Like stop shifting the goalpost. We believe in the Prophet ﷺ because the Quran tells us to follow him. We don't care what you think about our interpretation. You have to do an internal critique
Is
here,
God
right?
more intelligent than any prophet?
We take the Prophet ﷺ,
Is
peace be
God more?
upon him,
Yes, God
as
is
an
more intelligent.
authority, as an authority because the Quran tells us to
They muted me
follow his
again.
teachings. And now he says that if there is a case in which there is more amount to than the inheritance itself, like that's shared, then you take that excessive amount and you share it among the closest in kin, right? So
all
that could be
13-point game.
whoever. Right. So
So
if that's the
God is
case,
answer his question.
then
Bama beat BYU by like
if
triple
that's the
digits.
case, what the fuck is I saying? If this is the case,
Yeah,
then it neither contradicts the Quran nor is it a mathematical error. Okay.
And to answer your question, which you just kept throwing over him while he was talking, yes, God is the final authority. God is the ultimate authority, and God is the most intelligent, and God is more intelligent than the messengers. And God is, as being the authority, tells us to follow the messenger. So if the messenger says something, وَمَا يَنْتِقُ عَنِ الْهَوَىٰ وَلَكِنْ إِنَّمَا هُوَ وَحْيٌ يُوحَىٰ, like basically Allah is telling us that He is not somebody that speaks on His own accord. Everything that He speaks when it comes to delegating laws is wahi, which means it's revelation. So when the prophet speaks in matters of fiqh or in matters of the deen, the religion, then it is an authority too. And this is by the authority of Allah.
These mods
So
are cancer.
your point is mute. You're focused on this one point, and it's really irritating because you just don't want to get past it. This either you're disingenuous or you just have a mental
Yeah. I
block.
mean, he's doing this for views. Like he's streaming his public L on YouTube. Like he's like, there's like 300 people watching. Yeah, he's doing this for views. But
You can edit the
yeah.
part where we taught you. You can edit the part where we taught you the truth.
They didn't.
fine.
They didn't tell me
but,
anything.
like,
They're just
look,
muting me.
his idea is like, okay, why is the prophet adding things? So what if he's saying things that don't exist in the Quran? The Quran is explained by the prophet. The Quran itself tells us that the prophet came down to explain to us the Quran itself, right? This is one of the ways where the Quran is explained, right? And we don't believe he contradicts the Quran. Like the Quran says one thing and he says the opposite. No, he's just adding
still muted
context
for no reason.
He's adding rulings which don't necessarily aren't necessarily in the Quran itself.
Still muted.
Are you a Christian?
Still muted.
Right, he's like some cringe, like he's like some cringe extremist, like atheist, nihilist, like vegan cringe retard, bro.
Yeah, let him be, bro.
Well,
I'm not
I
gonna-
don't know if that's the best way to respond, but
Yeah. So the issue that I see here is that.
This guy, bro. Who unmuted him, man? Don't
So
unmute him.
the issue that I see. Wow.
Wait, I wanna hear his cope. I wanna hear his cope in front of everybody because he's streaming this, right?
Why can you?
Okay. Look.
Why can you speak?
If you're going to have a public Discord, and I am being, I don't think I'm being particularly disruptive. I've waited for you to talk. I think I'm being quite respectful. Why are you muting me just because of a disagreement? Is this accomplishing anything?
During our explanations,
So
you kept repeating questions over my explanation before I even
no.
done.
Okay, so
where my own explanation. See, you're doing it like what's wrong
do
with
I
you,
get
dude?
to
Are
talk
you self-aware?
ever? You muted me for.
Do you have any self-awareness? Do you have any self-consciousness?
Okay, I don't. I'm not concerned with the meta argument. Can I
say that I'm not interrupting as he's interrupting? Like what?
You muted me. I finally got an opportunity to speak. Then you spoke over me, and then you accused me of interrupting.
Okay.
So can I finally get a chance?
voice chat with Altica.
Okay, Khalid, what's up, Habibi?
There's a guy in the voice chat with Altica. I think we should take care of that. Like, I know who this guy. Like, He
Who is
spoke
it?
for a minute. He spoke for a minute, and I know who it is. But like, yo, why? Could you speak
is
real
it?
quick, Vespa?
Is it faint?
Hey, no, it's why, bro. Yo, Taco, why are you on the alt account, bro? What is this?
Okay, so the issue.
Why? Speak up, bro. Why are you on alt account?
Leave him be. Let him be. If he
No,
causes
no,
problems, we're
it's
gonna ban
Taco,
him.
but on alt account. Why is
If he
Taco on this
causes,
one?
if he causes problems,
Wait, are
get
you
banned.
talking to me?
No, yeah, you. What are like? Are you on alt, dude? Like,
Brother,
what
I
are-
only have one account. This is all the only account I have.
Oh, okay. Why are like? What does it say you created the account and joined
so
the same day, bro? What?
the issue that I
don't
see
know.
here.
I joined the server a couple days ago. Sorry, I'm not. Let me just answer.
No,
real quick.
doesn't matter.
I
Doesn't matter.
joined
You
the
can
server a couple days ago. I
Okay,
don't have multiple accounts, man.
Okay,
It's
we can
okay,
move
man.
on.
Chill,
Let's move on.
chill out.
Let's move on. Let's move on.
Right. So
Okay, anyways.
the issue that I see here is if we take God's word to be like more intelligent, more meaningful, and God supposedly gave these recommendations for inheritance, these inheritance rules only apply in marginal situations. They cannot be applied in many situations, I would argue most situations, where these fractions do not work out properly. And then we have, prophets or other well-regarded religious figures within Islam creating resolutions to this. If God is so perfect, so intelligent, and is so insightful, why do we need human ingenuity to solve these problems that God created? That seems like it is much more likely that these inheritance laws were created by someone who is uneducated. We know for a fact the Prophet Muhammad was illiterate, and you would expect these sorts of problems to be created by somebody making inheritance laws that is uneducated and illiterate.
All right. Are you done?
Bro,
So I can respond?
combined illiteracy with uneducated.
Are you done with that? So I can respond?
Unlettered is different than illiterate.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. But are you done, vegan? So I just want to expect like you to not interrupt while I'm explaining. Yeah. So everything you said was completely wrong. It was a mistake. Okay, because you're equivocating. You're equivocating that something being explained outside of the text itself and something contradicting the text itself. The Quran is not setting all the standards and all the criteria and all the equations that should be used. The Quran has given us the general understanding of things, right? And there could be different ways to tackle this based on the context and the circumstance, right? Because the Quran itself tells us that there are situations or things in the religion that are vague and there are ones that are clear. Now, depending on the context of the situation, the Prophet could either give us an explanation that is not in the Quran itself, or we could find it in the Quran. In this one situation, right, we find that there are more explanations to this one situation where the inheritance will become less than the total amount, which is fine because the Quran does not teach us that it has to exceed 100%. This is something that you've inserted yourself. This is something you assumed.
I didn't claim
that.
The
Quran does not. You did claim that the Quran made a mistake, right, by not including the mathematical equation or the way we should solve these problems, these inheritance problems, because we only find it with the Prophet. That was your claim, right?
No. My claim was the guideline for inheritance.
That was your claim.
No, my claim was the guideline for inheritance in most cases will either equate to a fraction that is greater than the total inheritance or less than the total inheritance.
What's the issue with
but
that?
it could also equate to the equal amount of the
yes, it
of
can.
the inheritance.
But those are marginal circumstances.
Okay. What's the problem with that, vegan? What's the problem with that?
Well, yeah, the problem is I don't see why God would only give some vague guideline that only works in marginal cases rather than.
What is your argument? How does this falsify the Quran? How does this falsify? What's your argument? How does this?
So is God lazy? Does he just not want to do much work and tell the
No.
Prophet Muhammad
This is not an
things?
argument. You asking stupid questions is not an argument. What? Give me a defeater. Give me a P, not P. Give me a contradiction where the Quran claims one thing and then the reality is something different.
Would God have an interest in creating sensible, coherent laws that apply in most situations?
We don't discuss God's interest. God's
Yeah,
interest.
I don't have,
We
I can't measure or judge God's wisdom, right?
Akhi, one second.
The
Somebody
Quran
explain to
already
him.
tells
Somebody
us.
explain to him this, Akhi Bang. The system is not designed for rigidity. It's a designed for flexibility. So the inheritance law that you're referring to is not like some mathematical equation. It's a dynamic framework, and it applies to different scenarios and different family structures. There's different residuary
Well, it doesn't.
errors. There's
That's the problem.
there's
It doesn't.
the AWL adjustment. There, like, bro, there's different adjustments for different family structures. That's why the possibilities and something this flexible is something that you just don't simply understand, because your brain seems to only be focused
muted me
around
again for no
a
reason.
100% like a rigid system. The Quran gives you a flexible solution for a flexible type of problem, because in some families you got 12 members, some families you got 11 members. So the fractions make sure that it remains fair and also maintain flexibility, instead of it being on a percentage basis, which makes it more rigid and can potentially be less fair. So let's say you gave percentages like Bang said earlier, like 10%,
Percentages are the same as
2.5%,
fractions.
3%. This is gonna make the system rigid, not make it flexible. You want it to remain flexible while also maintaining fairness, because Allah is fair, Allah is just. He wants everybody to receive a just share without it affecting. And even if it goes over, you have an adjustment that gets applied to it. So an adjustment is due. So this is not a problem, bro. Like, whatever is excess gets split evenly
no reason I'm
in
getting
accordance
muted.
to that flexible system. So everything you say, no matter what it is, you're just focused on the first part. The solution that's given to you, you're rejecting it. You're like, no, but why do we even need a solution? Why is God just not present it? God already presented it the way it was meant to be presented. And that's what you're not understanding, because you're an atheist. You don't believe in God. You don't even believe God exists.
He already
Let's put it
assumes God's intention or assumes
Oh my
God's
God,
wisdom. We don't superimpose our understanding of God onto the Quran. If Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wanted it to be in a way where we have to work our minds and seek solutions, right, according to the Quranic structure, right, that's okay, because the Quran as well says, like Zaim said, that some of the Quran is vague. Some of the Quran isn't clearly stated in a way that is just understood
ambiguous,
from the get-go,
not
right?
meant for really full understanding.
Yeah, and it shows that the people with misguidance in their heart, they seek those vague verses in order to cause doubt and cause a corrupted understanding of the Quran, right?
Which you are doing.
Everything that these equations do is based on the general structure of the Quran. They don't contradict it. They're understood under the light of the Quran. Okay, so there's no contradiction there.
So beautiful,
And
bro.
I
Like,
don't
this guy just
understand,
doesn't
bro.
understand it.
And I
He
don't
doesn't
understand
understand
why doesn't like he wrap his head around that these verses are for believers, those who believe in the Quran, those who follow Allah, and they want to seek guidance from Allah. So when Allah guides, we follow it. We don't ever have problem about this verse. You're the ones bringing, oh, there's a mathematical error, this and that. Just
That's irrelevant.
bringing assumptions about God's intentions. Oh, why didn't God put this? Why didn't God put that? If God
Bro,
would put
he
everything,
comes from a system where if you don't write a will, you're basically screwed. Your kids are screwed. They may or may not receive the inheritance, and it depends on the state law. And maybe the state law will protect their rights, maybe it won't. The Islamic law protects every single person's right,
It doesn't.
whether or not they are mentioned in a will or not in a will. It doesn't. None of this matters. Allah's law is what matters, and it protects everyone. And it is focused more on fairness and flexibility rather than rigidity and reaching perfect numbers. Because let's say you have a 5-bedroom house and you had 2 individuals and you wanted like each of them to get half of the house. What are you going to give? 2.5 bedrooms to one and 2.5 bedrooms to some? What if you gave 3 bedrooms to one and then you gave 2 bedrooms to another one plus an excess of something else, and then they can work it out together? This working out part is the flexibility that you're just not you're lacking the understanding of. So let's say this person has more children and he wants that extra bedroom, and then that other brother does not have extra children, so he's content with having the 2 bedrooms, but he wants something else. Like he's gonna get his right in a different manner. Maybe he'll get the car and the 2 bedrooms instead of him getting the 3 bedrooms. This part of flexibility is something you just
Why
don't
are they
understand.
blabbing? Why
Because
are they
it's just
blabbing?
not in your world, and it's in our world, and we understand it and we accept it, and we have like we have no contentions with it. You're the one with a contention, just like Zaim said. We don't care about this.
It's because he's not coming with good faith, bro. If he'd had some good faith and he would come in with genuinely want to learn about it, want to like
Yeah, I'm bad
really
faith.
look
We
into
can
the
at
book,
least
but
unmute
they're
him.
He's coming here for the views,
Bro,
bro.
the guy doesn't give a
um,
shit. You just said blah 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 in the
Guys,
side
guys,
chat. Just ban this guy already. I
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
give a shit.
Look, yeah, yeah.
you don't have
This
to
guy,
ban
let's
him. He
chill.
can
Let's
stay.
just. I mean, look. To be honest,
wow.
it
Guys,
is
a
kind of
waste of
entertaining
air,
to
bro.
me. It is kind of entertaining how he's just coping
What's
around
up,
and like how he shifted. Like, I mean, everybody can go to his live because it's recorded, right? Like how he shifted the goalpost like
He just
4
admitted
times
he's
at
bad
least.
faith, bro.
Imagine getting cooked live,
But
bro.
go ahead, vegan. Please come ahead and provide the contradiction there.
Yeah, so I don't understand how you can claim the Quran provides a general framework when it never claimed this is a general framework. It said this is what you're supposed to do. You're the
Where
one
does it say
using your
that?
own interpretation that this is a general framework. If the text is what we have to go on, then the text is what we have to go on. It doesn't
Does the
say.
Quran say you have to go 100%?
Well, so we don't have to
Does,
listen
please
to the
show me.
Quran.
Wait, does it say that? Does it say it has to be exactly 100% of the amount?
So we don't have to listen to the Quran 100%. I can
you
have
show
sex
me
outside
where it
marriage
says you have
sometimes.
to go
I can
100%
drink
of the
sometimes. I don't
amount?
have to meet every prayer.
Talking
I
about
don't...
the percentage.
You
talking
asked
about
us
And
to
I
follow
muted
the
again.
Quran because the Quran supposedly
And I
tells us
muted
that it should be
again.
followed, right, in a specific
the
way.
real YouTuber?
Does it specifically say that we should follow 100%? Yes or no?
If you're going...
No? Oh, yeah,
so,
okay, good.
So if that's the excuse you're going to
vegan,
use,
that
we
in
don't
our-
have to
in our
follow it
paradigm-
100%, then what use is the
Okay,
text?
good. So you
Vegan,
have
let me
no
clarify
answer because I
something.
asked you very specifically. Does it say
And
we
they
should
muted
follow?
me again.
We should share.
Why do I
up
keep
to
getting muted?
100%? You can't find an answer, so you're gonna gish gallop and speak some random stuff.
I'm
that
not
has
gish
nothing to do with
galloping.
my
I asked a question.
I'm gonna ask my question one more time, right? One last time. Does the Quran state that we should share the inheritance in accordance to a total of 100% of the inheritance itself? Yes or no?
I would assume that's what is implied, because the
Oh,
inheritance has to be given to
Yeah,
somebody.
your assumptions are incorrect.
Have a good night. Have a good
Okay.
night. You
This
You
guy,
don't go
bro.
by your
your
assumptions.
assumption is trash, bro.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
You don't
This
go
guy,
by
bro.
you haven't even
Okay.
you haven't even read
Bro,
the
lost the
verses
argument
themselves.
already.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
the
how
You
about...
trash,
threw the
bro.
argument
This
out.
guy is
Hold on, you
like,
threw the argument out the second you said I would
Yeah,
assume
that
so.
shit busting this
This
actually.
is
Okay,
how you
well...
live your life. You live your life based off of assumptions about
yeah.
other people's life views. This has nothing to do with you. Well, respectfully, like I don't know you, you don't know me, but what you're saying is based off of your own paradigm, your own subjective
Well,
thinking. We don't go by your subjective thinking. Is that not something you understand? In the Quran, it doesn't tell us how to pray. The Prophet taught us how to pray, but it does tell us to pray. It does tell us to fast. It does tell us to give alms and pay alms. But the Prophet is the one who specified how to do it because he brings the legislation and he brings the way of the rulings and how it happens. That's something that you're somehow rejecting. You don't want to like understand that's from our paradigm. If you were in good faith, you would ask us what it is, and then you would tell us, oh, okay, so that's how you guys cover it up. Okay, that makes sense. But no,
Yeah,
you
this
want to
shit
sit here and
busting.
reject and act like you're some kind of authority, but you're not.
So if there's
Respectfully.
any kind
that
of
shit looks insane.
vagary in the
Look,
Quran
vegan,
that's
let me
not
tell you something,
explained,
bro.
should we just listen to the
Listen to
Prophet?
this. Vegan, listen to this. Let me tell you something,
It
bro.
says you have to listen to
Quran,
the Prophet. Yes, it
listen,
says
listen,
Allah wa Rasul. It says obey God and the Prophet. It says
and
obey
obey the
Allah
Prophet.
and
Yes.
the Prophet.
Okay, so if
And
there's
bro, let
any
me tell you
kind of...
something, bro. Let me
Right,
tell you
so...
something, bro. Chill, listen.
And
Oh
this
my
is called a
god, bro.
definitive. This is called a qat'i. This is called a definitive verse, like where you have to do this. Unlike with the inheritance law, just like Bang was schooling you and educating you earlier, it does not have to be 100%. There's nothing that says it has to be. It just says you have to be fair in how you give it. Let's say you want to give 20% of your wealth before you die. You tell your family, I want to give 20% of my wealth to charity. I want to give it to like some random charity, and whatever is left, assumably from them, that's a specified scenario. That's a possibility. You can do that. You could do that.
And if you ever consider yourself to come in good faith, bro, let me tell you something. Quran is not a book of biology, science, or mathematics. Yeah, Quran is a book of science, not SCIENCE. It's SIGNS, science. Quran is a book of science. So have some good faith and perhaps
No
read
way,
it,
bro.
man.
Okay, sure. So,
Quran's a book of science?
No way.
I have...
What you mean, no
I
way?
have another question.
Who's saying that?
I don't know who said that. That
Wait,
wasn't me.
we're not moving on until you concede that your assumption was false.
Well, I think I still have a disagreement, but I don't think we're going to get
Okay,
anywhere
no, we don't care
further.
if it is. You can see their assumption is wrong.
Well, no,
And
that's
therefore your
the.
argument is wrong.
I don't think any.
Okay, no, okay, we're
But
not
that
moving on.
chicken
Then.
I ate
We're
last night
not
was
moving on,
amazing. I'm not
dumbass. We're
gonna
not
lie.
moving on, bro.
It served its purpose.
Not
Okay,
moving on.
so
Either
would you have a
concede or
problem
we're
with
not
me
moving on.
marrying a 9-year-old?
Yeah. So like he's mad. He's mad. He's mad.
Yo, he's upset, bro. Yeah, that chicken, bro. That chicken I ate last night hit different. I'm not gonna lie.
Watch him get triggered. Watch him
You're
get
embarrassing yourself in front of your own viewers.
I
Bro.
would get
Stop
mad. I would
doing
get
that,
mad watching you eat meat.
That shit bomb as hell.
He's mad, bro.
Isn't that very
Anyway,
When was the last time you had a burger?
Look, if you have too much of an ego and a small brain that you can't concede that your argument is failed because your
I'm bad
assumption
faith,
is
guys.
wrong, then we don't really care to entertain anything else have to say. Right?
Yo, look. Yo, bang. Look what he said.
You can stay mad and come about the greatest man to ever live in history, right? Whether you like it or not, right?
Look what he said. Look what he said.
Bro, don't you feed your dog vegetables, bro? Isn't that like not natural?
He's mad, bro.
This
Yeah,
guy
he's
got
upset, bro. He's
Man,
boiling, bro.
man.
Now he's scoping, bro. He's
He's
scoping.
Is he
feeding
vegan,
his
bro?
dog vegetables.
Oh, his name is vegan. Yeah.
Yeah. He's it's funny
Yeah,
because he's
bro,
a
that
vegan
chicken I
nihilist.
ate last
This
night.
guy's like an
different,
internet
bro.
locale legend. I remember him.
He's a vegan
years
atheist
ago.
nihilist, bro. Like, bro, you're embarrassing
Wow,
yourself.
he's checking
Stop
so
doing
many
this.
boxes, bro. Oh my god.
Bro, choose one disability, bro.
Bro, we're trembling. We're
Anyways,
trembling
bro,
in fear, bro. We're
let's
trembling in
not
fear,
be-
bro.
These people are absolute fucking cowards, dude. Fucking losers. Bend over, donate $2, skip to 1926. This is where Nick is being asked about his opinion with insects, sentience, and vegans consuming honey. 1926.
So far? I know I had asked you over a year ago on this, but what was your position on vegans consuming honey? I don't have any problem with it. I am very, like, kind of jaded on the idea that insects are meaningfully sentient. I honestly, unless a very good empirical case can be made for it, like my default assumption is that insects are just not sentient. Or
I think it's clear they're sentient. It's just the degree to which they're sentient. You may or may not care, but they are very clearly sentient. Like the same inductive reasoning that would apply to animals would apply to insects.
or they don't have like a level of sentience that I would care about. Just because, I don't know. I look at their neuroanatomy and I'm like, how much richness of experience can be crammed into such a small little cluster of ganglia? I don't know. I have doubts about it personally. So if people,
I think there certainly are some insects like mites where, yeah, if they are sentient, it's like nothing. Some other insects like bees, I would say, are certainly higher, but yeah, certain insects like mites or ants or something, definitely lower.
people want to eat honey, I don't care. I'm not going to lose any sleep over it.
I would agree with him that it's not a huge moral issue. Like, obviously, killing cows, chickens, pigs is a way bigger moral issue. I'm not gonna, like, flip out at somebody just because they ate honey, but... yeah, whatever. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Bend over to Tiller, skip to 29-27. This is where Nick is being asked by me with his response to comparing insects with computer programs.
How much richness of
29-27.
And it was horrible. I didn't like anything about it. Other than general phonetics. I remember you saying something that we could train AI or LLMs to have the same cluster of neurons as insects in your life. Well, what I was saying was certain behavioral correlates for sentience aren't persuasive to me because we can literally just like program computers to do the same things. Like people would take like what's a good example? What's an example that's just hilarious? Like, oh, when a scallop like swims by opening and closing its shell, dude, we can get a fucking robot to do that. Like that to me is not really evidence of like, it's not evidence of sentience because it's not it's not clear if it's more expected on sentience than not sentience, right? Because there are even plants that have the same kind of behavior, opening and closing their leaves, for example. So I just don't take like opening and closing its shell to swim away from some kind of stimulus to be like evidence of sentience in and of itself. I think that's what I was probably saying when you heard me talk about this last.
Yeah, I think that's sensible. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Ben donated another $2. Skip to 238.20. This is where he's asked if you could be convinced.
Acted on sentience than not sentience, right? Because there are even
238.20.
Would you ever be willing to convince vegan gains on vegans consuming honey or other questionable sentient creatures like insects? You were able to do it just fine with bivalves. He's doing a live stream. I mean, maybe? I don't know, because I honestly think that like some of the same arguments that you use for bivalves, I don't see why they wouldn't just apply to like a lot of different kinds of insects. I mean, there are some insects that are almost certainly not sentient, like mealworms, for example. If you look at like a mealworm's nervous system, so nervous system. Holy fuck, I type slow on this keyboard. I'm so sorry, guys. If you look at a mealworm's nervous system, there is no brain. Fuck, Brave search is just so fucking bad. I was using Coggy search for so long.
Like, I don't see it as a huge moral issue to have honey. It's just not that big of a deal. I would lean in favor of it being immoral right now, but it's just not something I'd really... It's not a hill I'd die on, for sure. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
I don't know why you keep equating Jews with Zionist. Being anti-Zionist doesn't make you an anti-Semite. There are millions of Jews that oppose the genocide and the illegal settlement Israel. You're the one that just sounds like the anti-Semite for comparing.
Yeah, and there's Palestinians that are in favor of Zionism, and there's Palestinians living in Palestine that want to become part of Israel and be ruled over by an Israeli government. So, oh, okay, on that basis, because there's Palestinians that are pro-Israel living in Gaza and the West Bank, I guess that means Israel isn't committing a genocide, they're not committing human rights violations, and Israel should take over. Great. Thanks for the donation, dumbass. Draft donate $2. War with Israel, war with India, war with Europe, war with America. Spamming meat pictures and talking about eating dead animals is all they're good at doing because violence is the only thing on their mind. Don't sweat it, dude. They're at war with themselves. Well, yeah. These dumbasses don't annoy me. I know they're just fucking stupid, and they're probably just gonna, like, blow themselves up or fly a plane into a fucking building. So, who cares? Thanks for the donation, Giraffe.
Red apple emoji, strawberry emoji, hot pepper emoji, cherries emoji, watermelon emoji, tomato emoji, peach emoji, tangerine emoji, pineapple emoji, mango emoji, lemon emoji, banana emoji, lime emoji, avocado emoji, kiwi emoji, pear emoji, melon emoji, cucumber emoji, leafy green emoji, green apple emoji, green heart emoji, seedling emoji, bell pepper emoji, blueberries emoji, grapes emoji, coconut emoji.
Aside from the strawberry, those are all foods that I like. Thanks for the donation, Raw Vegan Cowboy.
I have a very sentient cat. 7,777 nonillion 777 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777,777,778.
Wow, that's amazing. I also have a sentient cat. Thanks for the donation, even though.
And his sister, becoming kind of twin alternating hostages, is Inanna able to escape the shadowy citadel of the underworld capital of Ganzir. The underworld is a dark, distant place associated in the Sumerian mind with the Zagros Mountains to the east. It's often called Kur, or just mountain, in their mysterious language, and is a kind of shadowy, gloomy version of our land, bathed in light. Of course, the Egyptian culture also had a terrifically complex afterlife that underwent numerous changes through the eons of that culture's development. From the automatic mummification offered by the sands of the desert, to the royal deification and the ascent to the stars provided by the pyramid texts, to the democratization of the afterlife and custom-produced books of coming forth by day, which is also ironically named the Book of the Dead. I say it's ironically named that because it was actually for people who had precisely survived death and, well, reached the afterlife. The Egyptians imagined various afterlives and various means by achieving them. By the New Kingdom, one's heart was actually weighed against the feather of cosmic justice, or ma'at, and failing to be sufficiently morally pure, one's soul, one's ka, was consumed by the demonic Ammit. Otherwise succeeding, one joined the divine Osiris in the next life. In the glory years prior to the Bronze Age collapse, the people of Canaan told the epic of Baal, who defeated the watery forces of chaos in the form of the sea, or Yam, but also descended to the underworld to engage in battle with Mot, or death. Temporarily killed, Baal is resurrected, and here the storm god forever contends with the god of drought and death in the yearly cycle of the winter rains and the parched earth of the summer. All three of these ancient cultures had complex and evolving conceptions of the afterlife. Thus, it will be unsurprising for you to learn that
Those Muslims weren't interested in debate. They won't mute each other when they interrupt you. Yet they mute you. That's such a classic religious thing to do. If you don't agree with them, they exile you. Zealots. Echoes of the past that plagues freedom.
Well, the reality is, nobody likes Muslims. Even Muslims don't like Muslims. That's why they kill each other en masse in stupid fucking wars, because they think you should pray a certain amount of times per day. It's just fucking hilarious. So, yeah. All these people are getting banned from entering all these other countries because everyone knows they're fucking dipshits, so they can stay in their own shitty little, holes in the fucking desert, doing nothing, and eventually they're not going to make any fucking money from oil because we're transitioning to, renewable energies, so... Yeah, they can have their dumbass fucking stupid religious beliefs in the desert where they fuck kids and blow each other up, fly planes into the fucking buildings, and talk about how Islam is so great and, we're following the true religion of God, while they're broke and poor and just blowing each other up. So, whatever. They can do whatever the fuck they want, doesn't bother me, they're just a joke. The whole reason I came in there was just a meme on them, and I got what I wanted. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. F donated $2, let me see.
This tiny tiger was abandoned by its mother and bullied.
Oh my god, why don't they stay small like this?
By its siblings. To give it the best chance.
Oh, look at him
The
hugging.
caretaker is raising it separately and often carries around like this while making rounds to check on the other
What a
animals.
cutie, oh my goodness. Dude, they need to make tigers just stay small like this. Oh my god, that's amazing. I wanna hug a little baby tiger. Oh my god. Oh, that's so nice. Oh my god, that's nice.
Why do tigers often stick their tongues out? Just
Ow.
a little, looking so cute and
Oh my
silly?
god.
You might think they do it to detect scents more clearly in the air or to cool off like dogs do. But actually, it's because tigers have long tongues. When they're relaxed, their
Wow.
tongues naturally droop and their mouths stay
Oh
slightly
my
open without
god.
any effort.
Oh my god, they have nice bleps. Look at that blep.
Some tiger cubs.
Oh my god, they're always blepping. Oh my god, I love tigers.
I did.
And how was the party? I wasn't invited.
Actually, no, that's not the truth, Ellen. You were invited. Last time I was on the show, last year, you gave me a bunch of about not inviting you, but I didn't even know you wanted to be invited.
Well, who doesn't want to be invited to a party?
Well, I didn't even know you liked me.
Of course I like you. You knew I liked you. You've been on the show many times, and don't I show like? Yeah.
Do you know of any vegan soft motorcycle pannier? There's a billion, dude. The only ones that aren't vegan are just some of the ones that are made out of leather, and they usually use fake leather these days because real leather is going to degrade and basically fall apart in the rain, but like pretty much all panniers are vegan, soft panniers. There's a few that use like heavily treated leather, but yeah, just about any brand. Pretty sure Jivy, Kappa, like they all have soft, vegan-friendly panniers. I know BMW, they have soft luggage as well. But yeah, like everyone, Nelson rigs are good. Pretty sure even these are usually vegan. Yeah, so even these that look like leather, they're usually not leather. They're a synthetic leather because they just hold up better in weather compared to leather. Pretty sure these are also... I'd look it up just to make sure, but usually even these that are leather looking aren't actually leather. They don't explicitly state. So I remember I was looking at something for the cruiser that I used to have, and I didn't end up getting any saddlebags because I had to get some extra mounting hardware, and I was going to sell the bike anyway. But most of the ones that I was looking at, they're actually vegan friendly. Yeah, made with 12-ounce UV and water-resistant vinyl. So almost all of them are vegan friendly at this point, but yeah, Krieg, Nelson Rig, Saddleman, I know Jivy makes soft saddlebags too, and if you buy any new bike, like if you're gonna get a BMW, they have soft luggage that's vegan friendly too. Like, Harley might actually make stupid. Yeah, black synthetic leather. Even these, again, synthetic leather. They're not even real leather. So, 99% of soft leather, or sorry, soft luggage is vegan.
No. Not a single Palestinian wants that. They're protesting in the Gaza Street right now because they had enough of the conditions that Israel and created and left them in. They want their land back. They don't want another government in control of their land.
So that's not true. There's actually communities around Gaza that are literally banding together to get rid of Hamas, and a lot of them are saying they actually want Israel to just take over, because every single time Arabs take over the territory, they fuck everything up. You want a BMW M6? I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't get that car. Is this electric? Or hybrid? I don't know why the fuck you'd want that car. Oh no, 6-cylinder. Thanks for the donation, stupid. Bend over to Neutiller's rare base moment from Elon Musk. If forced to choose between greatly improved sanitation and vaccines, sanitation matters more. I would completely disagree. There were polio outbreaks in the United States, and that's after the introduction of soaps. We had antibiotics at that point. People were washing their hands. We had working sewer systems. And there were polio outbreaks in the United States and Canada until the vaccine was introduced. So I would rather have vaccines, personally, because they seem to be far more effective. Vaccines train your immune system for battle. The essence. Yeah, this is just a stupid take. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
But I did invite you and you didn't come. So.
This time you invited me?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
How do you know? I don't think so.
Ask everybody. Ask Jonathan, your producer. Who said you were?
I was invited?
Right.
Why didn't I go?
I don't know.
You turned 30.
Yeah, what's her name? Ellen is...
Why do...
Ellen's not a likable person.
American culture is centered around niggers. They have holidays for niggers. They killed hundreds of thousands of white men to free niggers. They listen to nigger music. They elect a nigger as their president. They dress and act like niggers.
Well, that's Twitter these days. Thanks for the donation, F.
The afterlife of those most famous Canaanites, the Israelites, is going to reflect, refract, and remix many of their neighbors' concepts into their own concept of the afterlife, Sheol. The word die or death, mavet in various forms in Hebrew, appears to occur exactly 1,000 times in the Hebrew Bible, with the technical name for the afterlife, Sheol, occurring 66 times. These are almost equally distributed in the prophetic works, with 21 times, the wisdom works, 20 times, the prophetic literature, Sheol appears 17 times, and with only a smattering in the narrative texts. There it only appears 8 of the
Dodo Donateller's VG, you know what I'm in the mood to debate? Some Muslims that ended up exactly how I expected it to. They just kept muting you, dodging personal attacks. When's like the last time you had an intellectually honest debate with a Muslim? Never. I have never had an intellectually honest debate with a Muslim, and it's because they're completely and utterly incapable of doing so. It's kind of weird. They know exactly what they're doing. They're fanatical jackasses. And I mean, with Christians, just the way they engage in these debates generally, they're not after world domination. They don't want to create like a fascist fucking state where they like kill you if you're not Christian and crap. So whenever you engage with in a debate with a Christian, they're like, look, God gave us, choice. He's given us an opportunity to, live in paradise. And here's the pathway to paradise. I can do my best to, convince you, but if you choose to reject God, that's up to you. Muslims, no, they are literally Nazis. Islam is a faith that is completely and utterly identical to Nazism. It is fascist, totalitarian rule. That's what it was. That's always what it's been about. That was the Prophet Muhammad's intention with spreading Islam. He just wanted to be the Lord and Master of fucking everything and get as much power and wealth as he possibly could. That was the idea behind Nazism. That's the idea behind Islam. And again, it's no coincidence that Hitler was infatuated with Islam. Hitler was a big fan of Islam and had wished that Germans followed a religion similar to Islam. So that's why they're always like this in these debates. They absolutely have to, under any circumstances, win. They have to convince you. They have to be right. And the only way for them to do that is to do the shit they do, you know, during these debates. Mute you, talk over you, play like just mental gymnastics. And it's because that's the only way for them to implement their fascist totalitarian rule. Christians, at least in general, aren't interested in that. They just say, hey, like, here's the pathway to paradise. Take it or leave it. Muslims, the only way for them to get money, to get power, is to spread this fucking bullshit. So that's why they always do this horseshit. Islam is just a different form of fucking fascism. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
66 times. Only 66 mentions in such a wide range of texts, with life and death, divine judgment, and legal adherence being central themes, reveals that the afterlife was simply wasn't a major concern of Israelite religious or literary society. Despite this relative unconcern with the afterlife, there is enough data to provide at least a sketch of what the concept of Sheol meant to them. The word almost always appears without a definite article, indicating that it was a proper name, though oddly it never occurs in narrative accounts of deaths, which happen a lot in the Hebrew Bible. Even people killed precisely because of religious failure. We never really see something like, and so-and-so died and they went to Sheol. Further, it's never mentioned in the legal sections of the Bible as a kind of punishment or reward for obeying or disobeying the divine law. Those punishments and rewards are almost always this worldly and are typically cashed out in terms of life duration, large families, and agricultural success. Finally, the term seems to occur through all the literary periods captured by the Hebrew Bible, and the word only occurs in the Hebrew Bible with one exception, a mention in a letter from the Jewish military colony on Elephantine Island in Upper Egypt. Given that the word Sheol never appears anywhere else, it seems at least reasonable to conclude that it was a uniquely Israelite term for the afterlife. Now, typically with Semitic languages, etymological analysis provides us at least some clue as to what words mean. Unfortunately, this isn't true with the term Sheol. Scholars have provided nearly a dozen possible origins for this term. There's some on the screen now, though there's no scholarly agreement on the meaning of this word. We just don't know what the word Sheol means. As you can see, we have everything from a Hebrew root or shoresh meaning something like to inquire, which seems closest from a phonological point of view, though not really conceptually connected to the underworld, to a possible connection in Akkadian with the god Shuwala being an epithet perhaps of Ereshkigal, the queen of the dead, and thus Sheol becomes a kind of Hebrew place name for the underworld by association, although that term only occurs twice in the entire Akkadian corpus. Sheol was also associated with terms like pit, ditch, and grave. There are 6 instances also where it's described as Avadon, or destruction. This actually goes on to become the angel of the bottomless pit in the Apocalypse of John. Though it's also worth noting that Sheol never gets personified in the Hebrew Bible like Mot in the earlier Canaanite mythologies. I have to admit that none of these etymologies are terribly satisfying, and that the origin of this word will likely remain mysterious. The term Sheol is also a great example of when a specific theological concern is brought to bear in translation. The Presbyterian R. Laird Harris rejected the idea that Sheol was the destination of all the dead, good and evil, and for theological reasons tied to his Christian faith. Given this, he refused to read the term Sheol as basically anything other than the literal grave that a corpse is put into. In fact, he argued that the ancient Hebrews couldn't imagine anything deeper than a really deep grave for some reason, because, you know, they never talked about the ocean or anything like that. Regardless, this wouldn't have been a big deal. People have all kinds of, let's call them odd ideas about how to do Bible translation, if he weren't the chairman of the Committee on Bible Translation for the New International Version, or the NIV edition of the Bible, probably the second most popular translation of the Bible into English. So this is a case where one guy's very idiosyncratic read of the Hebrew Bible basically gutted a hugely popular translation of the Bible of an entire Israelite religious concept, and a concept of no less importance than that of the afterlife. It looks like it's going to be an early day for whiskey here at Esoterica. Okay, welcome back. So what do we know about this place, Sheol? Well, the news isn't good, but at least we didn't translate it away. One is always said to descend to Sheol after death, and unlike other cultures, there are no ancient Israelite stories of heroes descending into Sheol only to escape triumphant. Yes, I know that in Christian mythology, Jesus performs the so-called harrowing of hell, but by then, the fully Israelite concept of Sheol as a kind of afterlife was already a bit of a distant memory. I think it's better to understand the theological...
I never claimed Christianity was the worst religion. I've stated consistently that Islam is by far the worst Abrahamic faith.
...work in Jesus' descent within a larger Hellenistic rather than an Israelite alone religious context. Regardless, Sheol is an underworld properly speaking. It is literally thought to be an underground place and is associated with dirt and darkness, maggots, worms, stillness, and silence. We are told that it is the most distant place from the Israelite God, and that those in Sheol know nothing and can offer no further praise of the divine. Further, it appears that everyone, regardless of moral righteousness or failure, arrives there, and that escape is impossible. While there are 3 accounts of physical resurrection from the dead in the Hebrew Bible, curiously enough, all
Buzz $20 of the game says minimum requirements is RTX 2060. Can I get away with GTX 1070? It's all I have right now, and GPUs are getting fucked with tariffs. I mean, you can likely get away with it. It kind of depends, though. There are some games that are going to have to. I think Doom Eternal, or no, not Doom Eternal. Doom the Dark Ages requires an RTX or equivalent graphics card. So, like, there has to be some sort of ray tracing cores inside the graphics card, apparently, in order to run. So you can put some games into, like, potato mode and probably get away with it, but yeah, I mean, if the minimum specs are a 2060 and you've got a GTX 1070, then it's probably not going to be a great experience. You could try to find a used GTX 1080 Ti. Those are probably pretty inexpensive. And I mean, you could probably find a used 2060 for dirt cheap too. I just do something like that. Just get a used card. Apparently, NVIDIA is going to come out with a 600 series RTX GPU that's going to be like called a Titan 600 or something. Unless that card is like 10K, I'm likely going to get it. If the MSRP is like 4 or 5 grand, I'd probably swallow that cost. Thanks for the donation though, Fuzz. Sadie donated $2. Let me see.
On back, move on back, move on back. The driver on the bus says, move on back. Move.
That did happen.
Say that you're racist?
Not at all. No.
Yeah.
Look at my dog. He's as black as can be.
It's the motherfucking Eagle Double G.
True.
That's a question. Oh, what is it, Elmo? Elmo wants to know why Russ's skin is brown. Oh, Elmo has a question.
I mean, kids do ask that. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
All 3 are actually associated with these shamanic prophetic characters of Elijah and his companion Elisha. All 3 of those are resurrected.
Do you think they actually understood that you can't have more than 100% calculation for inheritance? They were deliberately being dense. The problem that I was pointing out is that these laws for inheritance result in mathematical impossibilities where you cannot give out more than what the inheritance is. That's the problem with the outline for inheritance. Then they tried to work around that issue by saying, oh, well, who cares? Just go roughly by the recommendation. But that's not going by the recommendation that's outlined by God. So if they're going to acknowledge that God created that problem with the recommendation, then that puts into question, was this written by God? Because why would God introduce that sort of problem? So again, there's a greater likelihood that this recommendation was made by an illiterate, uneducated man who did not have particularly good math skills, rather than this being some sort of divine commandment from God, because why would God give this kind of commandment that leads to this sort of issue in most cases? So if it were only like very rare marginal cases that this ever happened, you could maybe hand wave away and say, who's going to have, like, if this worked in almost every case, but aside from if somebody has like 50 children or something. Okay. But, yeah, when in most cases, the inheritance either ends up being greater, or sorry, the fraction of the inheritance given out to each individual is greater than the total inheritance or less than the total inheritance, why would God give a commandment like that? And they just tried to get around it by saying, oh, well, it doesn't matter. You can just make adjustments to make it generally fit the recommendation. But so they're just deliberately being dense. There's clearly an issue with the recommendation, and obviously the logical way to solve that recommendation is by adjusting it. But if this is a commandment from God, why would you need to make adjustments? Why couldn't he have just made a cohesive, sensible mathematical model? Presumably God would be able to do that. So is he lazy? Did God just not want to put in the effort? So yeah. There's a clear problem there. There's obviously a higher likelihood of a dumbass making this rule rather than God, and they just didn't want to acknowledge that, and then they just kept muting me, obfuscating, and just doing what Muslims do best, lying.
Resurrections occur shortly after death, and none after the body is entombed. Of course, Elijah and Enoch are both famous for having never died, so they don't have to escape Sheol, but it appears that all that die can't. However, there are a few fleeting references to the Israelite God being able to raise someone out of Sheol if God likes, so this never occurs in any of the texts of the Hebrew Bible. Though it's not a place of punishment, there is some sense that the evil are placed in a more deep or more remote section of Sheol geographically, but this could just be a kind of poetic flourish. We're also told that it is prison-like, with gates and bars, and that those there are bound with cords or chains. There's no activity to speak of in Sheol, though sluggish movement seems kind of possible. Those there are described as weak, and inactivity seems to be the norm. In the end, Sheol is a gloomy, cave-like realm of stillness, forgetfulness, silence, and decay. It is the eternal twilight after a death, which never quite becomes oblivion. While Sheol represents a kind of post-mortem equality, there is an earlier stratum in Israelite conceptions of the afterlife, which
Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see.
Piece 2550C01. What does that mean? Brown monkey animal with banana mint.
Oh, that's good.
Fucking nigger! Barry! Who else, huh? Who else?
Yeah, great. Dark humor is like food and water. African kid, how? You wouldn't get it. Is the joke that African kids don't get food and water? That's not a very good joke. That is a nice cat, though.
Make a fist for me. Make a fist. Good, relax. When I met Zion, I said, why do you want hands? Zion, why do you want hands? He's a very, very intelligent young man. He said, I want to swing on the monkey bars. You to make a
I mean, that is reasonable. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
more reflects their Canaanite forebears. In the earlier Bronze Age text from Ugarit, we learn of ghost-like entities called Rape Uma, although the vocalization on this word isn't quite clear. These entities seem to have been semi-divine ancestor spirits, often previous political leaders and military heroes, who can return from the underworld to celebrate certain festivals, especially the New Year festival, with the living at a communal drinking party called a marzich or a marzeach. We're not, again, sure of the pronunciation. Curiously enough, their name seems to come from a root meaning something like to heal, though it isn't clear if they're the ones being healed, like being healed of life. You can think of Socrates at the end of the Phaedo, or perhaps they did the healing through magical intercession, or it could just mean something completely else. We just don't know. It's worth pointing out, however, that ancient Near East medicine was deeply connected to exorcistic rituals to cure various illnesses precisely caused by various kinds of malevolent ghosts. Something of these concepts seems to have survived into Israelite culture, though it appears controversially so. In Hebrew, the Rephaim describe a range of different beings, though they are usually linked to unusual, heroic, or kind of gigantic beings, like the literal giants, such as Og of Bashan. In a few places in the Hebrew Bible, the term seems to continue to reflect the more archaic Canaanite sense of the ancient, powerful dead. Though in the 8 times this term occurs to refer to the dead, it never occurs with a definite article, and it seems that by that time it's entered into Hebrew and has become a kind of general term for those that exist in Sheol. The drinking party or symposium in honor of and with the dead, the marzich or the marzeach of ancient Canaanite practice, also seems to have continued to be practiced by the Israelites, though seemingly controversially. It's only mentioned twice in the Hebrew Bible and only in the prophets Amos and Jeremiah, and there it's vociferously condemned for various reasons. Likewise, Levitical law forbids self-mutilation on account of the dead. This becomes the general basis for a prohibition on tattooing in later rabbinical jurisprudence. The only person in all of Israelite literature described as having emerged for any time at all from Sheol is the prophet Samuel, who's summoned by the Baalat Ov, or the necromancer at Endor, at the behest of the distraught king Saul. As you probably know, his war with the Philistines was going poorly, and God had gone silent in guiding the king, which is to say that the legitimate modes of divination had fallen silent. Out of desperation, he turns to a practice that he actually outlawed, the rousing of
Johnny Tillers, why do you bother debating people who are Islamists? They are, by definition, in a cult and won't listen to logic or reason. You'll never convince them, wasting your time. Ments, just to show everybody how stupid it is. That's really it. Thanks for the donation, Fuzz.
Of the dead to tell the future. It's just good old-fashioned necromancy. The necromancer, well, here she's a necromantrix. Look, I know it's Greek and not Latin third declension, but
I'm going to transition so I can infiltrate the Muslims' cultural security. I will find the ringleader of that debate Discord and I'll let him fuck me endlessly. I'll win his heart, then cheat on him with John Steele and show him my real ID that I'm a dude.
Sounds like a plan. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Runners, a fag. $. Looks like the Young Turks are starting to cannibalize each other. It was only a matter of time. She wasn't even paid properly, even though the Young Turks obviously makes crazy money and likely have little overhead cost.
You know what he means?
Jank was making it out to seem as though Young Turks is losing money, and I don't know how that could possibly be the case. Like, they could film their show in a shitty little studio apartment. So, if they have money issues, it would either be due to just ridiculous, irresponsible spending from Jank, like, I don't know, buying or renting out a very expensive studio space for no reason. And then, like, they get good views on their YouTube channel, even then. Or he has a certain lifestyle where he likes buying new cars, new house, this and that. And then he's lying about financial issues when all he's doing is just sucking up money for himself. It's really the only, like, logical explanation. Thanks for the donation, though, W.
It's pointless debating those Muslim guys. They'll pull every trick out of their Allah brown ass to keep their slave owning, child marrying, woman raping, money stealing murder religion. Wish you could just make videos against them with Bible receipts.
Well, I'm not Christian. There's nothing in the Bible that refutes Islam. At least technically speaking, like the only thing you can point to is the Prophet Muhammad being wrong about the Bible. So there are many contradictions made in the Quran about the Bible that you can point out, but I'd never use the Bible as an argument refuting Islam because it doesn't. You can only refute statements the Prophet Muhammad has made. Thanks for the donation, though, Sundus.
Someone and they swear that all of their exes were psychos, and then you slowly realize that, oh wait, I'm talking to the person who was the problem in the relationship. Unrelatedly, the Young Turks. And I'm going to make this as brief as possible because there are a million far more important and pressing things going on right now. As you know, actual fascism. But to make it brief, Cenk Uygur, the head of TYT, recently hath forboten me from appearing on any TYT shows because, in part, I said that him capitulating to right-wing framing on many issues meant he was, quote, acting like a bitch. And the truth is, he was, and I'll explain that a little bit later. But first, some backstory. So I have been a contractor at TYT for 10 years now, appearing on all of the shows as a fill-in host, as a guest host during election coverage, on the TYT main show, on the Damage Report, and on Indisputable, along with a lot of other shows. I have always...
Yeah, I'm watching Common Side Effects. It's good.
Hopped on at the last minute, always helped out in a pinch. I guest host last minute, and yes, I was paid. And if you're watching this and you are a TYT contributor and you are not getting...
Oh, and you know what's also great? My insurance costs have been cut in half, which is fucking dope. So I was paying $560 per month for insurance for my bikes. Now I think it's down to like $270 or something, which is awesome.
Paid. Stop going on TYT until you do. I've never been a full-time employee, never got healthcare, never got maternity leave when I had my child. But back in 2018, I was hired for a 6-month contract to pilot a show for $3,000 a month. Then, however, their funding bottomed out and I was let go. And they broke their contract. My reps at the time thought I should sue to get the full 6 months of payment and work that I was owed, but I didn't because I told them that TYT was good people and I wanted to maintain my relationship. And I did. That is until things started to turn for TYT politically. And this started happening around the pandemic. Around the pandemic, Anna Kasparian seemed to become focused on the issue of homelessness, especially in a city that I used to call home, which is San Francisco. She had an objectively scary experience with an unhoused person, and in fact, I went back to see when she told her audience about this. And I do remember the day that Anna told the story on air. In fact, I was also on after she told that story, but I didn't hear it at the time. It was within an interview that she was doing with an author by the name of Michael Schellenberger, who had written the book San Francisco, Why Progressives Are Ruining Cities. Instead of focusing on housing market prices, on how homelessness often leads to things like addiction and mental illness, Schellenberger focuses on Democrats who thinks go too easy on the
I would say it's the opposite. Addiction leads to homelessness.
unhoused. I remember that I jumped onto the show right after he got off, after that interview, and the TYT audience was really pissed because they felt like the framing and the platforming of someone like Schellenberger was a disservice to the issue of homelessness, mental illness, and addiction. Anne apparently took that as the chat downplaying what happened to her rather than how the issues were presented. She's since gone on right-wing shows like Glenn Beck, Piers Morgan, and Jillian Michaels, among others, to retell this story and use it as rationale for why she feels the left left her, that maybe she's never been left, why she's politically homeless, or, politically unhoused. Since then, she's gone on to cover critical stories from a right-wing framing, like the alleged takeovers of buildings by Venezuelan gangs in Aurora, Colorado, like the mentally ill, undocumented man in Los Angeles, who was found lighting fires, but who was not responsible for the wildfires themselves in January. Throwing progressive mayors like Brandon Johnson of Chicago under the bus because he listens to teachers too much. Anna's actually really skilled at what she does, so the laziness with which she treats these stories really just stands out all the more. Let me give you some backstory, though, of Anna and my...
I've just had my full license for a few years now, and I haven't had to make any claims, and I haven't gotten any speeding tickets, and made a slight adjustment for the amount of miles that are covered by my policy, but yeah, that just having a full license with no claims for a few years just brought it down.
My friendship. We've never been close, despite a hike, a dinner, and the time that she generously gave me a gift for my new baby, and then explained to me that she was going to debate Ben Shapiro because, in her words, she, quote, felt she could win over his audience. Two moments with Anna stand out for me in terms of how I've always treated her. In 2016, I was working with AJ Plus, and we were at the RNC. I had just started going on TYT a little bit and meeting everyone. And TYT was there, and Anna was there, and she was frustrated because she hadn't been booked on many appearances on camera, and instead, a panel of men mostly clogged up the day. I stood next to her and told her how annoying that was, and just tried to build her up in solidarity. Then in 2019, we went out to lunch in Los Angeles at an awesome spot that she knew of. And Anna
Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see.
Babe, I'm home. Hi, honey. I'm just doing dishes. Damn, girl, you get thicker.
She's fat. Oh. Oh. The hell's going on there? Dog doesn't like that. Oh, it's a frog. Oh no. That's a nice cat. I like cats. Oh. Shibes are really weird. Yeah, Shibes are very strange dogs.
Hey, Speedy Gonzalez! Slow your roll, man. Come talk with me.
Look, Ken, one last time. I don't find that funny.
Hey, Speedy Gonzalez! Slow your...
That is very, very gay if you have to watch those videos.
I'm not a man.
You know what? I'm sorry, ma'am. Did I?
I'm not a fucking man.
I thought
Richard.
Richard could be a ma'am.
I don't think so, ma'am.
Ma'am.
Could have fooled me. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
Confided to me that she was frustrated about leadership at TYT, how she wasn't involved in day-to-day decision-making, and how Cenk viewed her more as a kid sister rather than a co-equal partner. And at the time, she wanted to branch out on her own and do videos on a new channel. I implored her at that moment to stay. I said that it's always women that tend to walk away from organizations, even when they've helped build them up to the point that they're at. I told her to fight for more of a decision-making role and to not walk away. And she did. And it looks like the editorial decisions that we see being made at TYT are in part because she now has the reins. In a way, I'm proud of her, even if I don't like the coverage. In November of last year, in an effort to understand where Anna was coming from and why she was doing what she was doing, I invited her to come on my show, The Bituation Room. She agreed, but also told me that she had a family emergency that sounded bad, and I told her to not worry and that we would find a time in the new year. That week, she went on Glenn Beck's show, and it kind of puzzled me, to be honest. She obviously now is likely not going to come on my show, in part because Cenk did. And I wanted to talk to him about his own very cordial conversations with the right since the election or re-election of Donald Trump, in which he tells various figures, from Charlie Kirk to Patrick Bet-David to Tim Pool to RFK Jr. lover, again, Jillian Michaels, about how he agrees that the left is often cruel and too extreme, saying that at a time where people are literally being disappeared for their political beliefs by this right-wing agenda. Anyone can watch the discussion. I put it in the link below, and it's honestly...
They know where the money is. They're just fucking grifters. Like, they're not a news show. They just grift. Like, their coverage on Israel, Palestine, Ukraine, Russia, like, all that shit, it's just partisan hack horseshit.
Just a really disturbing portrait of his very with me or against me mentality. I even foreshadowed in the video the idea that he would boot me from TYT one day. And he did. It was also staggering how much he was shadowboxing with me as some kind of stand-in for the max left that has lost their minds. In that video, he laughed at me for suggesting that Trump would create detention camps. After the discussion in December, TYT main show never asked me back on. And then when I made a harmless little video pointing out that yes, there are detention camps, that seemed to be one of the final straws. Personally, Cenk and I were never close. In 2022, I think we went out to lunch and he asked me if I wanted to work with TYT full-time. And it gave me pause. Look, I work with a number of outlets. I am a stand-up comedian. I value my free time, and I have my own show. I wanted time
She's a stand-up comedian. Oh, God.
to do those things, but also I'd pay through the nose for things like healthcare, and a little bit of job stability would be amazing. I also know how hard the company works people who work there, and I know how it treated the union drive. I also know how much they deny full-time employees bonuses every year, even when they're delivering millions of views. I know that they're kind of cheap, and Cenk usually doesn't like it when people negotiate with him. So I said, sure, I want to work for TYT full-time, but it depends on the offer, which, by the way, you should always ask for an offer before you pledge loyalty to anyone or any company. An offer never...
Yeah, whatever.
I had to do it. Necromantrix is an amazing word. At any rate, she is successful, and Samuel rises out of the earth as an Elohim, or a god, or a divine being. Now, I know that it's weird that the ghost of Samuel would be referred to as an Elohim, but it's worth pointing out that in other ancient Near East texts, these Rephaim, or ghosts, are often described as being Elim, or gods, so it must have been a common idea in that time. Well, God basically appears and confirms that Saul's been abandoned, and he's going to die on the battlefield the very next day. Sorry, Saul. If you're curious to learn more about Israelite magical practices like the necromantrix or the Baalat Ov, check out my episode on that topic in the card above. Now, whether the prophet Samuel's knowledge of the future was because of his former life as a prophet, they kind of sometimes know about the future, or because special knowledge is had by the dead isn't exactly clear. But such necromantic practices long predate this story and are practiced widely in various cultures at various times. It seems to be a kind of metaphysical commonplace that the dead exist and know of temporal events in a way that we don't or simply can't. They seem to know about time or relate to time and the events in time in a way that seems to give them foreknowledge or deep knowledge of the past in a way that we simply don't have. Sheol proved to be the only Israelite concept of the afterlife through the entire period of the composition of the Hebrew Bible. However, following the Babylonian exile and contact with both Persian and Hellenistic cultures, the Israelite Jewish conception of the afterlife underwent massive renovation with the rise of the apocalyptic mode of Judaism. In fact, it's precisely during this period that the afterlife is bifurcated into the blissful heavenly ascent, a robust concept of physical resurrection and divine judgment, and, of course, a realm of, unending torment, such as Gehenna or Hell. These all become popular in Judaism, and, of course, go on to great fame in Christianity and Islam. Curiously, the afterlife in Judaism would continue to develop, with a radically Kabbalistic renovation of the concept starting in the 13th century, and nothing short of reincarnation being introduced and normalized starting in the 16th century. I suspect the afterlife hasn't seen its last renovation. If you're interested in magic...
Fuzz Donateller's asked me a question in chat.
Crying Joe Biden, I'm crying Joe Biden. Is screaming Melanie, is screaming Melanie, is screaming Melanie, is screaming Melanie.
With
I'm crying Joe Biden, is screaming Melanie. I'm crying Joe Biden, is screaming Melanie, I'm crying Joe Biden. Is screaming Melanie, I'm crying Joe Biden, I'm crying Joe Biden, is screaming Melanie. You got that? That's my answer, folks. I'm the president, all right? I can do what I want. Now, let me tell you something else. If you don't like my answer, that's too bad, okay? Okay? I don't care what you think. I'm the president, not some snowflake who's going to cry about every little thing. I'm a big boy, okay? I can take care of myself. And another thing, I'm not going to be politically correct like those other losers, all right? I'm going to say what's on my mind. And if you don't like it, too bad. I'm not here to make friends, folks. I'm here to make America great again. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. Now, let's move on to the next question, okay? This next question comes from the user Nednall404, Sigma Boy. Haha, okay, listen up, kid. You want to be a Sigma, huh? Well, let me tell you, I'm the biggest Sigma of them all. I don't need to lift weights or eat my spinach to be the alpha in the room. I just say what's on my mind and let the chips fall where they may. And if you don't
Can
like
you
it,
tell Vegan
tough
Runner
shit.
to
That's
stop acting like a simp? I just want to shove cookies up my ass so I can stay high.
All right, Vegan Runner, stop acting like a simp. He just wants to shove cookies up his ass. Thanks for the donation. Oreo is cool.
Let me tell you, being a Sigma isn't all sunshine and rainbows. It's a tough life and not for the faint of heart. But who said life was easy? Get over it and toughen up, kid. Welcome to the real world. And remember, in the words of the great philosopher Marilyn Manson, you're just another brick in the wall. But wait, I thought we weren't talking about walls. Oh, never mind. This next question comes from the user Ostisaucy, all right? Listen here, Dr.
I don't know how... Okay, there has to be a dude in chat who's picking questions, because it's skipping over mine. Thanks for the donation, though, Fuzz.
Okay, so let me play...
Let's get back to playing some Half-Life 2. Oh, hey, Gum Gum. How's my Gum Gum? Hey, Gum Gum. How's my gummy? Are you being nice and gummy tonight? I love my Gum Gum. Gum Gum is the best boy. Gum Gum is life. Life is Gum Gum, and Gum Gum is life. If you disagree with me, you can fucking hang yourself with a piano wire. Oh, hey, Gum Gum. Where's my Gum Gum? Yo, you know what's fucking bullshit? I think it's supposed to snow tomorrow, or there's gonna be like some freezing rainstorm or some horse shit. Dude, it never ends. Like, you think you're finally out of winter, and then, no, go fuck yourself. Oh my god. Gum Gum. Oh my god! Look, guys, I have a Gum Gum. Oh, this is such a good Gum Gum. Look at him. Look at him. Do not look away from Gum Gum. Look at him. He is a good boy. I love my Gum Gum. That's right. Gum Gum is the sweetest kitty. You know, he always sleeps with me. Like, always. Anytime I take a nap, he comes and naps with me. He is so good. Oh, he is the best buddy. He is my friend. That's right, you are my friend. Gummy is my friend. Yes, you are my friend. We're friends. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Now, 4 degrees today, and then it's going to be -1 on Saturday with freezing rain, and then Sunday, 1 freezing rain. It's going to be 15 on Monday, though. Dude, what is this fucking horse shit? Come on, go over the bomb. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Damn it. Damn it! There we go. That was pretty sweet. Fuck.
Good to see you playing a good game for once. Feels good.
Well, thanks for the donation for gamification. Glad you enjoy the game. Dude, shotguns are just so awesome. Can we just all agree on that? I gotta get my firearms license so I can get a shotgun. Damn it. Bitch. Fuck. Fuck.
What mod are you using? Those gun animations and muzzle flashes are really nice. I like how the SMG is justifiable like a 10-inch AK-104 or Draco.
The submachine gun in this game is modeled off the MP7. Roughly behaves like an MP7. It has more recoil, and it does have the grenade launcher, which the MP7 doesn't have. But I can't remember what mods specifically I'm
The power of plants. You think this will work? And I meant the Quran, not the Bible. They're all the same lies in my book.
Spinach leaves offer a new path to heart tissue regeneration.
The cost? Unbelievably low. This isn't some gossip, it's cutting-edge science. The biggest challenge in creating an artificial heart is dealing with the countless capillaries. 3D printing has taken artificial hearts to a whole new level, but it still can't achieve the precision needed to replicate those tiny, intricate blood vessels. Scientists accidentally discovered that spinach leaves are filled with a web of veins that are strikingly similar to the capillaries in a human heart. Even better, these veins are also designed to transport nutrients. With this breakthrough, these creative scientists had an idea. They stripped away the plant cells from spinach leaves, revealing only the leaf's vascular structure. Then, they injected nutrients into the veins. The nutrients started to flow. Next, they cultivated human cells alongside these spinach veins. Finally, they layered the leaf with heart muscle cells. The leaf began to beat rhythmically. In theory, this method could create a...
It's interesting. I guess that could work. Thanks for the donation, Pew Pew. Yeah, let me... There's a bunch of mods that I'm subscribed to. Yeah, there's a fucking ton. Wait, is this... Subscribed items, yeah. Which mod... Yeah, Weapons, Effects Remastered, EZ2 animations with Junias and HLA models. That's the one I'm using. Thanks for the donation, Pew Pew. Or not Pew Pew, forgot my name of creation.
Gordon, hit the core with your gravity gun. Okay, Barney should be on the far side of that canal. Well, there used to be a bridge here. Let me see if I can scout a new path. Ah, wait for me here. get through down there. Let's head that way. Ah, no! Gordon, run! Get out of here!
What the fuck? Did she get knocked out? Oh god. Not Alex. Damn it. Fuck. Bitch head crabs? Shit. Fuck. Ah, fuck!
Minor lacerations detected. Warning. Vital signs critical. Seek medical attention.
Head crabs or bitches?
Why do these SJWs hate Jews so much, VG?
It's probably related to some sort of Marxist political theory. You know, oppressor and the oppressed class. Or that could just be a justification for Jew hatred. I think it's probably just completely irrational and they try to make some sort of rationalization for it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Oh shit. Where the fuck? Where are those shots coming from? Oh, there he is. swaying back and forth. Dodo donates, you like the same reason they hate conservatives, white, straight people, and of course men. I will say it again, why can't they just judge people individually, not based of their race, sex, or social class? Well, again, that's the root of Marxist theory. It's class-based. There are classes that rule, there are classes that are oppressed, and they try to identify which is the ruling, which is the oppressed class. And then they judge people as individuals based on what class they're with. And even if that individual person isn't causing some kind of problem, they still blame shit on them just on the basis of them being part of the class. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. You know, gay bullshit. Aryan Rape 1488 Heil Hitler.
I'm going to show you why the devil's favorite letters, DEI, are not responsible for plane crashes. Reason number 1. In hell, the letters DEI stand for demonic evil indoctrination. Luckily, we live on Earth, where they actually stand for diversity, equity, and inclusion. So that's not evil, it's nice. Reason number 2. Who is it even nice for? It's nice for all of these people. Reason number 3. DEI is not affirmative action. This one means that me and you talk about what's hard and then together we work through it. That one means that you tell me what's hard and then I work on it for you. DEI efforts help qualified individuals manage.
That explanation made no sense, and I don't even think that's an adequate explanation of what DEI is.
Their shit and get stuff done. As an autistic therapist who's worked on DEI initiatives with Amazon and YouTube, I can tell you it's really not that complicated. I yap about some problems, throw out a few solutions, and then we all go home.
That was very gay. Thanks for the donation, dude. Fuck. Where the fuck am I even getting shot from? Damn it! Oh, you fucking kidding me? Damn it.
Dr. Freeman, Barney said you were on the way. We got split up by snipers, and he's pinned down in a warehouse up ahead. Go ahead, he's relying on you. Lead on, Freeman.
Fuck. Fuck.
You're Barney's old friend, aren't you? Maybe you can help him. Snipers trapped him up on that warehouse roof. He was going for a cache of grenades, but I doubt he can get to them now. Go on, Dr. Freeman. Dr. Freeman, I'm coming with you.
That kill him? I think it did, yeah. Okay, good. Shit.
Is somebody up there? Help me! Help me! We thought we'd be safer down here. Little we know the place was infested. The rest of them headed upstairs. They took the chances with the snipers. I guess they're still up there.
Zombies!
Oh. Oh shit. God damn it, are you kidding me? Fuck out of my way, bitch. How is that not... There we go.
Over here! Gordon, I can't move. These snipers got me pinned down. Gordon, pop a couple grenades. That'll clear them out.
There we go.
Gordon, take out these snipers, would you?
Fuck.
Gordon, lob a couple grenades. That'll clear them out.
There we
All right,
go.
thanks, Gordon. Now let's clear out of here.
Jeez. Only got 17 health now.
Gordon. Let me get this gate. My civil protection status still gives me limited clearance. Did you hear that just now? That damn thing haunts me.
Yes.
Watch the head humpers, Gordon! Bring it on! There's an old building up ahead, a bank or museum or something like that. Whatever the hell it used to be, now it's a nexus for Overwatch in City 17. It's the main source of pain for this part of town. There it is, the Overwatch nexus. Looks like they're mobilizing big time. You can sort of see
Almost at the
here.
Citadel.
I'll show you when we get to street level. We'll have to get in that building to open the gate. Even then, the suppression device will, suppress anyone coming through unless we shut it down. Then let's go!
Oops.
Here, take this med kit.
I got cut and ripped for this gay porn audition and they said I wasn't the right fit. Like what the fuck? They said I have a small dick. So I said, can I get pegged? They said I'm too skinny. I guess the next thing is hand jobs in the vegan alleyways.
Yeah, that's right. Just think positive. You can always suck cock or jerk off random dudes somewhere else, you know. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Runner. Is gay. Jesus.
choosing instead to embark on a path of ignorance. Make
Fuck.
no mistake, Dr. This is death.
There's that gate I was
finality.
telling you about. We'll have to come back here after we get it open. If we get it open. First, we gotta get into the Nexus building.
Jesus Christ. How the hell do we go about doing that?
Do what is right, Doctor.
Get away from there.
Fuck. Fuck.
I'd like to take a moment to address you directly, Dr. Yes, I'm talking to you. Choosing to embark. Hey, make no mistake. This is not a scientific revolution you've sparked. This is death and finality. You have plunged humanity into free fall. Even if you offered your surrender now, I cannot guarantee that our benefactors would accept it. At the moment, I fear they have begun to look upon even me with suspicion. Help me win back.
How often do you clean your mattress? Change my sheets every week or two.
Open nicely.
Wait, what?
Sorry, Doc.
Why is that not?
Uh-oh, turrets. Hey, you've got the HEV suit. You deal with them. Then I'll work the security console.
Sorry, Freeman.
I'm very
Roll a grenade in there if you've got one.
Oh, I see.
Great. I'll open this up. Uh-oh, drop ships. They'll be coming from the roof. If we want to get through these shields, we'll have to take out the generators one at a time.
Wait, what? What the hell? Wow. Are you kidding me?
Take this med kit.
Hey! Let us out of here! Hey, it's free!
Nick on carnivore diet donated $2.
I've realized fried chicken's like my favorite food. Is there anything better than fried chicken? And you know what I love about fried chicken? It always comes with other stuff too. You get fried chicken, and then you get like fries, and you get a roll, and you get coleslaw. What's not to like? It's juicy, it's flavorful, it's crunchy. It's the best thing ever. Everybody loves like steak. Everybody's really into steak. Oh, steak is a perfect food. I only eat steak. I'm gonna do a cutting board with steak and honey and a banana and an avocado and berries. And no, dude, fried chicken. Fried chicken's the ultimate meal. It's got delicious fats, lean meat. It's probably not as nutritional as beef, that I'll give you. Red meat is probably more nutritional. But you can't eat red meat every day. That's not good for you. It's actually carcinogenic. I'm a big believer in that. I know that's not in vogue these days. People say, no, you can eat red meat for every single meal. I don't agree. I don't think that people are carnivores. We probably eat too much red meat. I think it is carcinogenic. I think in the long term, it's bad for you. I think it's bad for like prostate cancer. Like, what do they call it? There's like a group of cancers basically for your ass. And I think that it causes a lot of cancers down, colorectal cancers. I think it's really bad for that. But chicken you could eat every day. People are saying, look, I'm not getting cancer because of you fucking retards that believe everything you see on Twitter. Twitter said that, we could eat red meat every day. Yeah, guys, I don't think so. Oh, that's just the food pyramid, the Jewish food pyramid talking. No, I don't think you can eat that every day, actually. I think you should eat fucking vegetables. I know, it's crazy. I know that's insane, but I think you need to eat vegetables too. Yeah, people are not fucking with this take. I don't care. I'm not getting cancer because you idiots believe everything you see on the internet. When you look at the healthiest people, they're not eating red meat every day, okay? Freaks. That's just you dummies. You people idolize bodybuilders that die at the age of 30 from a heart attack. I'm going to take health advice from you people. I'm going to take health advice from Jordan Peterson. He looks like shit. And by the way, this is very European. Hitler was a vegetarian. I learned this from a real Nazi. I learned this from a real German. I had a friend who was German. He said that his grandfather was in Hitler's army.
Yeah, Hitler was not vegetarian. And of all reasons to choose to avoid meat.
He said, you Americans, you eat too much meat. It'll give you cancer. He would not eat meat every day. He would eat meat like 3 times a week. He said, you eat too much meat. That's not good for you. We don't eat that much meat. And I agree. I think we do eat too much meat. So I'm in favor of moderation. I eat meat every day, but I think I shouldn't. But you can do whatever you want.
Nick Fuentes is, it's funny how he can be more sensible than Jordan Peterson. Thanks for the donation, Nick, on the carnivore diet. Gears of Vegan, donate $2. Replaying Gears after 15 years, man, this is going to be wholesome. Forgot how good the fucking cutscenes were. Also just picked up SS3 for Switch. What the hell is SS3? Are you playing the actual original on 360, or are you playing Ultimate Edition for PC? Ultimate Edition is still really good. I wouldn't want to play the actual OG on 360 because the frame rate sucks and the graphics suck, but Ultimate Edition's great. I tried playing Serious Sam. I can't get into it. I don't know why anybody likes it. It's just like a kind of boringish wave shooter. Yeah, I just can't get into that. But thanks for the donation, Gears of Vegan. I'm really psyched for Gears of War E-Day. That should be really good.
Let's follow him.
Do you think anime is no longer interesting anymore? Well, the first season of a bunch of animes are still good. But then what keeps happening is the second season sucks. keeps happening over and over and over again. I don't know if it's from these, like, manga creators getting burnt out, and then their mangas end up being shitty, and then the anime ends up being shitty, or if some of these anime studios are just running out of money, but... yeah, all the fucking time, dude. Yeah, like, Rising of Shield Hero, fucking amazing first season, second season, unwatchable. Like, literally unwatchable. Same with Jobless Reincarnation. I just started watching Dandadan. I'm enjoying it so far. Apparently Jujutsu Kaisen's the opposite. It gets better as it goes on, but haven't committed to watching that yet.
For them, Gordon.
Traps. I think I used them. I don't think there's any more. One more generator. Nothing back here, right?
Take this med kit.
God damn it.
Wow. With that much security, there must be something good at Shut it down. Be careful.
Oh shit. Okay. Are you just supposed to avoid those? I think you're just supposed to avoid those. Fuck. No. Oh my god. What in the fuck? It doesn't work half the time. Such bullshit.
Wow. With that much security, there must be something good in there. Go for it, Doc. I'll wait here till you shut it down. Be careful.
Damn it. Great. Fucking bitch. Are you against the Humane Society pushing for animal protection laws for wild animals, predators? May or may not be, it kind of depends. There it goes again. Wow, why does it not work? Fuck me, dude.
That much security, there must be something good in there. Go for it, Doc. I'll wait here till you shut it down. Be careful.
Thanks for the chat the other day on Discord, mate. Please feel free to react to my videos. I'm making short entertaining vegan research content.
Alright, well thanks for the donation, dude. Appreciate
Subscribe to Durian Rider, subscribe to Durian Rider, subscribe to Durian.
Go fuck yourself. Is that your YouTube channel? Alright, I'll check out your videos. Thanks for the donation, man.
One generator to go.
This fucking thing is bullshit. I don't know if I'm gonna bother with that one thing. I don't think you need to take it out.
Take this med kit. With that much security, there must be something good in there. Go for it, Doc.
Actually, my YouTube channel is.
Nice try. Fucking dipshit.
Thank you, my guy. That's huge for me. I appreciate you.
Alright, well, no problem, dude. Thanks for the donation. Plant-based products are getting better and cheaper.
So in 2024, this
take a look at this since it's short. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Group called Nectar came out with a report called The Taste of the Industry about plant-based products.
Oh, $91. I thought that said 9. Thanks for the big donation, man. Really appreciate that. I have an astigmatism, so it'd be hard to find small details in text. When I look up, my astigmatism goes away, and then when I look down, it gets worse. I don't know why that is. Sadie N-word, donate $2. Let me see.
Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows, everything that's...
Yeah, they wouldn't know. Oh, this fucking chick.
You don't have OCD. You have obesity.
Bruh.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I didn't know my psychiatrist was on here. Thank you.
This chick is such a delusional, manipulative liar. Like, all of her fucking girlfriends break up with her, and she's, like, obese to the point where she literally has a disability. She can't even wipe her own ass anymore, dude. And she's being prescribed Ozempic. She went off it because on Ozempic she doesn't eat as much, and she says she likes eating, so she's just going to keep eating and getting fatter and fatter. It's insane.
Gave her proportioned meals, and it's the same as I've always given her. The only thing that we know that might have been different is she quit eating the vinaigrette and ate honey mustard dressing.
Is she a gallon of honey mustard?
No, I gave her.
These people are fucked, dude. You know, they have, they used to have these camps for, like, fucked up kids. Not even fucked up kids, just kids with behavioral issues, and then they'd force them into, like, the Utah desert or something, and they'd basically do hard manual labor all day, and obviously that's not going to be a treatment for any behavioral problem they had, but these dumbasses thought if you just, like, force kids to do hard labor, it'll make their behavioral problems go away. Why not do that for fat people, where you force them on some, like, island or something where they can only eat fruit or some shit, and then, you know, they lose weight? I don't know if anybody would buy into that.
Prep yourself. Get up.
Hold on. Fuck. It's this shoe.
Yeah, it's the shoe.
Products. They asked people to rate 5 different animal products in terms of how much they liked eating them on a scale of 1 to 7. 7 being like very much, 1 being dislike very much. Participants also gave the same ratings to a bunch of plant-based equivalents in those same 5 categories, and the researchers highlighted the scores for the plant-based leaders in each of those categories. In most categories, the animal products still were outperforming the plant products in terms of taste. But for chicken nuggets, the average plant-based product was actually more well-liked than the average animal product. When we look at the leading plant-based chicken nugget, there's an even wider gap in favour of the plant-based product over the animal product. The 2024 report identified 8 products which were within 1 point of liking of the animal product and were rated at least somewhat tasty. So these were 8 products which were almost as good as animal products. It was bad news for producers of animal chicken nuggets, with several plant-based brands now being rated as more tasty than animal chicken nuggets. Well, the news for the meat industry went from bad to worse with the release of Nectar's 2025 report. In this report, they used a higher standard, only selecting products which 50% of people or more said were as good as or better than the animal-based equivalent. They found no fewer than 20 plant-based products that matched this criteria. That is not good news for the meat industry. There's a couple of brands that we recognise here in the UK, Vivera, Beyond Meat, but I have to say, a clean sweep for Impossible. Impossible had 6 different products which were rated as good or better than the animal product equivalent. This is important, as this graph shows, taste is the #1 driver of food choice amongst most national samples. And as this graph shows, taste is also given as the #1 reason why people have reduced their plant-based meat consumption if they said that they had. The second most common reason was price, which also happens to be the second highest driver of food choice overall. And there's more bad news for the meat industry there. Until recently, there was a large price premium on most plant-based products, but that price difference is being eroded, and in many cases, plant-based products are now cheaper than the animal product equivalents. In this comparison of plant-based and animal products in supermarkets in Europe, a basket made up of plant-based products was almost €10 cheaper. This is all horrible news for the meat industry. In the long run, ethics and the environment aside, people are not going to pay more for worse food. And that is what the meat industry is increasingly asking people to do. Follow me for more research on all things plant-based.
Based. Well, that is very good news. I'll link your channel in chat. Thanks again, dude. Appreciate the donation. Fuck. Fucking get some.
Take this med kit.
Follow me.
Dude, it's so bullshit that you can't buy machine guns legally.
There's our gate. Let me just get it open. Done. I'm gonna stay here and keep these gates.
You can
open
literally
enough to make
3D
a
print
difference.
Glock switches now. Like,
On
what
up
the
and connect
fuck
the
is the
sky
point,
bridge.
man?
We need to let reinforcements come through from every possible direction. If any more citizens come through, I'll send them up to find you. See you when I see you, Gordon.
My friend went to one of those camps. He started robbing people and shooting up heroin. They took him out to the foot of this mountain in the middle of winter so that the kids wouldn't run because they would freeze. He tried anyway and almost died, lol.
That is so insane. Dude, what the fuck, man? Thanks for the donation, forgot my namification. There's no way they'd try. They'd freeze to death. Tries anyway? Oh, that's great.
Suck my cock, Chris Bryant, and fuck your PhD, nigga.
Alright, well thanks for the donation, Chef Poppy. Oh shit. Swear the alt fire on the plasma rifle is just fucking useless. Like, why even have it? Oh my god. Dude, give me a fucking break. God damn it. Your mother. Shit. Fuck. How in the hell?
I noticed that there aren't any more of those annoying spam messages that took 5 minutes to finish reading. You put an end to that, or did the cunts finally realize their humor sucks?
That guy just comes around occasionally and then does that, so just whenever he feels like it. Thanks for the donation, Crucifixie. Get fucked. Eat shit, you pussy. Oh, jeez. Don't know if you're like supposed to engage those things. Oh shit.
Can you please tell chat to stop talking about my mom? They're not being nice.
I'm not gonna do that, but thanks for the donation, Vegan Runner is a girl.
Dr. Freeman, since you shut off the suppressor and opened the gate, we can really move people through now. The Combine's gonna feel the squeeze. We dropped a crate of rockets coming across the plaza. If you can make it there, you should have...
Jamie Donatillers, you had to be stuck on an island with nothing but mega conservatives or Muslim fundamentalists. What you picking? MAGA conservatives, without a doubt. Pretty much like any group of people, I'd preferentially choose MAGA conservatives. Like, Muslims will just, like, kill you and, like, torture you and shit for no fucking reason. Jeez. Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh my... What in the hell? How are you supposed to take this fucker down? Very confused. What in the fuck are you supposed to do? I have no idea. Ah, shit. Yeah, what the hell? Am I supposed to just avoid them? Oh, there's more. Oh, finally. Gee, they just take 1 billion rounds. Giraffe $20. Imagine if aliens came to Earth and said, Al-Amudullah Eid is coming. Time to feast on some halal Muslim human meat. Vegans are haram for us. We only consume Muslim meat eaters. Cows would be so happy, lol.
If you blended up
yeah, I bet.
every living human on Earth and then made a meatball out of it, you'd probably expect it to be unimaginably massive. But that wouldn't be the case. And this is because humans don't actually take up that much space when compressed. In total, all 8 billion people on Earth blended together would weigh around 1 trillion pounds. And when compressed into a meatball, it would only be a little over half a mile wide. If you
That's good to know. Guess that would be a good way of disposing of a body if you compress and dehydrate them. Thanks for the donation, Giraffe. I've known I know there have been serial killers who've like cut up bodies and turned them into like barbecue and made people eat them. Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see.
582.
Oh, that's a little higher than I thought. I'm sure it's still smaller than Brandon or Shonda.
I really don't want to do this. So how much does that scale go up to? Pretty high. Because I think out of all of us, I'm the most likely to be so big that the doctor can't help me. $803.
That is very heavy. That is so fucking goddamn heavy, dude. Huh. Really glad I'm not disabled. That'd suck. Guess you could still watch Netflix, but that would still suck. Yeah, that shit would suck. Oh, it kept going. Dude, 800 pounds is just so ridiculous. The amount of food you would have to fucking eat, bro. Oh, God. Oh, jeez. All right, thanks for the donation, Sadie. Fuck, dude. Yeah, fucked. Oh. There we go. Nice. Get fucked. Oh shit, there's more. Fuck. I'm like out of rockets, dude. Where in the fuck am I gonna go for more? Bruh. Damn it. see. Sadie N-word donated $2.
We haven't done anything. We're a totally peaceful racist group. We have
Freudian slip. Thanks for the donation, Sadie. Sengoku donated $2. I think gyms should start having deodorant policies. If you refuse to wear deodorant, you shouldn't be allowed. Thoughts? Well, I've got a funny personal story about that. Apparently, after training for 2 to 3 hours, I can stink. And enough people were complaining about me that the gym manager told me that I smell too bad to stay in the gym. So, yeah, I've had personal experience with that. So yeah, you probably should wear deodorant, especially if you stink. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku. Is that it, or...? Yeah, there's another... I don't know where to get more fucking ammo, though. That's the problem. So... Fuck. Okay, good. Health back. I don't know where the fuck to... Like, dude. Bro, like, I'm just out of ammo. Does their shit not do anything to it? Like, they're hitting him. The same weapon. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Yeah, They don't give you enough! Now I got 4. I still don't know if that's enough. Like, where the fuck else can I go? Oh, there. Okay, that makes a lot more fucking sense. Oh, shit. Dude. Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see.
Look. Hi, monkey.
Something you've said to a woman that you didn't really mean.
I love you.
My man. My man. My man.
Yeah.
Beautiful wife, Megan. All right, she's pulling for you. We all.
Pardons. And now, for the final crowning touch to this cake. Take a bite.
Yeah, I mean, she might be beautiful on the inside. Thanks for the donation, Sadie. Well, yeah, I went back to that gym. Yeah, I saw the new Eric Kanefsky video. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna take it personally. If I stink, I stink. Dude, these things take way too much fucking damage. Like, this is crazy. Okay, we finally done here? Has anybody hit on me recently? Well, no, I don't really go outside unless it's to the grocery store. Get fucked, asshole. Oh shit. God damn it. That was a fuck up. Fucking pussy. Ah. Cocksucker. Motherfuck. Oh, eat shit. Oh my god, eat shit. Oh, what a load of bullcrap. That is so fucking cheap.
Know how those striders sound when you kill them? They sound like a cow mooing through a mic. That's what Jasmine is gonna sound like when I impale her with my 3-inch dick. I fight you.
That's nice. Thanks for the donation, dude. Appreciate it. Oh my god. Wait, where's the thing? Fuck! Am I going insane? Where'd the thing go? Oh my god. Those things are so bullshit and so fucking annoying. Let's see. Chirp donated $2. They're probably just gonna be stupid. Okay, great. Smoke alarm jokes. All right.
Pepsi Black? I've never tried it. I'm gonna give it I'm abroad right now.
Okay, thanks for the donation.
You know.
Yeah, nice try. Thanks for the donation, dipshit. Shouldn't be that fucking hard to kill the... Where is that motherfucker? Son of a bitch. Okay, it's finally down? Holy crap. Wow, dude.
Dr. Freeman, it's a mess out there. This close to the Citadel, they've turned the streets over to striders. I think we can push them back if we can just get to high ground. We're almost to the Citadel wall, Doc. I don't know how the hell we're gonna breach it, but you've made it this far. I'm sure you'll think of something. We have to get to the horse!
Great. Fuck.
Take this med kit.
John Mavel Smith, $22. Wild animal laws that include predators are still be ethical because it should be a licensed person whose job it is to kill predators. Compared to a random person who isn't going to do it for ethical reasons. Maybe it depends. Do you care who kills a predator? Like, if somebody sees somebody raping a child in the street, do you care if it's a police officer or a random guy with a gun who shoots and kills the person? Like, I don't know why I'd care. Like, this applies to all crimes. If there's somebody murdering someone else, nobody gives a shit if it's a police who shoots and kills the person or if it's a Good Samaritan who shoots and kills the person. So I don't know why it would necessarily matter. Thanks for the donation though, dude. There's nothing there. Fuck. God damn it, fuck you.
Take this med kit. You better reload.
Fuck, fuck, fuck. Fuck. When working out, is there a certain percentage of 1RM that someone has to hit for reps in order to gain strength? Usually if you're training specifically for strength, you're looking at 70% plus range. And generally it's a bit higher, so 75 to 80% or higher is where people start. Fuck! Oh my god! That is diabolical. Are you kidding me? Dude, why in the hell haven't I not found any more fucking rocket launcher ammo? Like, eat shit. Oh my god. God. Damn it. What are these notifications I'm getting? Literally no. Yeah. Fucking asshole. Scans. Finally. Oh my god, really? Dude, that is... Oh my god, that is fucking insane. Dude, there's a ship and the Striders. Wow. Dude. Wow. Dude. Fuck. Fucking bitch. I'm already, like, dead. Yeah, of course you did. Of course. Okay, that's one down. That is so bullshit that they spawn on the opposite roof. Like, fuck right off. Finally, oh my god. Holy shit.
Here, have a med.
Jesus Christ.
Here, patch yourself up.
Head for the what?
Take this med kit.
Oh, I see.
Hey, Freeman, you're not leaving without me.
Come back here, dog.
Oh, hey, dog.
Gordon! Hey, help me out here. Dog came crashing through the plaza, knocking over walls, and I think he's looking for Alex. He seems to have it set in his head that she's in the Citadel. I figured Alex
You
wouldn't
think
want him
the
getting any deeper
bird
in
flu
trouble,
outbreak will lead the
you
government
try
shifting to a
stopping him.
plant-based food system? If it's bad enough, maybe.
Not there, you can't get through that way. Well, I'll be damned. I think he wants you to go through, Gordon. You'd better hurry. And if you see Dr. Breen, tell him I said...
There's the Citadel. Are we supposed to jump in there? Yep. Oh, Gum Gum. Oh, my little Gum Gum. Oh, that's a good boy. Oh. Sorry, Gum Gum. Had to get comfy. Yeah, I got lottery tickets. I think the next draw is 65 million, so I'm hoping I win the 65 million. Are you in favor of forced sterilization for people in extreme poverty? No, but if they're stupid, then sure. Hey, Gum Gum. Citadel is fucking gigantic. You agree if there's no vegan politician should vote based on climate change is the next big thing? No. I wouldn't vote on that issue specifically.
Unregistered weapons detected. Confiscation field engaged.
Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no. Yes. Haha, bitch. Super gravity gun. Suck my ass.
So, this is Dr. Freeman. At last. I wish I could say this was a pleasant surprise, but it's neither a surprise nor, as you will surely agree, very pleasant. Well, I am nothing if not pragmatic.
You're gonna get fucked.
Well, Dr. Freeman, under other circumstances, I like to think we might have been able to work together in an atmosphere of...
Don't know if I'd agree that Black Lives Matter did more overall harm than good, but they're stupid.
Isaac Kleiner is far greater than my sorrow over your unfortunate choice of career path.
I'd say, in all likelihood at worst, they're just neutral, ineffective, and stupid.
But while they certainly share a great part of the responsibility for the recent troubles, it is you alone who have chosen to act with such willful disregard for humanity's future.
Gay.
created so much. What is it exactly that you have created? Can you name even one thing? I thought not.
Coming for you, bitch.
For humanity's survival. And not as we have narrowly defined ourselves, but as something greater than we could ever
You ever plan to travel
imagine.
to Japan? Want to go bad?
Something we
Yeah,
can now
I'll probably go
only begin
eventually.
to glimpse.
Where do I go from here? I jump down from there, right? You want to go to China? What, do you want to eat gutter oil and have fucking scammers try to steal all your money? Or do you just like watching poor people? China sucks, dude. Oh, there we go. Just didn't let me do the thing. You want to go to North Korea? I would not recommend visiting, and if you do, scrub your social media before you go. Don't know if you could eat vegan while you're there either. There's some Zen aliens. You have to see that weird Chinese propaganda channel, forgot the name of it, but seeing it at some vegan restaurants is so weird. Not sure I know what channel you're talking about. I know the Chinese government is interested in making people eat plant-based because it's cheaper and easier and more ecological and stuff. God damn. Oh, hey, there's that bitch I hate.
I'll take him from here. Don't struggle. It's no use. Until you're where he wants you, there's nothing you can do. I'm sorry, Gordon.
Satellites colonized by sentient Sv3rige, gas giants, inhabited by vast meteorological intelligences, worlds stretched thin across the membranes where the dimensions intersect. Impossible to describe with our limited vocabulary.
What I've seen is also beyond words, Breen. Genocide. Indescribable evil. Good God.
Well, if it isn't Gordon Freeman at last. What's this? I'll put it over there. You have my gratitude, Doctor. First you lead me straight to the doorstep of my oldest friend, and then you deliver yourself? If I'd known you were going to come straight up to my office, I wouldn't have bothered hunting you in the first place. Having both of you in my keeping ensures I can dictate the terms of any bargain I care to make with the Combine.
Dr. Breen.
Huh.
Wallace.
Yes, Judith, what is it?
The bargain we should be making is for Eli's life so he can continue his research.
Thanks to you, we have everything we need in that regard. You're more than qualified to finish his research yourself.
Oh, Supreme Master TV. It's not a Chinese propaganda channel. I don't know if she's from China. I don't think she is. I think she's from somewhere else. But yeah, she inherited like billions of dollars from her parents, and she's vegan, and then she used that money to promote veganism. I know who you're talking about. They used to have their own satellite TV station.
Convince that rabble in the streets to give up their senseless struggle. Yet Eli refuses to speak the words that would save them all.
Save them? For what?
Eli, if you won't do the right thing for the good of all people, maybe you'll do it for one of them.
Alex, honey.
Dad. Gordon?
God damn you, Breen, you let her go.
That's all up to you, my old friend. Will you let your stubborn short-sightedness doom the entire species, or will you give your child the chance her mother never had?
How dare you even mention her?
Alex, my dear, you have your mother's eyes, but your father's stubborn nature.
You haven't seen a bit of it yet.
Really? Well, let's see how well it serves you on the far side of a Combine portal.
Go ahead, Breen. If that's the worst you can do, send us both through your portal.
Oh, it's hardly the worst. But you might find that hard to believe once you get there.
It isn't necessary.
I agree. It's a total waste. Fortunately, the Resistance has shown it is willing to accept a new leader. And this one has proven to be a fine pawn for those who control him.
No!
Don't listen to him, Gordon.
How about it, Dr. Freeman? Did you realize your contract was open to the highest bidder?
Gordon would never make any kind of deal with you.
I understand if you don't wish to discuss this in front of your friends. I'll send them on their way, and then we can talk openly.
Don't struggle, honey.
Dad, I'm so sorry.
Alex, sweetheart.
Judith, what do you think you're doing?
We're doing what I could never do alone. We're stopping you. Yes.
Guards, get in here.
They know you betrayed them. They'll turn on you. Judith, Dr. Mossman, please.
I'm sorry, Wallace. You're all out of time. Don't...
Hurry! Dad, hang on.
You fool!
Watch out, he's gonna...
No!
Shit.
Dad!
Oh, no. Don't worry about me, honey.
There's no time, Alex. He's on his way to the portal. You'll need this.
Dr. Mossman, Judith, look after my father.
Okay, she is an worthless bitch after all.
Dad, I'm not saying goodbye.
Never.
Nice bum.
Come on, Gordon. Let's go.
My girl.
Gordon, we haven't known each other very long, but I know you didn't have to do this. I had to rescue my father, but you... Well, thanks for coming after me.
It's me you should be concerned.
Hey, listen.
I can still deliver.
That's him.
But not without your help. The portal destination is untenable. Surely you can set the relay elsewhere. There's no way I can survive in that environment. A host body? You must be joking. I can't possibly...
There he is.
Oh, all right. Damn it, if that's what it takes. Just hurry. He's right behind me. Oh, shit.
Damn it! Not again! The gravity gun. He doesn't have a clue, does he? I wonder where he's going.
Hell yeah, blow up the Citadel.
This is the Citadel's dark fusion reactor. It powers their tunneling entanglement device. We'll never have a chance like this again. We've got to stop Dr. Breen. I can't shut it down. Looks like he's turned over control to the other side. You'll have to go into the core and do what you can. Get in the elevator and I'll let you in. Don't forget to charge up your suit. Do your worst, Gordon. But be careful.
The Supreme Master was promoting Donald Trump? It's kind of weird.
Dr. Breen, there he is.
Dr. Freeman, you really shouldn't be out there. At the moment of synapse, as I teleport, this chamber will be bathed in deadly particles that have yet to be named by human science. Perhaps when I have the leisure to do the work myself, I'll name one of them after you. That way you won't be completely forgotten. When the singularity collapses, I will be far away from here, in another universe, as a matter of fact. You, on the other hand, will be destroyed in every way it is possible to be destroyed, and even in some which are essentially impossible.
Oh no, Combine soldiers. Where did they come from?
I don't know what you can possibly hope to achieve apart from your own annihilation.
Don't listen to him, Gordon.
I warned you this was futile.
Bluffing, Gordon. Don't listen to him.
Morning, Sv3rige, singularity.
Keep going.
I could have told you that was pointless, Dr. Freeman.
Go, Gordon.
Are you still with us, Dr. Freeman? Not for much longer, I think. If only you had harnessed your boundless energy for a useful purpose.
This guy doesn't even know. He's already dead.
Go back, Freeman. You have no idea what you're doing. I hope you said your farewells.
Dude, this is like impossible to fucking aim. Keeps fucking moving. Dude.
No, he's getting away.
Don't know what you'll unleash. You could bring down this whole citadel. Think, man. Think of the people below. No!
Aha, get fucked, bitch.
Yeah! You did it! Come on, Gordon. We've got to get out of here. Maybe we still have...
Time, Dr. Freeman? Is it really that time again? It seems as if you only just arrived. You've done a great deal in a small time span. You've done so well, in fact, that I've received some interesting offers for your services. Ordinarily, I wouldn't contemplate them, but these are extraordinary times. Rather than offer you the illusion of free choice, I will take the liberty of choosing for you, if and when your time comes round again. I do apologize for what must seem to you an arbitrary imposition, Dr. Freeman. I trust it will all make sense to you in the course of... well, I'm really not at liberty to say. In the meantime, this is where I get off.
All right. And then episode 1 starts. Let's just start it. I'll just show the opening section, really, or the opening cutscene, then I'll end the stream.
Rise and shine, Mr. Freeman. Rise and shine. Not that I wish to imply you have been sleeping on the job. No one is more deserving.
Oh, wait.
Of a
It says
rest,
episode 1.
and all the effort in the world would have gone to waste until... Well, let's just say your hour has come again. The right man in the wrong place can make all the difference in the world. So wake up, Mr. Freeman. Wake up and smell the ashes.
Wait, why does it say episode 1? Thought it was Half-Life 2, episode 1, episode 2. Wait, what? I'm very confused. Freckles, Johnny Tillers, I think it's funny how Buddhism spread to countries like Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia, but they try so hard to make him a Chinese guy when he was fucking Indian dude. El Mayo culture theft is hilarious, but what's even more funny is that some monks eat meat. Was he Indian?
Rise and
what do you expect?
shine, Mr. Freeman. Rise and shine.
I don't understand. It's starting Half-Life
Not
2.
that I wish to imply you have been
God
sleeping
damn it, you can't
on
even skip
the
it.
job. No one is more deserving of a rest, and all the effort in the world would have gone to waste.
Buddhist monks
until-
are also massive hypocrites.
Well, let's just say your hour has
They find all
come
kinds of
again.
stupid excuses to eat meat. Thanks for the donation though, dude.
The right man in the wrong place can make all the difference in the world. So wake up, Mr. Freeman. Wake up and smell the ashes.
I'm very confused. Why is it starting Half-Life
I didn't see you get on.
2?
This is my third transfer this year.
What in the fuck?
Well, end of the line.
Yeah.
Welcome. Welcome to City 17. You have chosen or been chosen to relocate to one of our friends' remaining...
Yeah, why does it say episode 1? This is very confusing. Half-Life 2, Half-Life 2, Episode 1. Am I on crack? Give me a second. Yeah. It's starting just Half-Life 2. Why in the fuck is it doing that? Half-Life 2 Episode 1. And then it says Episode 1.
Rise and...
That's insane. What is it doing? It's literally not loading Episode 1. Let's see what happens if we do Episode 2.
Rise and shine,
Why?
Mr. Freeman.
It's literally not uploading. I've never seen anything like that. What in the fuck is it doing? Okay, apparently we can't play Episode 1 or 2. It just loads Half-Life 2. That's fucking bizarre. Dude, why is there always... Dude, what's also fucking weird, by the way, they updated this game recently to fix a bunch of bugs. So how in the fuck is it uploaded? How is it making me play just Half-Life 2? Okay, whatever. I guess we'll figure that out later. But hope you all had fun. Apparently, Buddha was born in Nepal, pretty much lived his life in North India, but monks try to practice Buddhism while trying to eat animals. Well, yeah. Alright, anyway. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I should be on tomorrow around the same time, so I'll see you all then. And sweet dreams. See you all tomorrow. There's no RTX mod yet. There's the RTX demo. We've already played that. But as far as a mod for Half-Life 2, that's not out yet. But we've played the demo. But good night. See you all tomorrow.